Oh, come on. Come on now. Come on now. Out of your spawn. Dead off your spawn. Dead off your spawn. It's high rise. It's a sniper. It's another collat. Again. Another one. Another. Another. Oh no, please. I've got to kill him. I need to. I can't believe. And there's a nuke. And there's more. And there's more! Oh my god! Hello my friends and welcome back to another Call of Duty video here today. But today's video is brought to you by the Sony Xperia 1 Mark II. Look at this masterpiece of a phone right here. It is not just a pretty face, because currently it is taking the mobile gaming world to the next level. That's why today we're diving back into some Call of Duty Mobile, probably rocking the Locust in hand right there. And I know a lot of you guys love watching this game and love playing this game, so we're going to show off some of my snipes, of course, as well as talking through this absolute beauty. The Xperia is the official smartphone of the 2020 Call of Duty Mobile World Championship Tournament coming up here in a couple of weeks. So let's try our best to get the same standard of gameplay those guys are going to be rocking in that tournament. But if not, let's just get some cool snipes. Here we go. Ooh. Ooh, yes please, come on. Give me some more. Give me more of them. Give me more of them. I'll take them all down. Let's get it. That's fine with me. Keep them spawning. Oh my god, folks. It's unbelievable stuff. It's unbelievable. They're on C. They're on B. They're everywhere. Guess what? They're dead. Collateral damage off the rip. Nobody's crossed yet. Sorry, bud. I got you there, teammate. Let's go. UAV already. Come on. This man's ready with a nade out. Woo! These guys with a flag. Oh, I'm just cheeky with it, aren't I? Reload, even though I don't really need to. But we may as well. I'm here with you, teammate. You don't need me, but I've got you. Oh, I don't know what that guy was doing, but he's not the best, is he? All right, the stealth chopper's coming out. Let's call it in. There we go. Get that guy down. They've got B, though, but my stealth chopper's here. I'm covering you, team. Let's go. I'm still streaking. Oh, there's a guy here. I've told you, team. I've got you. I'm watching your lanes. My stealth chopper's going big. Woo! Get him off the B flag. Look, you've even got the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2020 logo just imprinted in Nuketown. You love it. You love to see it. There's two. You got a guy there, heady there. I knew this guy behind. I knew there was a guy there. Yeet! Yeet! Woohoo! I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I can't believe it. What? I was picking up my gun. It doesn't matter what platform I'm on. People really want my sniper. So here's a few things about the Sony Xperia 1 Mark II that make it special. It comes with a beautiful 4K OLED display, which is like having a TV in your hands. It's ridiculous. So you know you'll be viewing gaming in the highest quality resolution. It's a 6.5-inch display with a 21:9 cinema-wide aspect ratio, which I've absolutely loved while playing. I've got this wider field of view, which is crucial when gaming, honestly, because I get to see so much more of what's going on in-game, especially at those wider points. You might be able to see someone coming around the corner that you wouldn't normally see, so I've got that slight advantage over anyone I'm coming up against. On top of that, it comes with motion blur reduction technology, which creates such a smooth gaming experience, giving you the equivalent of a 90 Hz refresh rate screen on a phone. Currently, I've got some high quality headphones connected via the headphone jack there, just to get the highest audio experience. But for those who don't have headphones or earphones and just want to play the audio out of the phone itself, the true front speakers on this phone are honestly perfect. It gives it a real immersive sound experience when you're playing. Lastly, and maybe my favorite part, is that the Sony Xperia 1 Mark II is PS4 DualShock controller compatible. So I think it's actually time to connect these bad boys together and showcase how nice I am on the sticks. Hey, we're back on high rise though. What a throwback. Come on. See how this control plays then. See if I can get the snaps going. Oh, once the controller's in your hand, it's a different story, isn't it? It's a different story. Come on. Two inside, I think. Collateral, dude. Oh, I almost got back to my collats. You kidding me? That would have been disgusting. First game with the controller. Dead. Oh, you don't want it, do you? I mean, it's fair play on your part. I wouldn't want it either. Out of your spawn. Dead off your spawn. Dead off your spawn. It's high rise, it's a sniper. It's another collat. Again. Another one. We missed we missed too many. Oh. Another. Hitwalker. Oh no, please. I've got to kill him. I need to. I can't believe first game with a controller and oh, it's just like old times, isn't it? High rise, spawn killing. If only it was the intervention in my hands. It's 2. I got you, teammate. I know you needed me. Collateral. Oh, another one. All it took was a controller in my hand and we're just back on the business. Get the UAV up, come on. I will do the counter. We've got the whip on too. Sheesh. Oh my god, I should have done this from the start. I love it. We're treating this like we're just back on Black Ops 2 and it just does, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable, folks. Give me that kill, boy. Don't know why it started to sound really weird there, but hey, let's go. Reloaded. Going for it. He's coming for me. Marker. Got him though. Got him. Dead. 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 Ho ho! Yes, please. Dead. Oh. UAV up, please. Let's go. Quick reload as well while we're at it, because we're streaking. I've got one of them at least. I'm going for the Duke. I want it. I want the Duke. I need the Duke. Get me out of there. Dead. Counter him. Counter him. Dead. Is there another one? Did he die? Dead. Dead! The Duke! Come on! We would have pressed the nuke. Let's go. I knew it, man. I knew it. It was on the way there. Nuclear on. Thank you very much. Woo! Let's get it, man. Feels good, man. We got Crossfire. We got the Duke. With the Xperia 1 and Mark II, you also get the Game Enhancer feature, which allows you to customize your gaming experience. Firstly, there is a competition setting, which allows you to remove any distractions from your phone during gameplay. This can include notifications from other apps, messages, or even calls, so it allows you to stay focused on the job at hand, which is, of course, getting those snipes off. You can also optimize the touch area, which eliminates any sensitive areas that you may accidentally keep pressing when you play it. My thumbs have a mind of their own, honestly, so I'm speaking from experience when I say this feature is fantastic. The HS or heat suppression mode is the perfect addition for gaming. When you're charging, this enables the phone to only use the energy supplied through the charging and not use the battery at all. That'll extend your mobile gaming time, but you're not using any of the battery. It's not draining and it's not overheating. Lastly, if you like to showcase your beautiful shots and in-game moments like myself, you know how it is, you can easily record and share that gameplay using the quick access Game Enhancer feature. Speaking of showcasing gameplay though, let's get back into it. That was close. And there's a nuke. And there's more. And there's more! Oh my god! How are we gonna get a nuke like that? We're gonna save it though, because I'm gonna hit a beauty this game. Meltdown plays so well. Domination Meltdown, what a throwback. Don't worry, I know it's there. It's still saying use nuke. Don't worry, I know. Collateral. Single. A spawn. Yep. Behind us. We know the spawns. We know the spawns. The eye bit. Oh. Oh no. No, folks. No, no, no. I want to call this new kid, but the clip's here. I know it is. I know it's here. There's two more. I ran out of time. I didn't even call it in. I choked. I was going for the clip though. You gotta chase the clip. Always chase the clip. But I think that might do it for the gameplay today. I honestly had a blast switching things up and playing some COD Mobile. So if you want to join me in watching the Western Europe regional playoffs for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships, you can go subscribe to the COD Mobile YouTube channel down in the description below. It'll be live streamed over there on the 17th and 18th of October. You can also learn a little bit more about this beauty right here, the Sony Xperia 1 Mark II phone. I'll put the Xperia YouTube channel down in the description below. Check that out, subscribe, all that good stuff. And I hope you all enjoyed today's video. Drop a like if you haven't already, and I'll see you all very, very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile Western Europe Regional Playoffs. Today is Championship Sunday. My name is Bryce and I'll be bringing to you all the excellent Call of Duty action we have today. But I am not alone. Joining me here to kick things off, I have Tun and Tabes. First of all, Tun, how are you today?
Brycey, I'm feeling fantastic. I've had a good night of sleep. Just got a new puppy. She didn't keep me awake all night. I'm ready to bring the energy. I've had too much coffee and I'm ready to get in the games. We've seen some fantastic ones yesterday and I just want more chaos. Just let me revel in it once more.
Well, it sounds like you've had just the right amount of coffee, but let's find out. Tabes, how are you?
Oh, I'm feeling pumped too as well. I feel as all the games that I was watching yesterday, it's just really got me in the mood to see this finals today. So I'm hoping we get provided with the gameplay that really matches up for what we are looking for a playoff Sunday.
Yeah, me too as well. But I tell you what, let's remind everyone at home what exactly has happened so far with all our teams and the bracket and the way it is playing out. Of course, we had a super amount of awesome games yesterday, but here's basically what happened. We ended up with our winners final. Cold Esports and Kings Clan are going to match up in one of our very first games. Tan, take me through Cold Esports' journey so far.
I mean, they really haven't had to do a great deal. After Q-Lash, they dropped a map. Hammers Esports, though, was obviously a very, very close game. I didn't catch that one myself because it was during my break, but I was catching little highlights here and there, and some of the players look very, very solid, and we've seen some fantastic play coming out of them. But Hammers Esports themselves did all right as things went on in the losers bracket as well. So I'm really interested to see if that matchup comes up again. But we've discussed how they're the favorites, and so far so good, but maybe they would have liked to be a little bit more clean heading into the winners finals.
No, 100% agree as well. And going against them, Kings Clan, obviously one of the favorites for this tournament, wouldn't you say, Tabes?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've been watching a couple of the Kings Clan's games there, and they seem pretty convincing. I also seen some really good plays and a lot of like the kill death ratio of some of their players on Kings Clan really are showcasing that they belong in this winners finals right now.
They certainly do. Well, those aren't the only teams we have in this so far, because there is, in fact, a lower bracket. It is a double elimination tournament, which means everyone here has another chance to get back into the grand finals. And that, in our losers semi, which will be coming up as well straight away, is Team Singularity versus Hammers Esports. Now, Team Singularity did great yesterday, in my opinion, managed to bring it all the way back in and stay in, and there were some great highlights coming out of them as well as Hammers Esports, who dropped in very early to this bracket, and we knew it was a big fish going in, wouldn't you say, Tug?
Yeah, definitely, especially after that game against Cold. It was a very, very good performance for them, just pipped to the post in that final map, of course. So going up against the tournament favorites in such a way really does give you the indication that they're going to do well in that losers bracket. They did so straight away with a win over French Infinity, and Singularity the same, though. I mean, they were very, very close to Kings Clan. I think that's the good thing. I think when you've got two very close winners semi-finals, you're going to have a good rest of tournament, because you know the top four teams are with each other. Those top four teams then continue in the losers bracket if they lost that winners final, and then meet up with each other. So I think the three games that we have left today, maybe a fourth if it does extend in that grand final, will all be very, very close. So we should have a really good day of action.
No, 100% agree as well. And of course, a big thank you to Sony for supporting this and the mobile gaming community. This is all kind of sponsored by Xperia. They are the official mobile partner of Call of Duty Mobile and the COD Mobile World Championship 2020 tournament. All players, by the way, for competitive integrity, will be using the latest flagship Xperia smartphone, the Xperia 1 Mark II. And of course, you can see here great things like the 21:9 Cinema Wide. That is a huge screen, much bigger than 16:9 ratio, giving you plenty of space for your fingers and greater peripheral vision. Not only that, but Tabes, I know you got hands on with this. Do you want to take us through what your favorite things were?
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit yesterday about the HS power control that basically keeps your phone cool even if you're gaming, and that is just like a big issue because there's quite a lot of power going into a game. But playing with the Xperia 1 Mark II, I'm actually really impressed. It's just kept cool, and I've been able to play a little bit better, even though we have kind of agreed I am kind of a Call of Duty Mobile noob.
No problem. I mean, I've also seen that there's a motion blur reduction technology, right? And it kind of like gives a smooth effect of a 90 hertz refresh rate, which is incredible on a mobile phone.
Yes, absolutely. And we also gotta remember that since it is a little bit bigger, there's also 120 hertz touchscreen refresh rate as well. So all your controls that you're putting into your phone are actually being responded to extremely fast.
No, I couldn't agree more. And obviously, we'll keep up with more details about why this is such a fantastic gaming mobile phone later on in this tournament. Because, like I said, every single player has one. So it's a fair, even playing field on what is a great mobile gaming device. But we need to move on from that to talk about what is happening today and what's at stake for these players. An awful lot of money currently on the line. And it is going to be the prize pool. $50,000 is the total prize pool. Of course, we are now only in the top four. If you manage to come first, it's $15,000 US. Second is $10,000. Third is $8,000. And fourth, guaranteed for every single team we are watching today, $5,000 US. That is not an insignificant amount of money, is it, Ton?
Absolutely not. I mean, in years gone by, it's a mammoth prize pool in any esport, really, isn't it? $50,000, especially for a weekend sitting at home. It's a nice one, it has to be said. But everyone aiming for that $15,000 prize pool at the very top, and I'm really not sure who's going to take it away here today.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's have a little look and see exactly who is up for playing today and what order they will be playing in. So our very first game, Cold Esports versus Kings Clan in our winners finals. That is our first game coming up, and simultaneously we will be seeing Team Singularity versus Hammers Esports. After that, of course, will be our losers final straight away to find out who will make it to our very final game, the grand finals, at 4 p.m. BST, but it is an accelerated schedule, so keep an eye on it, because if the games go fast, we will keep right up with the action for this one. But I think it's time to talk a little bit about our first game, winners final. Both of these teams have not lost a single game yet in this tournament, so big stakes here for these guys, and obviously it is the first ticket to our grand final, right? We're talking Cold Esports versus Kings Clan. Ton, who have you got coming out of this one first of all?
I mean, Kings Clan really did impress me yesterday, but I know Cold Esports looking like the favorites heading into this as well. Jim had a fantastic day yesterday, but looking towards some of the kill to death ratios, I bought a 1.55 over yesterday's games. A phenomenal return for him over those two series that we did see out of Cold Esports. So interested to see if he can keep it up against some tough opposition in Kings Clan, though. I'm going to stick with Kings Clan for today. I don't feel as if I can just... I'm not somebody who would like to predict something and flip back onto it just out of convenience. I'm going to stick true to my guns and stick with Kings Clan, but Cold Esports are going to be hard to beat.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Kings Clan then. Tabes, obviously, we already know Ton is a big fan of these, but what kind of stands out for you about this team?
The couple of games that we saw with them yesterday, I gotta think that Narks, who were rocking the sniper a lot of the times, opening up a lot of space for his team. That's something that I'm hoping that he's going to see again today on the games. And it's also interesting that Narks has actually mentioned that his biggest rival was Head for Death. And I mean, like, if these guys are as competitive as they seem, I think it's going to be a very good game today. I'm starting to wonder if Kings Clan might not be the guys who are going to bring this one home.
All right, well, we don't know. That's the great thing about this. Both teams have had great tournaments so far, but it is, of course, a brand new day, Championship Sunday, and there is that first ticket into the grand final. So how are we going to get there? Well, these are the maps and modes. We're going to start it off with Summit, Hardpoint, then Firing Range, Search and Destroy, Standoff, Domination, Crossfire, Hardpoint, and if we get all the way to the end, we will have a Meltdown, Search and Destroy. Ton, what stands out to you here?
I'm really looking forward to seeing if we're going to see that Crossfire Hardpoint. We haven't had a chance to see that live on stream just yet, as far as I'm aware, and myself personally anyway, so interested to see if we can get to a fourth map. But honestly, I'm interested on the Firing Range S&D. We know it can be a bit of a war of attrition, can't it, about who just finds that pick and then who makes that move towards the A bomb site. But honestly, I think it's a nice amount of maps. I don't think there's anything particular that stands out for either team. I'm just excited to see who takes this one away.
No, I couldn't agree more, and I think realistically this is one of the bigger games of today, simply because neither of these teams have lost, right? So you automatically have to put them up there as some of the favorites. Very realistic that either of these two teams will win this entire thing, so it is a battle of the Titans, and it looks like that game is ready to go. Cold Esports versus Kings Clan. Let's get right into it.
Well, here we go then, Tabes, into day number 2 and into winners bracket final. As Bryce mentioned, neither one of these two teams have been defeated so far. Cold Esports taking on Kings Clan, and we will be heading over towards Summit first on Hardpoint. And for you, I mean, who are you favoring here? Because I know Cold are the favorites, but Kings Clan really impressed me with every single one of their games yesterday.
I'm really, it's going to be a tough game if you ask me. I'm just looking forward to seeing Kings Clan if they can really step up and lock this game down. I know I've been looking a little bit at Burr on Kings Clan's team there, and I'm hoping that he's going to be able to step up. He's been struggling on a couple of games, so I just saw when the game started there, he got a couple of kills. So I'm thinking maybe this is the day where he's actually going to wake up for Kings Clan.
There was definitely some moments from Ver yesterday, but of course, as mentioned, his KD not looking the best out of his team. Still in a 0.97, so he's not far off that 1 KD, which is what you really want to be aiming for. But right now, we are going to be heading over towards the catwalk. Let's have a look who is going to be the first ones there. It's looking as if Kings Clan are going to have control, but it's about having control of top lab as well. Angel inside the hard point. It has to be careful of these Molotovs coming in, but we can see the control for Cold Esports coming in up top, and that might allow them just to get control here. And now this should be a kill for Inferno, though. Can he clean up top? Can't find Sav, and that is going to be Cold Esports in control of the hard point.
You can already tell though that Ibot is off to a pretty good start here. I see him in the kill feed popping off all the time. So maybe we saw a couple of plays from him yesterday. So I'm willing to keep an eye out for him. Maybe he's the guy who's going to be able to lock this this hard point down and get the even score line here.
Let's see then. I'm just looking towards these spawns and where everybody's going to be sitting here, and it's looking as if on the side of Cold, they're going to have the spawns going into P2. But looking on the right-hand side of your screen, we do have the losers match going on there as well. It looks like Hammers are having a good time with things on Hardpoint so far. 88-1 right now, looking good for them.
I'm looking forward to seeing Hammer Point. Hammer Esport, of course. Sorry, they're have been really strong, and unfortunately, if you remember yesterday, they had a little bit of a mishap too during their game. So I wouldn't be surprised if they can just look past that little technical difficulties, where a little bit of an AFK during mid-game, basically on search and destroy and firing range, if I'm not misremembering. So I feel like maybe Hammer Esports is willing and also hungry for a comeback today.
There's actually Singularity in the lead there. I do apologize. Really dominating that first map. Just having a look towards the game attack, Singularity very much dominating. But in this one, Kings Clan have taken lead. It was looking as if Cold Esports did have that rotation over towards P3, but Kings Clan do manage to break on through nice and easily and will take up most of these points. 22 seconds remaining on this one, but it's a big old rotation over towards P4. They should be able to pick up the rest of this scrap, although one push comes through and Jim finds 3 just like that with the shotgun. And that's going to shut down every single bit of this scrap time. And yes, Big does go down and doesn't get a lot of time for his team, but what he's done there is push Kings Clan right back. Now they're going to spawn out towards the right-hand side. They've got a longer route to get there, and they don't get as much scrap points. Big play out of Jim.
I'm sure right now that Cold Esports were actually looking forward to that rotation they were already set up on it. And I was just impressed with Jim. Like, if you look at his shotgunning over this course of this tournament, I don't think anyone has anywhere near as many shotgun kills as he has. But you also know that he's good with the sniper. So once we're swapping over to maybe a little bit of a longer map, he's going to whip that one out again. And I'm hoping that we maybe get some jump shots or some quick scope from him as well. It's already 99 points here. There's not that much left done. So you still think that Kings Clan is going to be able to clutch this one home?
Well, I don't know. It's 25 seconds left on this one. Cold seem to be holding very well. Of course, we will now go back to the middle after this one. And oh my god, great shots by Yaya. Absolutely flying in and around the back of the map here. Looking towards his KD yesterday, the second highest on Cold with a 1.4. And he's going to be adding further to that one with this. 13 kills in this map so far.
Oh, it looks so easy for him. Look at this. He's kind of been flying under the radar as well. We have not really focused on him that much, but he's just getting consistent amounts of damage and kills for his team.
Deleting people across the map. Fantastic play from him, but back to the middle we go. Cold Esports did get a decent amount of time on this one last time round, but it's all about that rotation over towards P2. You want to have the gondola side spawn so you can try and lock them in for P3 as well, although we may not even get there. There's enough time on offer over these next 2 hills for one of these 2 teams to win it. Right now it's looking more and more like Cold Esports, but saying that, a few members do go down and Kings Clan will lock this one in. Good use of the incense and the stuns as well, just keeping them at bay as best they can. Cold Esports are out in the cold in the ice. But look at the Goliath, that's coming on in now as well. All these score streaks are going to make a difference as Jim finds more. That's 3 kills for Jim up top. Fantastic plays from him. 12 kills for him in this map. And Cold Esports can lock this one in, but they can't win here. They have to win it at P2. They are still going to be at 10 seconds away or so by the time we get over towards this next hill. That's all for Kings Clan to do here.
I think it's going to be very hard for Kings Clans to take anything left here with Ibot on 19. Scratch that 20 kill with a Goliath. That's going to help tremendous amount for his team. I think it's going to be difficult for Kings Clan to do anything about it unless possibly they can hit some sort of RPG or rocket on that Goliath.
Just needs to stay alive up top here. If they can lock down this control, it's very, very difficult for Kings Clan to push on through. Yaya in the hill. He's going to manage to find a kill down there as well. There's nobody else near it. Cold Esports will take map number 1 in the winners bracket final.
That is impressive. I did not expect that to happen as quickly. I think that the Goliath could have been a big impact. I'm starting to wonder if Ibot might be one of the people that we want to look forward to for an MVP spot for this tournament, because he's just been getting kills consistently all over.
No, I think he's been great, and obviously Cold Esports there. They looked like they were in a little bit of trouble about halfway through that hard point, but ended up coming back there. And obviously, you know, Jim had a big hold on by the ice hard point, so it's really interesting to see these two go to war. I did say before we got started, you know, both these two teams incredibly talented, so it should be a close game. And when you get a comeback like that from Cold Esports, you get a really good rotation and bring themselves right back into the game. It shows exactly what I'm talking about, right? Like, they weren't in a great place. They started prioritizing the rotations, and then when they started to get it, they basically didn't allow Kings Clan to get any more points on the map. I think that I can't remember the exact numbers, but it was probably less than 10 after that switch.
Yeah, exactly.
It was very, very difficult. Of course, that transition over towards P4 towards the ice, you can really lock that down, can't you? You just force these numbers out in the small choke points that Kings Clan now then have to get through. So it makes it very, very difficult for them to make that push, and they just lock it down very, very well, do Cold. And from there, it's plain sailing. You've got such a big lead. You just keep it scrappy in the middle, head over towards P2. You got the Goliath up top. You're laughing. It's easy. It's easy from that point. So Cold Esports played that very well.
It certainly does. It's always going to be intimidating when the Goliath is anywhere on the map. We sit there and I look at him like, as a player, I wouldn't even know where to begin to try and take one down. You know, and that's why I like to see the Goliath versus Goliath battles. Right? It's basically like whoever wins this one, it comes out with just a big advantage for their team. But it depends to me, especially on what kind of map you're running it on, whether or not it'll be as effective. And as we saw there, incredibly effective on some, it turns out.
Yeah, and I think it's just the position they decided to use it in as well, locking up that top lab control when it's moving over towards the railings hard point. Crucial. You have to do it. You can't have players on the opposite side of the team jumping down from up top. There's so many different angles they could come at you from. So if you have control of the hard point and rails and up top, you can lock down so many points, and it was a very, very clean end to the hard point there.
All right, well, let's talk about the next map. Search and Destroy is going to be our next game mode here, and obviously it's all on Cold now to keep this lead. It turns out it has started, so let's hand it back over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Bryson. Over towards firing range we go. I'm expecting a lot of sniper play coming out here, and this is when we did see quite a lot from King Clan. Nox has been fantastic with the sniper so far this weekend. It's not Team Singularity against Hammers Esports. We're still in this winners bracket final. But Nox, what can he do with his sniper? He's been so influential for his team here, Tabes. Can he prove to be influential once again in the winners bracket final?
I'm hoping that we are going to be able to see him really pop off. I mean, he's been getting a lot of important frags, but right now it's kind of a slow push of both teams. Nobody really willing to show themselves. So it's pretty much anyone's game right now. It's interesting for Team Singularity that seem to be a very even team, except maybe for Narcs who's stepping up a little bit. So it's anyone's game right now.
Well, Inferno gonna have to get the hell out of there now. Kings Clan pressure coming on. They're gonna have to back on down. No kills coming in, but the longer that this goes on, the better it is for the defensive side. They've just got to hold for that little bit less. Now here comes the push. Inferno pushes up. Is he going to be the bait? I'm not too sure. Bot gives it a little shoulder check, but there we go. We can see that the site has been completely taken over by Kings Clan. That bomb will now be going down, and it will have to be Cold Esports to get back in here and retake this site. Could it be the grenade from Yaya?
The call-out could have came a little faster for Cold Esports there. I mean, they were actually having a lot of time to just kind of push in before Ibot there, who was closest, did the call-up, and now it's just a brawl. It's just people dying left and right that I'm gonna need you done to is a little faster than me at speaking to take this away.
It's already done. It's already done.
Yeah, it was so fast.
The Molotov goes onto the bomb, but it's not going to make a difference. That one's now going to get diffused. Well played by Cold Esports, and it gets opened up by a kill from Jim. Manages to find 2 kills in the end there with the sniper, and that just opens things up for Cold Esports to try and retake. They do so successfully.
I'm wondering if the slow push there, I'm thinking it was about 35, 40 seconds left on the clock there when they actually started pushing towards A. And as you say, the longer it goes, the better it is for the defending sides. I mean, they did a retake that was just incredibly fast, obviously. So I'm wondering if they might have to play a little bit more aggressive if they want to get that bomb down fast.
That bomb has went down fast. I think the biggest issue was holding last time, though, it wasn't it? They got through nice and clean, so it was a 5v5 hold. This time round, though, let's see if they can do one better. Cold Esports did manage to get back in here fairly quickly, and they're using the smokes very, very well. Put themselves in a position where they can just disrupt what Kings Clan are doing. Do they know that Via is still in that back left corner? Yes, they do, but Inferno's going to go down as Yayo finds one, not two. Fantastic plays from him. Exito is going to find one inside the trailer. He should go down. He does go down. Jim finds another two with the sniper, and this retake from Cold is far too easy. Really showing why they are the favorites so far in this tournament. A very, very clean,
very convincing on that retake. And also I was certain that maybe, I think it was Vern hiding there on the left side when they were pushing in. I was certain that they were not aware that he was hiding, but turns out that Cold Esports might have ice in the back of their neck.
I think they spotted him. He was behind the bomb site. The smoke went down and he had to push over there because he got injured by the Molotov. So the hit marker would have come through and they would have noticed he was there. That bomb was going down very, very fast once again. Third time's the charm, maybe, for Kings Clan on holding this one. I don't know whether they just
do something different this time, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
well, that's
they're
the problem.
getting the bomb down, which is huge, but is it going to be enough? Ibot gets hit by the molly, but I think he manages to survive, yeah.
I think it's just a case of trying to win your gunfights, which is something they have not been doing so far. Cold, though. Can they retake once again? No kills went down quite yet. Ibot is the first to go, though, and here comes the advantage for Kings Clan. Spiky is going to go down as well. Sav is there to answer back, but Via comes in with two. It's not what he could do in the previous 2 rounds, but he finds 2 kills in and around the bomb site, and it's an easy cleanup for the boys on Kings Clan. 2-1 now. They're back in the...
That's exactly what they needed, and also I'm so glad to see Ver getting 4 kills already on only 3 rounds played. That's going to give him some confidence. Hopefully he's going to be able to step up, and it looks like it's going to be another A play here. Maybe this is going to be the favorite one, and soon, once they realize that maybe Cold Esports is suspecting it, that's going to be turning around. I think that grenade exploded in the hands of Exi.
Ibot is going to get traded out, though, so 4 versus 4. That bomb is now down. Inferno's going to cut off the point from the mid-map in a trailer with that incend, of course. That's going to get broken in just a second. He should have a very, very weak Sav pushing through, finds the kill as well. And this is much, much better from Kings Clan as they find another round in very similar fashion. And if you're Cold, you're disappointed with that. The first 2 rounds, they did exactly the same thing. Kings Clan, they couldn't get the hold in the first 2 rounds. The next 2 rounds, they do exactly the same thing again, but you can't manage to get the retake. So good adaptation by Kings Clan. But Cold Esports have to ask the question of how it wasn't working. What were they doing right in the first 2 rounds that went wrong in the last 2?
Yeah, I mean, right now, the Kings Clan, they have started to bring their rounds down. And also, this is going to be huge for them. Just confidence-wise, losing the first map and then getting a couple of easy rounds like this, I think that's going to be able to change the outcome of the game to their favor, possible.
It's now a 5v3. 2 players that went down on the side of Cold Esports. Spiky and Sav get dropped. And Kings Clan, I like this rotation. It looks like they're going towards B. They give it the juke out, and it's going to actually come down to 2 members in the middle of the map. It's going to be number 1 and number 5 for Cold Esports. Keep an eye on them. Are they going to even be able to see this happening? As it looks as if Kings Clan have went all the way around. Ibot is now made the push over the wood. It does look like
Jim is ready for it, but there are only 3 people available for Cold Esports to actually hold this A push.
Jim's going to find one. Inferno, though, does push out the other side. Yayo finds one in mid as well, but they do actually have Ibot pushing around behind. Yayo is going to go down in the mid, so it's down at Ibot. Now in a 1 versus 3. Has someone close on him, and the bomb planter is going to be going for as well. That bomb is going down, and he needs to find this kill at the back of the map. Cannot find it. Knox with good shots. That's 3 rounds in a row for Kings Clan. Looking very, very good for them.
This has to be what they wanted after losing the first 2 rounds, especially. And I'm just glad to see Narcs hitting some of their snipes. I was certain when Ibot realized that he was behind him that an AR versus a sniper, usually the AR will win on that range, but Narcs hit a lovely snipe to shut him down.
He did play that very, very well. Can he continue, though? Going off yet? At this moment in time, they are up, but Cold Esports showed that they can defend very, very well. I'm curious to see if they can keep it going, but at this moment in time, it's not went very well for them the last 3 rounds. 5v5 momentarily, but Cold Esports are going to lose one man and another. XZ going to find two, is only eventually shut down by Jim. Look at this gunfight towards the back crates as well. Spikey's going to win that one. Can he find a second as well? That's really big plays from him. It's now a 1 versus 2. He's finding two very, very big kills. Does he know there's somebody on his right-hand side? There's another one as well. There's the third. Can you give him the fourth as well?
Oh
Spikey,
my
my
God.
goodness gracious me. That is a phenomenal round from him. He survives at the back, finds a second, a third, and a fourth. That is one of the highlight plays of the tournament so far. Spikey keeps them in the game. 3 apiece now, and it's all down to Spikey at the back.
It all looked so easy for him as well. That's kind of what you want to see, using that QQ9 in just close quarters, being able to turn around really fast and just locking down the site. I was certain that when you're actually 1v3 in that situation, basically, that you're going to lose. But he played that really well and also hit the shots just before the enemies could.
Very nicely done. Very, very nicely done from Spikey. That's a big, big round as well. Instead of being 3-3, that would have been 4-2 to King's Clan if he doesn't clutch up. A technical 1v4 for him there. Phenomenal, phenomenal players out of Spikey, and he only had 1 kill up until that point as well. Jim's going to hit a shot as well, but we'll have to back on down after not making it count. Oh, he did, sorry. Nox is going to go down, so Jim now with the bomb and 7 kills to his name has been performing very, very well with that sniper rifle on this map. It was Nox he found as well, who's the sniper specifically on King's Clan. There's another kill going to come in. Ibot finds the shot onto Inferno. And this is looking like a Cold Esports round. It looks like they're heating up just a little bit now. After a good start, they lulled in the middle, but they really have started to play a lot better on the attack yet.
It has to be because of Spikey's play there. They've probably got them all pumped up, ready to go and play a little bit more aggressive, which is really good when you're playing on firing range. And as we have talked about before, this is a very small map. You can actually sprint pretty far in a short period of time. So I feel like as long as they keep up playing aggressive, it's going to be a good game here. Shotgun inside trailer.
He's going to get taken down though. There you go. 4-3 to Cold now. Couldn't do anything in that situation. Always very, very difficult. 2 rounds away for Cold though.
If they bring this round home, I think it's gonna really rattle King's Clan. I mean, the second game, and that would also mean that they are down by 2. So I think this round might be one of their more important in this series. And pretty much, I'm guessing that Narcs might have to wake up a little bit with that sniper in the back. If he can get 1 pick early, that could really change the outcome of this round.
I mean, if he can just even match Jim, it puts him in such a better spot. They're down by 1 round, but he is down by 4 kills, I should say, up against Jim. It has really been fantastic with this so far. Was considering the plant over towards A, but will back it on down, not feeling confident enough on his own.
And he's also saving that trophy system. I think he wanted to put it down maybe a little bit closer to the bomb site as well. Oh, now Jim gets the snipe on Narcs, and that is the sniper battle that we wanted to see, but maybe not in favor for King's Clan. I think they're really going to feel the pressure now.
They will do. XZ, though, is going to be able to find a kill. Spikey's, Yaya and Sav combining well. Suddenly, though, it is a 3v1. Cold Esports now looking to go 5-3 up. XZ, he's not in the best position to use the shotgun. Yaya will find the shots, though. Very nicely done. 5-3 now to Cold.
Now I feel like it's all going to be up to getting the first pick for Cold Esports. We'll say for King's Clan. Sorry, if they can get the first pick, I think they can do it. Otherwise, I think this map is going to go the Cold Esports way.
It's looking that way. King's Clan getting very aggressive on the defensive side of things. Are they going to be ready for this Cold Esports? I don't think they are. Jim, though, pistol out, finds one. Can he find anything else as well? Vieira's going to take him down, but they did not expect that push out of King's Clan. We like to see those brave kind of players when you're down and nearly out. 3v3 now. Shots going in from Spikey.
Also in the moment when the opponents are expecting you to play a little bit more passive, maybe not with confidence. I think that was a great in-game leader. If they were someone to calling out, we gotta play a little bit aggressive now, put some pressure on them, maybe get an early pick. The bomb is down though. In the middle of the map.
Not the best place for it to be. Yep, very, very exposed. Unfortunately, it was where Jim went down. He's typically the bomb carrier for Cold, and that's exactly why we're seeing King's Clan set up here. Nox and Inferno. have the long angles to watch as well. Did they see Yaya make the move across? That is the question. Are they going to see the shots coming in on the right-hand side? That's going to be from Eyebot. Yaya up top, Eyebot shooting as well. Where's these gunfights going to go? Nox goes down, Inferno trades it out against Yaya. But does he see Eyebot pushing up the long side of the map? No, he does not. And Eyebot finds the kill to find the map. That's Cold Esports, 2 to the good in the winners bracket final. But let's have a look at what's going on here on the other side of things. It is Singularity against Hammers once again. And Singularity 3v1 now to go 6-4 and 2-0 in this series. And just like that, Singularity maybe a little bit of an upset there. We really thought that Hammers would be going good in that losers bracket semi-final, but Singularity looking very, very good there as well.
Well, speaking of Singularity looking good, now, while you guys were entertaining everybody with the casting, I went and actually had a look at our stats team. Doing a great job, by the way. But I had the statistics for that first game of Hammer Singularity, and Singularity obviously went 1-0 up, but the score in that first half point was actually 150-11. So Singularity have come to play here on Championship Sunday, so I wouldn't even count them out of the point. They seem to have really found another gear to push forward.
Yeah, looking very, very good from there. I'm just inspecting them myself as well. A big game from Slayer. A huge game. 17 kills from him. And then the other side of things, players like Dravi, who you would be expecting to do a lot better, only 8 and 11 from him. So I think looking at that side of things, a very, very slow slaying game this morning from Hammers. You would expect a lot more from them, considering how well they looked in the losers bracket side of things and how far they pushed Cold Esports yesterday in the winners bracket semi-finals. I mean, you would expect them to be doing better.
No, you 100% would. Well, we'll find out if they can do better just after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. We are going to have map 3 on both games coming up right after this.
You know what phrase we can finally retire? Good, for a mobile game. Fun fact, Sony's been getting the best out of entertainment and technology for like ever. And Call of Duty has been making games since well before some of us were born. Isn't it about time we had a mobile gaming experience that's just good, period? Maybe even great? Turns out we do. Call of Duty made the impossible mobile game with Call of Duty Mobile, and Sony made the impossible smartphone for gamers with Xperia. I can get the edge with wider than widescreen, enhance my game literally with Game Enhancer, share my epic wins with the flick of a finger, and do it all while I keep my cool with HS Power Control. It's casual when I want to kick back, and core when I need to kick butt. It's the gaming experience built with me in mind. Sony brought the gear, and Call of Duty brought the game. Sony's Xperia plus Call of Duty Mobile. Because gamers deserve great, wherever we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Mobile Western Europe Regional Playoffs. My name is Bryce, and we are bringing you the map 3s from both our games currently going on. It is, of course, Hammers versus Team Singularity and Cold Esports versus Kings Clan, and they are fantastic so far, but they are both 2-0. Ton, is this going to go to Swift 3-0s or not?
It's looking that way. You know, the maps have been convincing when we've had a look at the stats from each of them. Both these two teams are dominating so far. Singularity coming hard out the gates, especially in that first hard point, looking very, very good. Cold, maybe a little bit closer in our winners bracket final, of course, going up against Kings Clan, but they have looked comfortable. I think that's probably the fair way to say it. It hasn't necessarily been plain sailing, but they haven't really looked too flustered whatsoever, have they? There was a couple of rounds maybe in the SD where they thought, okay, well, what's going on here? And they just flipped the switch as soon as they got on the attack. So very well played by Cold so far. They're looking very, very good, potentially for the whole thing here.
That's fair enough. Tabes, I'm going to ask you now, what do you think they have to do, Kings Clan, to come back into this now? What next gear? How do they redeem themselves and get that ticket to the grand finals?
I think there might be some positive mental attitude that needs to be coming out of Kings Clan, because if you take a look at Jim right now, in Cold Esports, he seems to be playing with a lot of confidence. They might need to shut him down first and foremost, and I think in Narcs he did lose that sniper battle once, and that's something that you can get in the back of your head and might affect your game. So I'm hoping we get taken to more Call of Duty. I'm hoping we don't get a 3-0 sweep here and actually Kings Clan doing a little bit of a comeback, maybe just shutting down Jim early in a round or something like that, rattle his cage a little bit.
Well, we'll have to find out. It is obviously a long way back for these teams. Kings Clan now have to win 3 back-to-back without dropping a single one. Can this be the start of their journey? Let's jump straight into it. Over to our coverage.
Well, into the domination we go, and can Kings Clan turn this one around? They're going to need a reverse sweep if they want to stay on the winners portion of the bracket. And back over towards standoff we go, but this time on domination. Haven't seen this one so far myself this weekend, Tapes. Anything specific to look out for here, or just a pretty standard domination map?
I mean, standoff, as we said before, is one of the very classic Call of Duty maps. And B flag, you can actually look down from the balcony and Grandma's house towards that flag. And if you manage to lock it down, it's kind of like doing a little bit of a meat shield. You want to throw players over on B, cap it, and then instantly get an Overwatch look from maybe Grandma's house or one of the other balconies. Because this is a very intense map, and also the points that you want to be picking up are pretty far away, and then once you lock down B, it's going to be just a slaughter. There's where you want to go, and you see Cold Esports have already locked it down.
Cold Esports looking very, very good right now. They are going to manage to lock down A and B. Let's go for an Xperia dial-in with Cold Esports.
2 on C, 2 on C.
Top grandma's, Spikey's holding you. He's weak, bro, he's weak.
Push, I'm on top blue, push through.
I'm coming tractor with you again, Yaya.
Oh, go Spikey.
They just keep smoking out tank, bro. One's on the fence, dead. One more, dead.
Oh, he got me. Got the trade.
Oh, I'm burning, bro. Yeah, I'm burning. I'm just gonna hide.
Keep thermite in B when I respawn.
One's boxes. Box is dead. One more. B. Dead. Good map control.
One left. He pushed him.
We've got him spawn trap. Keep him
nice,
there.
Bro. Nice, Spikey. Good shit, bro.
Don't let him get any kills, man.
Oh, two more grannies.
Just keep slaying them. Let's fucking go.
Bro, just slay them out, bro. No streets for them, fam. No streets for them.
Both top grannies. Oh, I'm nasty.
Top factory. He pushed up.
Oh, they're pushing A. There's one kid back.
Dead. He's pushing up B. Dead B. I mean, A. I have tractor control, bro. Tractor control's all mine, fam.
Top grannies as well.
Bro, it's too easy. Oh, guard him. They push me boxes. He's on statue right now. Yeah, he's on statue. I'm spawning C. Spawning down.
Bro.
Wow, you can tell that the communication and it feels like Cold Esports are just playing so positive. Oh, what is going on? Triple from Ibot that fast with the War Machine. That was 4. Excuse me, sorry. I mean, if you listen to that Xperia dial-in, they're feeling confident, and it's also very calm in the callouts, and they managed to lock down the first half with 75 towards 43. It's looking pretty convincing. This might be a 3-0
Can we just take a step back and just appreciate what Ibot just did there? Yes, okay, he's got the War Machine, but he just split Kings Clan from getting a hold of that 2 cap towards the end. Yasuke wouldn't have made a great deal on the back end of the map, I don't think, let's be honest, but wow, just finds the kills in the middle, cleans them up for the end of the round, and now we're kicking off into the second half, and Cold Esports have a 30-point lead. Phenomenal from them, phenomenal from Cold so far.
They're really putting the pressure on King's Clan to do something here. I mean, they already have so many points, but we're also watching on our other screen here the losers bracket, which is Team Singularity versus Hammer Esports. And Hammer Esports, how are they doing? This is the team that have had a little bit of unluckiness here, and they're also down by 2 points. What do you think, Ton? Are they going to be able to do a comeback?
I don't know, man. It just seems as if they've come in a little bit cold this morning, so we'll keep an eye on what's going on there. But this one, still nobody able to capture B so far in the beginning of this second round, of course, as we head into the second half, I should say. But Cold Esports still in the dominating position here. That said, I still have about a 30-point lead. And honestly, it suits them. The longer that B is not captured, the better for them. It gives less time for players like Nox to start kicking off in and around this point. But Bot is going to find him once again. Another double kill for him. He's been phenomenal for his team. Right now, 16 kills. But look at Sav. He's sitting on 19 now. This
He's just
MP5 in the middle of
his game of his life here.
He's frying. He's going to still keep on going. The grab spikes as well. Oh my goodness. Another 3 for Sav. And every single player on Cold Esports just has their moments where they pop off left, right, and center. And it's just so consistent. They should be able to get a hold of B here as well if they can clean up XZ, who's going to be running around with a shotgun. He is still going 22 kills and 23 kills and counting. My goodness, Sav. They're going to get B for all of his efforts as well. He is dominating middle of the map for his team.
This is absolutely crazy. This is the type of Call of Duty that you want to be able to tune in on. I mean, Cold Esports, I got to take the hat off of them right now. It looks like this is going to be a sweep with a 3-0 towards King's Clan. I'm still hoping that maybe they can whip out an ace up their sleeve and get this B flag down, but it has to be now. Otherwise, the time is already ticked away way too much.
Sav, now what can he do yet?
It's 26 kills on this domination on standoff.
I mean, if you look at it on the other side of things, all things considered, King's Clan not that far behind, it has to be said. Yes, okay, it's a good 40 points, but really, looking at the slaying potential on the side of King's Clan, they're really nowhere near, but still, yes, they are in touching distance in this game. Well, it could be done now as the 3-cap gets locked in for Cold Esports. King's Clan are just going to get further and further away. The 3-cap for them would have caught them up pretty quickly within a minute or so, but Cold Esports, we said that they're the favorites heading into this tournament. They're 2-0 up in this one. They're looking to close out this series. We can see a bit of a spawn trap coming in as well towards the Garage side. They have been dominant. They've come in, they've had their coffee this morning, and they ain't coming in cold. They're coming in very, very hot. Cold Esports are going to surely walk away as winners here. In map number 3,
wow.
This one is done and dusted. Cold Esports will take your winners bracket final 3-0. And that is a hellishly convincing game.
Well, Cold Esports have certainly turned up today. They have just put King's Clan to bed and down into the lower bracket in what can only be described as dominating fashion, right? There was very little to go for it. Sav obviously just went berserk in the middle of the map. We heard the Xperia dial in. They basically said, just keep slaying. No streaks for them, no streaks for them, right? That's a whole new level of confidence to just say, hey, just keep winning your gunfights. Don't worry about anything else. They're not talking about, rotations or getting cuts. There's no panic there from there, right? So they are just going absolutely insane. But we will, of course, catch up with the rest of the games in just a little while and find out, who's going to be playing Cold Esports in the grand final ticket they've just got. We are going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You know what phrase we can finally retire? Good. For a mobile game. Fun fact, Sony's been getting the best out of entertainment and technology for ever. And Call of Duty has been making games since, well, before some of us were born. Isn't it about time we had a mobile gaming experience that's just good, period? Maybe even great? Turns out we do. Call of Duty made the impossible mobile game with Call of Duty Mobile, and Sony made the impossible smartphone for gamers with Xperia. I can get the edge with wider than widescreen. Enhance my game literally with Game Enhancer. share my epic wins with the flick of a finger, and do it all while I keep my cool with HS Power Control. It's casual when I want to kick back, and core when I need to kick butt. It's the gaming experience built with me in mind. Sony brought the gear, and Call of Duty brought the game. Sony's Xperia plus Call of Duty Mobile. Because gamers deserve great, wherever we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Mobile Western Europe Regional Playoffs. My name is Bryce, and we just have had our first two games of the day. And I'll tell you something, those games went pretty quickly, didn't they? 2 3-0s for our game. Not exactly what I was expecting in the Final Four, but it turns out there are new levels these players can ascend to, and ascend they did. Let's talk quickly about the Hammers versus Singularity game, because Singularity 3-0'd Hammers as well, and it didn't look that close apart from the search and destroy ton.
No, it didn't look close whatsoever, did it? I mean, let's just give a report towards domination. It's 150 to 88 as well. Phenomenal play out of Singularity. Honestly, when everyone was talking about today's games and who we expected to come out the losers bracket, Hammers had to be it. I was expecting Hammers to win this game and then probably come up against King's Clan potentially and then want to win that as one as well. But we've seen they had a very close game against Cold yesterday, and Cold have just demolished King's Clan. So clearly something not right on the Hammers esports side of things this morning. Looking very, very slow for them. They drop out in miserable fashion as well. It's not like they just lost a close game and they'd be like, oh, you know, we were unlucky. They got smoked. They got smoked. So I mean, it's a big time.
Well, this is
they got
right?
smoked, Pricey.
I'm aware of what happened to the team, Tanner, okay? I'm trying to move us on to, because there's a great tie-in, right? Hammers obviously played Cold earlier on, and Singularity just took them down in big fashion. So can we get any sort of, like, influence on whether or not Singularity are in a better form now, or Hammers had an off day? I'll tell you what, I'll tell you who will know. Let's go speak to Jim from Cold Esports and see what he thinks about what's been going on. Jim, I'm hoping you can hear me and I can hear you. How are you?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly. I'm good, thanks. We're doing great today. We're doing absolutely great today.
You certainly are. I'm not going to deny that in any way, shape or form. But first of all, congratulations on getting to the grand final. Yeah. You are the first team to make it there. And if you don't mind me saying, in really dominating fashion, like, what is this extra gear you found today?
Well, I think it comes down to yesterday. We're having some minor issues connection-wise. A lot of the games, if I'm honest, we played were 4v5. Today we're running on all 5 cylinders. All 5 of the players have got perfect internet. You're going to see a different team today, and that's a promise.
I look forward to it. I look forward to it. I also heard the communications from our Xperia dial-in for your team, and it seemed actually pretty calm. You know, I think I heard the call out, you know, don't let them get streaks, just slay, just slay, just slay. I'm guessing that's just a level of confidence in the team right now today, just going, hey, we're just going to continue to put the hammer down.
Yeah, well, after we got the 2-0 lead and we went into the domination game, the adrenaline took over. We were just too pumped, too ready for it. Cold on top. Cold came out on top, as expected for us.
Hey, it was a great performance, but I've also, in my notes here, I've been looking at it, says you are the team leader in and out of games. So what do you kind of put in and how do you lead your team through these matches, and especially now, right? It's Championship Sunday. Is it a pep talk or is it just cool, calm and collected?
It comes from past pro experience, really. It's knowing when to push where, and it's mostly organisation and making sure everyone's happy within the team, everyone's comfortable in their role, which we've been friends in Cold Esports for a very long time. We're all very comfortable and we all know what we're doing.
That's great to hear. I like to hear that a good friendship in the team is always something I look forward to. I did have a technical question for you because I am not a super expert in Call of Duty Mobile, but I've been looking at the operator weapons people keep kind of bringing out here, and I noticed that you had quite a diverse portfolio of them in that last game, and whereas most teams end up kind of running 4 Annihilators and maybe Tempest or Grav Spikes, you actually had basically the whole collection, right? You had Annihilator, Gravity Spikes, Tempest, and a War Machine. Is there a reason you've gone for that specific loadout, or is it just personal preference?
It's personal preference on half, about 50%, but it's more because it's all situational. You can use Annihilators, for example. Yeah, they're great to clear out a team, but it's just one thing that everybody can do. If we've all got different things, it's diversity. It works well for us, so we're going to carry on doing it.
Awesome. All right, fair enough. Well, I have one last question for you, and it is kind of a big one, okay? So Team Singularity just took down Hammers Esports in pretty dominating fashion. So they are now going to be playing the team you just beat, Kings Clan. Would you like to weigh in with a prediction of who you think you're going to be playing in the grand final?
So that is a big question. I honestly think...
Sorry, it is.
I think if Kings can pick their game up a little bit, they will make a return. They're a very strong team. Narcs is a great sniper as well. Just couldn't get it today. But Singularity as well, I'd like to see them there. We put them down as our rivals. So it's whoever we end up playing against, it's going to be good competition, and we're going to make the most out of it.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for talking to us here on the broadcast. I'll let you go rest, recuperate, and get ready for the grand final. Thank you so much for joining us.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
No problem. All right. Well, there you go, guys. You heard from Jim himself. Seems pretty confident and relaxed now they've got into it. And he said, you know, our adrenaline was flowing map 3. We are ready on all 5 cylinders today, Tabes.
Yeah, I mean, he also doesn't even seem to really care that much which one they're going to be facing in the finals. I mean, he was just seemed like a very relaxed. And also, I mean, after a game like that, what else can you do? And just pat yourself on the back and just say good job. So I mean, as we said also, I mean, in the comms, it's also very easy sometimes when you are stomping another team to kind of lose a little bit of focus, but they were still keeping calm even though they had the adrenaline pumping, as he said.
Oh yeah, 100%. And they do seem confident, like you said. I think one of the things that, I mean, I'll forgive him for not giving me an accurate prediction. He kind of led towards Kings Clan, I feel. But he did say, you know, we don't mind whoever we play here. You know, we've already beaten Kings Clan. Team Singularity we've put down as our rivals, so we're happy to face whoever. And I can see why, right? They've had a great performance here, and obviously we're going to now see Kings Clan go against Team Singularity just in a little bit, and that may give us a better benchmark of how those two teams end up stacking against each other.
Yeah, hopefully so, and it's going to be interesting to see, especially with how Singularity dealt with Hammers Esports, where Kings Clan's heads are at as well, because they just got dominated themselves. Singularity coming off the back of a really big win. It will be interesting to see where they lie with each other, but at the same time, it's going to be, for me, interesting to see if King Clan can recuperate and regain after that one, because they were coming into this undefeated, and they, as I mentioned a few times, got smoked. So, I mean, they need to come in here and just get themselves in the right headspace, or they are going to really struggle against Singularity. Really, really struggle. They've already had a very close game against them, and to be honest with you, they were much better than Singularity, but Singularity clutched up. But if Singularity are going to play as well as they just did against Hammers there, they're going to be really, really difficult to beat this time around.
No, 100%. And obviously, we are watching the highlights of the Singularity Hammers game, and you can see, right, it was pretty even. in that domination, and then all of a sudden a switch got flicked and it went right out the way. The other big thing we spoke about is that first half point. It was 150 to 11. That speaks volumes about just how well Singularity are potentially playing today. It is a scary prospect for any team, especially Kingsclan, who've just come off a pretty big loss themselves. So very much probably a difference in the mental state of these two teams going into this, especially with the stakes on the line, Tapes.
Yeah, I mean, if you just imagine how much money it's actually on the line as well. I mean, we're just in for an absolute treat of Call of Duty Mobile esports.
We certainly are, and I think for me, I'm struggling to feel because the biggest problem I'm having so far is that both those games were so dominating that it's difficult to kind of pull highlights out of them, because both teams obviously just put on a show, right? It's one of those ones where could they have made little mistakes here and there? Well, no. Basically, in the hard points and the DOMs, it was very, very one-sided. Search and Destroy, obviously always round-based, but 6-4 and 6-3, I believe the two scorelines were in both the games we ended up just watching. How much do you end up pulling from it? Because for me, I don't know realistically how I think this game's going to go, right? They played yesterday. We did say Hammers were better, but Singularity looked better today. Ton, any way to split these two teams?
I mean, honestly, yesterday they were very, very close, as we mentioned. It comes down to Singularity clutching up time and time again. But this morning, to see their players, Slayer and Miney, doing so well, they had like a combined 50 kills on that domination between them. That's insane on such a short mode, specifically like domination. It seems as if it's going to come down to who's playing on the day. We've just seen Kingsclan ain't playing. They ain't doing anything. Who was called esports on that side of things? Cold Hand Esports is what Kingsclan should be called, because they weren't doing anything at all. It was
Yeah.
So I honestly, if they play like that again against Singularity, who seemingly are frying this morning, then they're probably going to get smoked again. They need to step up their game. They need to go, maybe just run their hands under some cold water, something like that.
Yeah,
Another
wash your
coffee,
hands. It's always a good trick
Wash your
before you're
hands.
doing.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Have you not
If
heard
that-
about this? You're supposed, if you have an important game, maybe I'm recommending right now for Singularities, you just go wash up your hands. You're gonna
wash
play a
your
little bit
hands,
better.
yeah.
This is an actual
Not
tip.
only that,
I've heard it.
I mean, just generally wash your hands generally anyway. Many
Especially
benefits.
now, yeah, for
many,
sure.
Many benefits, and also an added benefit that it'll keep your phone clean. And I suppose
Exactly.
at that point we should probably give a shout out to Sony for providing all the players with their latest flagship smartphones, the Xperia 1 Mark II, to use during the competition. For you watching, if you do want to learn more about the gaming features in the Xperia 1 Mark II, you can visit the Sony Europe YouTube channel, just in the link you can see on your screen right now. And if you really want to kind of look at their phones as well, you can look at the Xperia 5 Mark II that has also been on sale. Comes with a 120 Hz display, refresh rate, and a 240 Hz touch scanning rate. So fantastic mobiles here, and every single player in this competition is using the exact same thing with its cinema wide, with its heat suppression technology, and everything else that Sony has done to optimize it for Call of Duty Mobile. Well, I'm guessing we're going to go in ready for our next game. It will be the losers final coming up next, so we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More action here at the Call of Duty Mobile Western Europe Regional Playoffs right after this.
You know what phrase we can finally retire? Good, for a mobile game. Fun fact, Sony's been getting the best out of entertainment and technology for like ever. And Call of Duty has been making games since, well, before some of us were born. Isn't it about time we had a mobile gaming experience that's just good, period? Maybe even great? Turns out we do. Call of Duty made the impossible mobile game with Call of Duty Mobile, and Sony made the impossible smartphone for gamers with Xperia. I can get the edge with wider than widescreen, enhance my game literally with Game Enhancer, share my epic wins with the flick of a finger, and do it all while I keep my cool with HS Power Control. It's casual when I want to kick back, and core when I need to kick butt. It's the gaming experience built with me in mind. Sony brought the gear, and Call of Duty brought the game. Sony's Xperia plus Call of Duty Mobile. Because gamers deserve great, wherever we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Mobile Western Europe Regional Playoffs. My name is Bryce, and we have even more games for you right now, as well as a little bit of change in the staffing here on screen. We have removed Tabes and replaced him with Bobby. Bobby, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. I had a blast watching those games. Honestly, I was a little bit disappointed when I realized I wasn't going to get to cast either of them, and then I watched them happen, and they were over in 30 minutes. I was like, well, guess I didn't miss out on a whole lot.
No, it was very quick. It was very, very quick. But you know what? These teams have come to play today, right? And obviously we've got a ton of great teams going through, and we have our very first player teams going to the grand final. Cold Esports. Our bracket is almost done. Not quite, but it is just about getting there. Our winners bracket has basically concluded, and we now are looking at our lower bracket for this one, where our next game comes from as well. But if you are wondering exactly how this is currently happening, here's our double elimination lower bracket. You can see Kings Clan versus Team Singularity up to this point. And Bobby, since you're just now joining us here as well, Team Singularity have pretty much set on fire today with this one, because they've had a fantastic start against Hammers. Was that something you were expecting?
Honestly, I was expecting Hammers to come out of the losers bracket. Seeing not only Singularity win, but the 3-0 and also the scores see each of the matches was absolutely shocking to me. I looked at the hardpoint score, and I believe Singularity actually won 150-11. So it's not even like they were playing the games closely. Even though we saw Hammers play really, really close the whole way with Cold Esports, who's really been the favorite, I don't know, because we didn't get to see as much of the games, if it was a matter of Hammers Esports not showing up, or if Singularity is just really, really focusing in today.
Well, we can only find out as we look on Singularity right now, and we do know that Cold Esports and Singularity consider each other rivals. So Singularity obviously want to get to that grand final to see if they can't give them a piece of their mind. They haven't had the opportunity to play them yet, but standing in their way, of course, is going to be Kings Clan, who just suffered a fairly devastating loss, but obviously they have that chance. Lower bracket now, you can get right back into this. The winner of this game will go into the grand finals. Ton, what do you think of Kings Clan?
I think they really need to step up. We know they're a lot better than what we just seen from them beforehand. And honestly, we didn't see enough from players like Nox. I need to see more from him. The snipe play on S&D wasn't there. Didn't really do a whole lot. The whole team really across the respawn game mode. So they need to take a step back, figure out what went wrong, which was mostly everything, and then just do better. In fairness, I just need to see them slay it a lot more, because honestly, we didn't see it whatsoever. I mean, I want to give credit to Cold Clan as well, of course, playing fantastically, but at the same time, Kings Clan not bringing their best A game at all in that winners bracket final. So hopefully they can find themselves on another level here against Singularity, who they've already beat before, so that should give them some confidence.
It certainly should, and one of the big things we do need to talk about here is the rivalry going on at the moment. We've got Narcs and Head for Death both listed each other as their rivals, and it's finally going to get to throw down in main stage again. Bobby, why is this is going to be a big rivalry, right, for players to name each other individually?
Yeah, for sure. I've actually seen the two play on the same team as each other at some points in the past as well, so I think they really are good friends, and typically friendships tend to make for the best rivalries, and especially given how long these guys have both been in the competitive scene for Call of Duty Mobile, I know it's going to be a really good matchup watching the two of them. Obviously, confidence is going to play a really big factor for both teams. Singularity coming into this red hot and Cold Esports coming in off of getting swept. So I'm definitely interested to see how that's going to factor in, as it looks like we are good to hop into the first game.
Well, here we go. Into it we go, and Team Singularity, what can they bring here? They've already come very, very hot, as you mentioned, off the back of a very good win against Esports, who are really looking like one of the favorites heading into the final day. So Singularity upsetting the odds here. If they can play in a similar fashion against Kings Clan, they've got a date in that grand finals against Cold Esports. Now, let's see if they can get something going here, or can Kings Clan bring it back? These two already played on this map, and it was actually Singularity who walked away. Actually, no, that was the first game of the day. They played on Crash. So I'm interested to see how Hardpoint goes, but last time round, it was split as far as I'm aware, so let's see which way this one goes. Singularity, though, with a pretty slow start, but Kings Clan have got the rotation over towards P2. And Bobby, what are we looking out for specifically on standoff? It has to be that rotation to P2, right?
Yeah, the rotations are going to be big. How players play at some of those tight angles. We'll likely see shotguns playing a big factor, and honestly, right now, it looks like Kings Clan is absolutely stomping, especially in the kills department. I believe pretty much dwarfing the numbers of Singularity, which is not what I was expecting to see, especially what we saw from those first couple games of the day. But Veer already up at 7, Narcs at 5, Inferno at 4, and Singularity's just really struggling to win those gunfights. Obviously, if you're not winning your gunfights, you're not going to be able to secure map position, you're not going to be able to make your rotations on time, everything's going to be slowed. And regardless, we still have Singularity on the hard point, so it seems like even with all that going against them, they're still managing to find things to go their way.
They are, and somebody who's really performed fantastically is Miney. We spoke to him yesterday, of course, and seen the clip of his quad kill on the S&D, specifically on this map as well, which was one of the standout moments of Saturday's games. He's having a good game so far as well, and Singularity are going to be able to lock down this final 10 seconds, and the rotation belongs to them as well. Slayer gets the kill for the scrap time and head for death now. Inside the point, he's got a good vantage point over top middle as well. Angel's there, so is XZ. We can already see Nox has managed to make the push through into the hard point as well. He's going to go down. Very, very easy kill for head for death. And it looks as if Singularity are locking this down nice and easily, but Vera's going to come in through the window, and that's going to get shut down, and Kings Clan get a very, very nice break, a very clean one at that as well. It's only Sem left from Singularity inside there, who's going to find one himself. Slayer finds as well, so nobody really able to establish some sort of control here.
Yeah, that was a crucial break for them. Miney pushing into the hard point, actually allowing Singularity to get the retake right here. It looks like it's going to be a very back and forth game. We've already had multiple teams securing this one hard point, and it looks like Singularity will be able to hold it for the time being. 23 seconds left, and only one player on site for Kings Clan, unless he's able to pull off a crazy solo break. More than likely, we will see them setting up for that fourth hard point, which we do see right here. It is actually Head for Death playing that top head glitch, getting a couple crucial kills, and that could potentially allow them to get a break as they try to push into the next hard point too.
Well, Miney managed to find 2 with the War Machine before he was shut down with a well-placed incense. So let's see, can Singularity lock this one down? Although everything was coming in towards them, it seems as if they have managed to hold this one down. They can't quite win it here if they hold down every single point. But they're going to be attacked from a few different angles. It seems as if towards P2 they're able to lock that one down. Nox is the only one there causing problems. He goes down. Inferno around the other side of things, though. What's that going to cause? Not too many problems, as it seems as if he's been taken down as well. So really good hold by Singularity so far. They've soaked up every single point they possibly could have here. XZ, though, round the back, should get cleaned up. Realistically, does so, and this is just a perfect setup from Singularity. Can Head for Death hold the front? He cannot. Distracted momentarily. His team spawn out behind the aggressors. And 20 seconds to play for here. This is important time for Kings Clan. If they can take it away from Singularity, they do not want Singularity to be within 10. They may well be if they can hold on to the rest of this time as we head back over towards the middle. And looking like a Singularity game so far after one rotation there. 60 or 50 points or so up as we head back over towards P1.
Yeah, Sem got a big solo break right there with the Annihilator in P4, but It looks like we are once again going back and forth. Obviously, really big lead for Singularity right now. They have a contested hardpoint, but with Narcs pushing outside, could get some big frags. He's able to do so. This is definitely a big break for Kings Clan, and honestly, if you're them, you got to be on edge right now, knowing that you can't give up a whole lot of time, especially on rotations. Not only do you need to try to hold for the entire duration of this hardpoint, but you got to be ahead on the next one as well. You can't give up too much. But Singularity has absolutely turned this one around. Every single player in double digits. After the start, it looked like they were going to get straight up out-fragged, but they've managed to get back into a rhythm, and it seems like they're returning to the form that we saw them in the first match of the day.
Oh, now they've managed to actually get a hold of P1. They got rotation from the P2, but they can actually win on this middle hill. If they can keep a hold of it, it is going to be contested momentarily, and that might just do enough for Kings Clan to give themselves another hill here. But are they going to be close enough? Of course, we've got the setup time for this next hill of around 8 seconds, and that's all that Kings Clan have got to try and get themselves over through the garage. Can they make it through the points here? Not quite. SEM and co locking this one down. Is there going to be anybody near here for Kings Clan? It looks like that is not the case. Singularity continue with how they've left off with a very convincing win against Kings Clan and map number 1. Very well played by Singularity once again.
Singularity have found some sort of final form today and really are just taking it to everyone. Bobby, why are they looking so dominant right now?
Off the start of that game, it really looked like Singularity was going to struggle. They weren't winning their gunfights. There was a pretty big kill disparity going the way of Kings Clan, but it was the rotations that really got them into that rhythm. Once they were set up on that second hard point, that allowed them to establish position. Once they had control of that and knew where to expect the enemy to come from, they were able to start winning those gunfights, and at that point, the momentum really swung in their favor, and they just didn't look back after it.
Well, if you're Kings Clan, you're a little bit worried right now, right? Because Singularity basically have just won 4 maps on the bounce. They've looked very, very good. Ton, how do you recover here if you're Kings Clan? Like, what do you do?
It's very hard. They need a leader in there to sort of start talking to them and say, right, come on, we know we are significantly better than this. What's going on? We need to decipher that very, very quickly. But at the same time, you're heading into a very different game mode with Search and Destroy outside of Hardpoint, of course. It's not nearly as quick, and you can maybe try and find something there. They need a spark to get the fire going, I feel. And if they can win the S&D, we can maybe see them come back. However, we need to see a lot more, don't we? I mean, we're not seeing any of the Slayers that we seen going off yesterday, are we? At all. So I think that is one of the bigger issues. Singularity themselves, though, their Slayers are playing fantastic. The Slayer as well himself is doing very, very well, as is Miney, of course. It's what we've come to expect, but Singularity just seem to be getting better and better.
Oh, they certainly do. And here are the maps, by the way, that we are going to be seeing. Of course, we've just seen Standoff Hardpoint. Team Singularity took that 150 to 101. We are now moving into Meltdown, Search and Destroy, then Firing Range Dom. If the game doesn't end there, of course, we will go to map 4, Crash Point. And if we get all the way to map 5, we will end this on a Crossfire, Search and Destroy. Bobby, Meltdown, S&D, do you have any hopes for Kings Clan or Singularity looking too good today?
If there's going to be a map where Narcs is going to be able to bounce back, it's definitely going to be Meltdown, especially if they're able to get a pretty aggressive push over toward the B site. Having that sniper's nest overlooking the entire bomb site is definitely a great opportunity, but you got to keep in mind there are some great snipers over on Singularity as well that could very well be able to counter it. If the snipes are not falling, obviously they've also got the opportunity to go push toward the A side, and that provides more close range angles, so a lot of it's just going to come down to how the snipers are feeling. That's probably what's going to dictate a lot of how this Search and Destroy on Meltdown is going to be played.
All right, well, I think we're going to find out because I believe the game is about to start. Let's find out who makes it to our grand final on the Search and Destroy. It could be Kings Clan if they can find a new form today. But let's jump straight into this game. Over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Brycey. Into the S&D we go, and it looks like a massive B hit about to come straight in Kings Clan. I could do with seeing them get some early rounds here. It really would help them in their case, and immediately First Blood is going to go in the favor of Team Singularity. A very good start from their side of things. They're going to find another as well momentarily, 4v3, but well played by Miney and Head for Death here. Now a 3v1 actually in favor of Team Singularity. Can they get this one going? Looking good for them so far, but Kings Clan once again just being outslayed across the map here, Bobby.
Yeah, Inferno all by himself with the 3 remaining Singularity players. Just no type of momentum right now for Kings Clan. They've got to figure out something. It doesn't seem like they had much of an impact with a sniper. I'm not even sure if they had a sniper in play. More than likely, off the start of the next game, we'll probably see them play a little bit more passive, likely sitting outside of that A site, waiting to get a pick or a push in before they try to take a different approach, because obviously the aggressive B side push just did not work for them. Inferno is going to go here to Boiler Rooms to see if he can manage to find a pick, but everybody down on generators for Singularity right now. He will find a beautiful shot on the ice block, and that HVK that he's using actually recently got a buff. Incredible headshot damage on that. Obviously, the head was the only thing he could see on that angle. That meant an easy kill for him, and now in a 1v1, could clutch the 1v3. Slayer says not today, and it is Singularity coming out on top.
A very close round, and I feel as if that's just one that's going to continue to be painful for Kings Clan here. They lose, what, their 4th map in a row and just lose a 1v1, and nearly a 1v3 coming out as well for them, and it's got to be painful. Every single one of these close moments just further and further gives that confidence no help whatsoever. But Kings Clan, can they get anything going here? Singularity looking very, very good. 2 kills for Slayer in that round. Good job that he had that Fennec towards the end, because up close and personal, that's always going to win it against HVK.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Like I expected, they are playing passive off the start, and it's still... Actually, it does go their way as Eggsy is able to take out Slayer. That should open up some options for them to be able to push to whatever site they're trying to favor right now with the guns in play. It looks like more than likely we'll see a B push. We do have Narcs with the sniper out, and over on the B site is where you're going to have the advantage with it. Eggsy up in the Boiler Rooms could potentially get an easy frag over on the generator side as well. Not trying to take any long angles with that, though. We do have Narcs overlooking the site. Hasn't hopped up into the sniper's nest and may have a counter push over toward the A site. It seems like they have faked out Singularity for the time being.
It's looking that way. Singularity all at sea here as Kings Clan make the move round. A bomb is going down and knocks down the one to cover the back. That bomb will eventually get put down and is now down. 45 seconds for Singularity to get themselves over and get this one defused. It's a very hard site to retake, but there is multiple different angles. It takes one side of the reactor to get taken by the offensive side, and then all of a sudden things can fall into place. It's a good smoke that's going to get pushed through, but Miney found the first kill. Via will trade that one out, but he will get taken down himself. Iceblock helping out Sam. XE though is going to trade this one away, so Iceblock now left alone with Head for Death. Can they get anything done here? It's a 2v3 for Singularity to try and pull off. XE coming around behind with the shotgun, and Nox cleans it up with the pistol. That's one apiece now, and that's a round that Kings Clan really did need.
Yeah, that's exactly what I expected from Kings Clan. They executed that perfectly, played it passive, waited till they got a pick. They got pretty good bearings on what Singularity was going to be doing, and once they felt pretty confident they were going to be safe doing it, made the rotation over toward the A site, definitely expecting we will see a similar strategy right here, as we do see Angel up in that top side, trying to peek out that window and see if he can manage to relay some information to his team. No picks on the board yet. We do have Inferno throwing out the cryo bomb, potentially just trying to bait the other team a little bit. He's going to sit top side of generators and actually getting a little aggressive here. There's 3 players on the other side. Probably not an ideal push, but he does pick up a frag on the ice block. He's going to be able to push up into Boiler Rooms as well. Probably going to spot Sem there, and it is now a 2-player advantage for Kings Clan.
And there's a 5v3, and wow, Inferno is frying with this HVK. 5 kills in a row for him. He is going to go down, but now it's a 4v2. Singularity really getting picked apart by Inferno here. They need to get tabs on him as soon as they can. But Slayer with the Fennec now. Going to try and make the push into A, but there's plenty of men here from Kings Clan. Via with the drop shot. Nox comes with a snipe kill as well. Miney going down. That's 2 crucial rounds for Kings Clan. Feels as if the game was maybe just slipping away from them a little bit, but fantastic play from them here in the losers bracket finals. 2-1 now, and still a game on our hands.
Kings Clan is without a doubt a phenomenal team. They've shown yesterday they were able to take out Singularity. So it's not surprising to see them playing this well in the Search and Destroy, especially given their performances yesterday. Definitely expecting to continue to see big things out of Inferno, and not surprised at all to see that HVK in play, especially given what a high skill gap weapon it is. People that are able to hit the upper body and headshots are going to be rewarded greatly, and we've seen that time again so far, as he's already got 5 kills through 3 rounds. No first blood yet, as we actually see Singularity defending the A site. Probably the right move for them, and Inferno almost taken out. He might be able to escape right here, but the push coming out of Kings Clan a little bit slower this time than it has been in previous rounds.
Yep, a little bit of a slower one, as you said. Neither team really taking the initiative here, and happy to sit and wait, and this works out for the defensive team, which is Singularity. Kings Clan look like they're stacking towards it, maybe waiting for a kill to come through and then making their move, or are they just trying to bait out? Via now does have this bomb and will make the push through. Gets into sight, pretty much free here as well. Trophy system taken down as well. Don't feel as if he really needed to do that, because now they can get the bomb down, but they are aware of what's going on here. Singularity. XZ will find 1 and 2 before he does go down, so really good work from him. Singularity now down to only 3 members, and it's 4 for Kings Clan. Miney looking like he could get around behind. I'm interested to see what he's going to do on the flank, as Iceblock just tries to provide some sort of distraction. Miney can't find anybody, still searching around on the flank. 27 seconds left to go as well. He could do with finding a kill. Inferno is going to take down Iceblock though, and all of a sudden it's Miney left all alone. A very capable player, but a 1v3, technically 1v4, and a bomb defuse at this time in the round is looking unlikely. Kings Clan will now take a 3-1 lead, or should do at least anyway. Eventually Angel is going to come around behind and find a kill onto Miney. I was confident that they were going to win that one, making a bit of a meal of it there, Bobby, but in the end they do get the win, and that's 3-1 to Kings Clan.
Yeah, they've just looked so calm, cool, and calculated so far. Ever since that first round, they got super aggressive. They pushed the B site unnecessarily hard. I think they wanted a really strong start, and they weren't able to get it. But ever since, they've decided to play it a little more passive. They've been able to focus more on getting that first pick than they have on actually getting the bomb down. It's 100% gone their way, and we've seen 3 rounds in a row going their way. The offensive side's very clearly in control. Whether or not they'll be able to continue that once they move over on defense is going to be a very different story, but we are going to have a B plant coming in right here, which will once again give Kings Clan the advantage. They do have Miney taking out Angel right there, so the first time they've been down a man in a while. Marks very quickly gets the snipe onto Slayer, and just like that, we got 4 men apiece.
Now let's see as the round does slow down if Singularity can do anything here. They never really seem to have an advantage in any of these rounds. Kings Clan just seem to get those picks at the beginning, but the kills start to flurry on through. All of a sudden it is a 3v2 in favor of Kings Clan. Iceblock looking for some shots down this left hand side towards Generators as Head for Death finds 1, as does Inferno though. All of a sudden it's a 1v1. Iceblock against XZ, and XZ usually has that shotgun in hand. Has Iceblock seen him though? The shot's coming through. Yes, he has, and it will be Singularity not able to defuse the bomb in time. 4-1 now. Good shots coming in there, but just not enough time. XZ very, very well placed. Just whittled that clock down. 4-1 now. Fantastic, fantastic play coming out of Kings Clan. And this is the kind of map we said that they need. A good S&D performance really can reset the mental attitude of your team, and now Kings Clan looking to defend A, is Singularity converging on it all together. XZ and Angel though combining well. It's such a well-held defense. All of a sudden it is 3 versus 2. Singularity falling apart here.
Yeah, very, very well executed on the defensive side by Kings Clan. We do have Inferno taking out Slayer, and it looks like the aggressive approach so far on this map is not the move. We saw right there the exact same thing happened to Singularity that happened to Kings Clan the first time they tried to push the B side very, very aggressively. It seemed like a good move until you started getting picked apart, and once you lose one player, the rest follow very quickly. So it is now game point for Kings Clan. They are definitely looking like they're going to even things up at 5-1. They've been so good so far. XZ and Inferno combining for 18 kills, and Eggsy having a really big play at the end of that last offensive round where he was able to play time. Even though he didn't get the kill, they were able to pick up the round. That was absolutely a game changer for them, looking like they could close things out right here.
They should be able to here, Kings Clan. It's a slower offense coming out of Singularity here. It seems like Singularity just don't have a plan. It seems like they're just sort of headbutting stuff and seeing if it works. And yes, okay, that works fantastically in Hardpoint maybe sometimes if you are wanting to try and get a break and, you know, playing really fast Call of Duty. But at this moment in time, Kings Clan sit and pray. They're very, very happy to just hold this defense. You can see that this push is going to come in here from Singularity up the stairs. The molly's already put in though, and that's going to cause a lot of problems. Via is going to find Ice Block. Head for death though. Is able to answer that one back, but the kills all flying on through. All of a sudden, Kings Clan have got it done. 6-1, a convincing S&D performance, and it's exactly what they needed after a flurry of maps they just lost in row S&D. Coming up trumps for that.
Well, there we go. Kings Clan turning it around. And Bobby, I'll give full credit to you. You said, you know, this could be the map they should turn it around on and kind of rebound for them. But that is one incredible rebound, right? From they lost the first round and then just 6-0'd them essentially all the way through. Is this just something we expect to see out of Kings Clan on S&D?
Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised to see that they were able to handle that so easily, especially how good Singularity was in the first game of the matchup. It is a very different strategy going from Hardpoint to Search and Destroy, and it just seemed like Kings Clan had much better strategy going into that one, and there wasn't really anything that Singularity could do. Once Kings Clan had established what their game plan was going to be, they were getting all the first bloods, they were getting the bomb plants down. Singularity had no idea what to do in order to counter, and basically perfect execution coming out of Kings Clan after that.
All right, well, it turns out we're all tied up now, 1-1. Either team could now move forward to the grand finals, but we will find out right after this quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We'll have more action for you coming up soon.
You know what phrase we can finally retire? Good, for a mobile game. Fun fact, Sony's been getting the best out of entertainment and technology for like ever. And Call of Duty has been making games since well before some of us were born. Isn't it about time we had a mobile gaming experience that's just good, period? Maybe even great? Turns out we do. Call of Duty made the impossible mobile game with Call of Duty Mobile, and Sony made the impossible smartphone for gamers with Xperia. I can get the edge with wider than widescreen, enhance my game literally with Game Enhancer, share my epic wins with the flick of a finger, and do it all while I keep my cool with HS Power Control. It's casual when I want to kick back, and core when I need to kick butt. It's the gaming experience built with me in mind. Sony brought the gear, and Call of Duty brought the game. Sony's Xperia plus Call of Duty Mobile. Because gamers deserve great, wherever we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Mobile Regional Playoffs for Western Europe. My name is Bryce and we are going into our map 3 here in the losers final. It is currently 1-1 between these two wonderful teams. Team Singularity, who had a great run in the losers bracket, and Kings Clan, who just dropped down from the winners. But they've tied it up. They're going into map 3 domination. Ton, how is this going to go? Because I have no idea now.
It's hard to say, isn't it? I mean, I think after the first map, we've seen Singularity dominate. We would have just thought, okay, well, this is going to be a 3-0 sweep. The way that Singularity have been playing this morning, the way that Kings Clan have been playing this morning. But then in the second map, of course, things have been turned around. We said if it was going to be anything, it could be the Search and Destroy. Now, I think moving into the domination, though, I think Kings Clan are still going to be a little bit worried. Yes, okay, they played that S&D, and it could be the map that's like ignites that fire. However, at the same time, Singularity completely outslayed them on the hard point. This is a bit more of a Slayer-heavy kind of mode domination. Let's see how it works out here for Kings Clan. I think if they don't get slain, it could very quickly spiral to a 3-1 Singularity. But at the same time, they've got that S&D. They can then say to themselves, right, let's take one of these other two respawn game modes in the domination and hard point, and all of a sudden you've got a map 5 S&D. So you never know.
Well,
so I don't think I actually answered your question, to be honest with you.
No, you didn't. But I'll move on. I'll forgive you for this. I'll forgive you this. Because obviously we just need to keep going into the matches, right? Domination up next. Now, if I remember correctly, it was actually Singularity that won this last time around. These two teams played by a bit of a comeback. Let's see what happens this time around as we get into Team Singularity. Kings Clan, it's map 3. Over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Brycey, and once again into domination, and let's see how it goes this time round. Singularity, though, are the ones that you feel as if they are slaying a little bit better, but have Kings Clan eventually warmed up here this morning, Bobby? It was a very, very slow start from them. 4 maps in a row they lost. They were on the verge of going out here, but winning that S&D has given them hope in this series and hope in this tournament. Can they compound their efforts here on domination and take a lead in the series?
Seeing them play as well as they did in Search and Destroy probably gave them hope. It gave me hope as well. As somebody who loves good competition, I definitely wanted to see these two teams really go at it. So seeing them hop into domination should be very interesting. This is actually a mode that Kings Clan has really struggled on so far, not in regards to the fact that they haven't been able to get map control or capturing the points, but it seems like they've never really played the score streaks that are going to be most advantageous to help them win this. We've seen a lot of times where they've been very far ahead early on in the game, and they end up losing at the end because they don't have a counter for the score streaks the opposing team's coming in, and they also don't have some of those higher value score streaks like the Goliath, the VTOL. They do tend to have the cluster strike, but none of those score streaks that really last a long time. So we do see them getting some progress on the B flag. It looks like they're going to be able to close it out right there, and that's not too surprising to see. What it's really going to come down to is whether or not they're going to be able to get those score streaks online that are going to give them the best chance of winning.
It has come down to a lot of score streaks, hasn't it? And this is coming down to a bit of a rotation around the map. Is anybody going to be able to get there? It's not looking likely as Nox and Inferno pick up 2 apiece. Good play by them. It will keep Singularity off that B point. But it's interesting to see how the score streaks do work out this time. I remember the Goliaths that we had up top 10. I mean, it's just so difficult to combat against that, isn't it, really? And now Kings Clan, they don't need to do a great deal. They need to sit back and wait to see if the push does come through. But we can see Singularity trying to distract with pushes towards the home hill. This might be a good opportunity to get a hold of B, actually. But Inferno up top for Kings Clan should be there to clean up the pieces. Can he find the shots to find the kill? Not quite. Is B going to go over towards Singularity? Yes, it is. Ice blocking Head for Death, putting together some kills as well. It's a very, very good move by Singularity.
Yeah, that was a pretty big missed opportunity for Inferno. He had the power position, ultimate overlooking spot onto the B site, but just wasn't able to pick up the kills right there. We got Head for Death with the War Machine. Actually ends up suiciding right there, and that's not what you'd like to see if you are Singularity. You're trying to get max value out of every one of those operators, and that's another really big factor in combating some of those score streaks. A lot of times the best way to go up against a Goliath or a VTOL is with an Annihilator or a War Machine. So you typically like to see players play a little bit more passive whenever they do finally get those into play. It's actually Singularity retaking the lead right now after a little bit of a slow start. We may have a retake over on the B flag, and we do coming in for King's Clan, but we can still see right here, they don't have a whole lot of high value score streaks in play right now. We'll take a look at some of the other players to see if there are any. It does look like Inferno has a Goliath, so that's definitely a good sign for them.
Definitely is a good sign. Goliath now available for Inferno. So can something happen here for King's Clan? Can they take a lead in this series? They do have a hold of B, but we are going to be heading into the half in a second. Looks like King's Clan aren't going to be the first ones to get there. 75 points is the limit for one side, and they will tick that in with a 7-point lead heading into the second half. If you're King's Clan, are you happy about that one there, Bobby? A 7-point lead, is that enough, you feel, to really warrant anything different from King's Clan, or do you just play the same game in the second half?
They should definitely be happy about a 7-point lead, but at the same time, there's been so many games where we've seen them with the lead going into the half at domination, and they've just not been able to close it out because, like I said before, they hadn't been playing those correct score streaks. We do have Inferno, not only with a Goliath, but also with the Pred Missile, which is one of the best counters for a Goliath on the other team. So another thing they're definitely going to have to take into consideration is how they use their Pred Missiles and try to hold on to those as long as possible to get max value out of them. It's an easy one-shot onto a Goliath, and when you consider how many points it takes to get a Pred Missile versus how many points it takes to get a Goliath and the amount of damage that a Goliath can do, it's absolutely worth it to keep holding on to that, even if it is for a little bit longer than you would like to. We do have solo caps, a little bit of progress on the B flag coming in for King's Clan as well. If they're able to close that B cap out, there's a very good chance that they'll be able to come through in this game.
You would think so, but looking towards the stats, Singularity so far within this tournament have outperformed King's Clan in domination. At this moment in time, King's Clan have struggled to slay on domination. Only it is actually Nox that has a positive KD across this game mode, but on the other side of things, Singularity, every single one of them positive, -1 player in Ice Block throughout domination. So Singularity feeling confident on domination, and they may feel confident about getting this B hill here now as well. We can see the kills are coming through. Can Sem find the second kill? Not quite. It's going to start getting to the point very, very shortly where streaks are going to start coming into play. And if you're Singularity, it has to be from you. They have to be proactive from Singularity. They have to make sure they find something with these streaks. We can see the kills are starting to come in now, though. There's 3 in a row without answer, and this may well be B. XZ, though, is going to make the push with a shotgun. He's going to shut that one down as well. Inferno starts to call in streaks as well himself, so here we go for King's Clan as well. It's only a 5-point game still. Nobody will get a hold of B. Here come the streaks as well. This could be B for Singularity. There's not enough of them there, though. And look at all those kills coming in here for King's Clan. Yeah, the pressure is still here for Singularity, though. They have pressure in the maps where they need to. They have got control of Tin. They've got a lot of pressure on the B already. They may just take that in. They're very close to doing so. Is there anybody there to clean up for Singularity? Not quite. And here comes the Goliath into B for King's Clan. This could be the game for them now.
Yeah, so this is the point where you really wish that you had a Pred Missile in play if you are Singularity. We actually see one coming in to save the Goliath right there regardless. Still not able to get control of the B flag. Inferno's going to hop down onto it in very good chance. He does close it out right there. However, we got 2 Goliaths in play. Neither has a ton of it. Actually, Head for Death is currently at max HP inside of his Goliath. That's going to be an easy A cap for them. We do see all King's Clan over on the C side of the map, so once that cluster strike clears out, should be an easy take for them. But Head for Death inside of Goliath, and he has one on deck. More than likely, we'll see them throw that down for Ice Block, who has not managed to get a whole lot of kills so far this game. Getting him inside the Goliath will likely get them better value, and like we've seen in the past, King's Clan struggling in the second half of domination. We've got a double cap in play right now for Singularity, and they may have the triple cap. They do. It will be A taken right here for King's Clan, but it is now advantage going to Singularity.
Oh, they defended the split so well. They had both home hills in their hands, their Singularity. They defended it well enough. Then, of course, King's Clan have to retake something. It takes away pressure from B, and all of a sudden it was a small 3 cap. They get a hold of B. They've got what they want. They've got the lead, and they are only around 15 points or so away. This is not impossible for King's Clan to come back here whatsoever, but what sort of streaks have you got? We can see a Head for Death with the Goliath out as well, but B is being captured by King's Clan ever so quickly. The kills just started to rain on through. They get it very, very fast, and all of a sudden, that is enough time for them to catch back up. Can they manage to do something here? But Nox on the other side of things doing massive damage with the Goliath. He is going to go down. But is there anybody there from Singularity to make the push? We can see the kills start to rain on through, mostly for Kings Clan. If you're Singularity, you must go now. You need to get a hold of something. But at this moment in time, Kings Clan, they have that win condition. The smokes are down. Can Singularity close this one out? They're very, very high stack on towards B. They're already 2/3 of the way there, but they can't get anybody on it. Kings Clan are just throwing everything at B, but so are Singularity. Is anybody going to get some sort of break? Angel and Nox doing so well, but it's not going to be enough. Kings Clan take it 150 to 148, a 2-point game. What a performance from them. So close, Pricey.
Unbelievable, and actually a little bit of a reversal from the last time they played. It actually happened the other way round last time. Singularity actually able to clutch up in the domination. This time it's Kings Clan and a massive Goliath play. Probably ended up sinking the hopes of them going 2-1 up for Team Singularity. But Bobby, it was chaos, right? That map was absolutely chaos. You thought for a long time Singularity had that in the bag, and then all of a sudden Kings Clan rallied and went through it. What do you think was maybe the crucial play there?
I think ultimately it came down to Kings Clan finally decided they were going to throw on enough Goliaths to be able to counter what Singularity was doing, and it finally ended up paying off for them. In the end, there were so many games for Kings Clan on domination that we had seen over the course of this weekend where they just didn't have any Goliaths in play. And on domination, it's one of the best score streaks that you can use. They finally put those into play, and even though it looked like things might slip away from them in the end, they were able to get a few more score streaks online. They were able to counter the opposing team's Goliaths as well, and they did come away with the win in domination.
Wow, it's now a great opportunity here for Kings Clan to get back into that grand final, right? A chance for revenge to go back up against Cold Esports, who put them down here into the lower bracket. Tun, are you feeling a lot more confident now in Kings Clan as we move into the hard point?
Absolutely, that's so much better from them, isn't it? Yes, okay, you take an S&D and you maybe take that one with a pinch of salt, but looking at domination, of course, it is one of those game modes. It's a little bit more run and gun, and of course, one of those heavy slaying kind of modes, and the fact that they found their feet in that scenario honestly will give them so much confidence heading into this next hardpoint, and they'll even feel confident heading into a map number 5 if they lose hardpoint, because they did so well in that search and destroy on the second map. So it is, for me, Kings Clans to lose now, and it's incredible how quick things really turn around, don't they? As soon as a couple of maps come on board for one team, it can switch. It can switch so quickly. Singularity, after that first map, would you have predicted them to go on to lose this series? Probably not. I know it's only one map, but the way that they played, it was dominating. So I'm really happy to see it from Kings Clan that they seem to have eventually picked their thumbs out of the bin and started playing some Call of Duty here. So playing very well, and hopefully it can continue.
No, we will see, of course. Both these two teams have had very close rivalries in terms of the respawns, especially in their last series as well. But Bobby, are you now feeling a lot more confident that Kings Clan are going to move forward in this one, because they are obviously 2-1 up?
To be honest, I don't feel confident in anyone at this point. I feel like anybody could win, because we saw Hammers go head-to-head with Cold Esports, and that was a 5-game series. We also saw Hammers get 3-0'd by Singularity, who lost to Kings Clan, who lost to Cold Esports. So at this point, I think it's really anybody's game. The momentum is definitely in the favor of Kings Clan, and seeing them perform that well on domination, especially with the kill disparity, was a really good sign for them after they struggled a good bit in the first game of Hardpoint as well. So I'd say there's a good chance that they can close it out right here, but definitely don't sleep on Singularity. They went 3-0 against Hammers this morning, and they can absolutely bounce back here as well.
All right, well, let's find out whether or not it will be the end here on map number 4, or if we're going to map number 5, Team Singularity versus Kings Clan. Over to our casters, Tun and Bobby.
Thank you very much, Brycey. Well, here we go. These two played this map yesterday, and it was ever so close, wasn't it? It was so close on Crash. It came down to a 2-point game. It's been close all series long. Been very hard to split these two. Bobby, which way are you leaning?
Based off what I'm seeing off start, Kings Clan seems to be really well established, not only getting time on the hill, but they've got players set up in 3-story off the start as well. This is absolutely where they would like to be. Slayer does get a kill onto the hard point, but Angel hopping on immediately after, and Kings Clan continuing to tick upward with Inferno with position in the top of that 3-story. They're in a really good place to start. He picks up the long range shot onto Ice Block as well. That position will also allow you to lay down shots onto that first hard point as well. With the UAV online already picking up another kill, Inferno with 5 already, and they have 4 players inside that second hard point. Should be pretty easy for them to push down and take control of the next hard point as well.
It's the ultimate sort of trump card on this map, isn't it? Third story can really help you with the rotation over towards second hill, towards the third hill as well. We make a movement towards blue in 56 seconds or so. But Kings Clan will be happy to set up for this. You can see that Singularity are spawning out, but ultimately you have to look towards that P5. It really can be a bit of a money hill, we call it, where you pick up nearly every single point. If you can rotate early in the setup, it's very hard to break. So this one is definitely not done until it is done. At this moment in time, though, Kings Clan very much in the lead. It's about a 40-second deficit already for Singularity to come back from, who seem a little bit shell-shocked. It has to be said, they were frying when it came to map number 1, but since then, it has been pretty poor from them. Slayer should be dead here as well as Via puts that Molotov in and sticks him in a corner. This moment in time, though, it is just about contested, but we're looking towards this move over towards blue. Who's the first ones there? It's Kings Clan once again, and if they can keep this up, they should be good for the win. It should be good for another go at Cold Clan in the grand finals. Let's see if they can get it. It's Kings Clan looking good here towards blue. The rotation towards P3 was solid as it was in P2. Looking so good for Kings Clan here, Bobby.
The thing about Crash on Hardpoint is that P3 can very well be a complete turning point for either team, regardless of what the score is off the start. If we see a team take control of that hardpoint, not only do they get the points there, but they're also able to set up really well for P4, which is nearly impossible to break, especially with well-established map position. And if they're able to play that well, they could very well get a break on a P5, especially if they catch the opposing team slipping up a little bit. So we do have a contest right here. Ice Block is going to drop. It does look like we will have Kings Clan back on the point with position secured, spawn secured, and rotating over toward P4. It's not looking good at all for Singularity. This is do or die for them. They need to get something to happen if they're going to have a shot at moving on in this tournament.
Well, the fact that they get that last bit of little scrap there as well is going to prevent Kings Clan from winning here. If they'd picked up that final 20 seconds at blue, Kings Clan would have been within touching distance, but that is going to prevent that. So for Singularity, it's not the end of the world. We can see Miney inside there, though. It's going to be completely wasted. The Annihilator shot from downtown from Nox. That's a massive, massive kill as well. War Machine now not available for Miney, who's having a little bit of a slow game by his standards, as it is Slayer. And now Nox inside the hill. He's broke it pretty much on his own. The rest of his team there supporting whilst the Annihilator is out, and they have broken back. They can now still just about win. I think they may just have the tick that they need to get to win it on this hill. So if you're Singularity, you just need to get a touch for a second to contest this one and hopefully get a clean rotation over as well. Look at all these kills, though. Which way are we going in the direction of? It looks as if they are starting to come in the direction of Singularity. That's a very, very good War Machine. Can he find anything else here? Head for Death, it's well broken. It's very well broken. 20 seconds to go here. They could hit 50 points, but they have to look towards that rotation. I think if you head for Death here, you don't even stick around for this scrap. You need to help your team get over towards that 5th point.
Yeah, I was just about to say Head for Death cannot afford to stay there very long. P5 is one of the toughest hard points to break, especially with well-established position. We do have 4 or 5 players on site right now for Kings Clan, and it's an absolute must break. They only need 23 seconds in order to close this one out, and with Angel up top of those stairs with an Annihilator in play, it's going to be a really tough break. We do have Slayer pushing in. Angel's able to pick up the initial shot onto S3M, but Miney with the beautiful push right there, he may very well have the break. They're on the hard point. It looks like nobody is in the surrounding area for Kings Clan, and this is actually a huge break going in for Singularity.
This feels like a carbon copy of the game that we've seen between these two on Crash in the winners quarterfinals. I think it was one of the first games we've seen. It was a phenomenal performance and a phenomenal comeback by Team Singularity. Last time round, they had that one locked down and they locked the full 60 seconds. This time, they break it, and that's through an Annihilator as well. If you're Kings Clan, you've wasted a lot to try and end it here. But Singularity now with 10 seconds to go on this hill. They don't need 2 of them there. I don't think Kings Clan are going to make this push now. If you're Singularity, you get moving, and we know that streaks are going to start coming into this one. SEM, though, is going to find 3 there. Good player by him. Inferno goes down. Head for Death finds a kill as well. And who's going to have control of top 3 story? That's what you need to look towards. That's where everybody's wanting to go to. It is going to be King's Clan, but crucially in charge of the hard point is Team Singularity. If they can get behind the barrels and get covered up, they're in a good spot to pick up some good time here. Angel on the overlook, putting shots into Miney, who's just trying his best to survive, but he has company here as well. His team are here with him as well, and this is Singularity's to potentially lose here. They've got a good lock. They now have control of 3 story as well. Singularity are in a hellishly good spot to win this game.
The thing that's happening right here is even though they were at such a big point disadvantage, what Singularity did by not only breaking that 4th hard point, but the 5th hard point as well, is they almost hit the reset button on this game, which has allowed them to take control of this hard point. They are going to need to get back on with a contest. Otherwise, Veer will be able to clutch this one out for the rest of time, and they got to do it quickly. They've only got 8 seconds to work with. They contested for a second. S3M hops back on. I think that will be long enough to contest. They're set up in 3 story, and Singularity may be able to turn this one around.
Singularity, are you in the hill? That's the question. We can see they're all pushing through here as well. Throw everything in the kitchen sink at this one if you're Team Singularity. XZ finds 2. With the shotgun inside of 3rd story. He's going to make the push down low. Icebox already pre-firing. Inferno, which way is he going to go? Has to make the push through. Miney's going to find the kill onto him though, but it's only Veer here for King's Clan. Singularity are coming screaming back into this game. Here comes the Annihilator from Slayer. What can he do with it? Absolutely nothing. He's been peppered up left, right, and center. This kill's coming in from the middle of the map, but it is going to be Singularity in control of the hard point. Head for Death goes down. It's an absolute chaos fest in the middle of the hard point. Just throw bodies in there and see what sticks. Team Singularity are the ones staying alive. Are King's Clan going to be able to break? They are not, and once again, Singularity come back screaming and crash hardpoint. 150 to 145. What a series we have got here in this losers bracket final. Holy hell. Singularity just don't give up. They do not give up.
I literally
don't
have
understand.
goosebumps right now. I literally have goosebumps.
I am a very confused man that has happened twice on that same map between the same teams with a ridiculous comeback. Team Singularity have absolute ice in their veins when it comes to that map. Apparently one of their main tactics is to not play the first half and then dominate the second half, because that was ridiculous. For 3 or even 4 consecutive hills, they were under the gun of being able to lose the game if they weren't able to break or hold the hill. They managed to get it time and time again. The break going in, I think it was P4, was ridiculous. Then somehow they also hit the rotation, which I don't understand how you can do. When you leave 2 players back at the old hill, Tyne, I think you called that one out as well. Normally when you're in that scenario, you have to just get rid of the scrap time and push. They ignored it. They ignored everything you normally would do in that scenario and still slayed so hard they were able to come back into it. Bobby, that was ridiculous. Is there any way you can break it down for us?
I mean, ultimately, it came down to what I said could very well happen going into P3. That's what sets you up for P4 and P5. Even though there were pretty good lockdowns coming out of King's Clan on both P4 and P5, we had really good breaks coming in for Singularity at clutch times when it was just in time to prevent King's Clan from getting max time on the hill. By some miracle, they were able to get a break onto an Annihilator-controlled P5, which is one of the most difficult to break into the game. They could not have played that any better. Huge plays coming in, especially for Miney. There were so many different points where he and Head for Death had really big clutch kills that did allow them to come back and win that game.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Ton, who wins map 5?
No, no one.
I threw a really big question at you, really casually, just to see how you react with it.
I don't know. I don't. The viewers at home.
That's a good answer. That's a great answer. All right, I'll tell you what we're going to do, because we are going to find out in map 5 who is going to win this one. Don't go anywhere. Right after the break, it will be King's Clan versus Team Singularity throwing down on the Search and Destroy to make the grand finals. We'll see you right after this.
You know what phrase we can finally retire? Good, for a mobile game. Fun fact, Sony's been getting the best out of entertainment and technology for like ever. And Call of Duty has been making games since well before some of us were born. Isn't it about time we had a mobile gaming experience that's just good, period? Maybe even great? Turns out we do. Call of Duty made the impossible mobile game with Call of Duty Mobile, and Sony made the impossible smartphone for gamers with Xperia. I can get the edge with wider than widescreen, enhance my game literally with Game Enhancer, share my epic wins with the flick of a finger, and do it all while I keep my cool with HS Power Control. It's casual when I want to kick back, and core when I need to kick butt. It's the gaming experience built with me in mind. Sony brought the gear, and Call of Duty brought the game. Sony's Xperia plus Call of Duty Mobile. Because gamers deserve great, wherever we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Western Europe Regional Playoffs, and my goodness, do we have a game for you. Right now, we're looking at Kingsclan versus Team Singularity. We've had ridiculous maps, including a phenomenal hardpoint comeback from Team Singularity to bring this all the way to a map number 5. I know myself and our wonderful two casters, Tun and Bobby, are looking forward to see who comes out on top on this one. But just who will it be? Bobby, Tun couldn't give me an answer. Can you do any better?
I still don't. I'm still trying to process what I just witnessed. I can still hear like the blood pumping in my ears because my heart was racing watching that. So I can only imagine what's going through the minds of the players. But with the way that they came back right now, you got to feel like Singularity's probably feeling really, really confident. And with the way that they played right there, as well as some of the good plays that we've seen from them so far, we did see them struggle in Search and Destroy over on Meltdown. It's going to be a very different approach on Crossfire, and this is not a map that a lot of these players have played a lot of time on, especially in Search and Destroy. So it'll be interesting to see how they're able to adapt and what type of a role the snipers end up playing.
Well, it's a map we haven't seen a great deal of, but the snipers are really going to be the difference, you feel. Having a look towards S&D. The KD leaders for Singularity is Miney with a 1.63. Inferno is having a good time of things as well at 1.54. They are 3rd and 4th respectively as well. So both two teams doing great on the S&D front from their top slayers. I can see 3 different snipers on the side of Team Singularity. And of course, Kingsclan do only have 2 left, but what was Inferno using? That's the question. He's one of the first ones to go down. As we mentioned, his KD being the best on his team. Let's see. This attack over towards the B bomb site. The smoke's going to go down. It's a typical crossfire tactic. Vieira's going to get this one planted. Or is he? That bomb is dead. As Vieira now gets taken down, but XZ is easily able to trade that one. But Head for Death finds the pick on AXZ now, and that's the 4v3.
Yeah, as expected, the snipers playing a really big role here. Actually, 4 snipers left in play of the 6 players, or the 7 players. No, it is 6 players that are alive. The little leaderboard up top, miscounting by 1. But Angel and Narcs, neither of them able to pick up a kill. And as I say that, it is Narcs taking out S3M. Head for Death and Ice Block remain, and it will be Ice Block taking out Narcs. Now a 1v2. And Angel looked like he's going to have a tough time getting this bomb down in time. If he does, there's going to be people pushing the site.
Yep, Angel should be dead momentarily. The no-scope goes on Ice Block, though, and all of a sudden, Head for Death is left on his own up against Angel. Can he find the shots into him as well? Angel goes for the quick scope, turns it back around, just trying to get away. My goodness me, I would have loved to see Angel's POV from that one, but he's got away. He's done the hard part of this one. He's being chased down by Head for Death still. The push is surely going to come through. Can he find the gunfight onto him? Head for Death gets the angle, but can Angel find a shot? My goodness me, what is this gunfight? Head for Death gets it with the sniper? How the hell has that happened? He has the time to defuse as well. But what a round to kick things off. Singularity won to the good.
You said Singularity won that one? I couldn't even tell with what was happening right there. That was just something else. The no scope, I believe, from Angel, maybe a dark scope. We couldn't quite see what it was, but that was some type of finish. And Singularity coming out on top, definitely a good sign for them. Like we said, the KD leaders for Singularity right now, Miney with a 1.63 in Search and Destroy, and I believe actually in the first matchup of the day for them, he went something like 13-4 in Search and Destroy up against Hammers Esports, who we had seen give trouble to Cold Esports, which has been the top team in the tournament so far. It is a 2-man advantage for Singularity off the start, and you got to feel like their confidence has got to be really, really high right now with a 1-round lead, now a 3-man lead, and all the momentum in pool.
Yeah, it's looking good for them. It's a 5v2, and you need to see a lot from Narcs in this game. Has been fantastic with a sniper, but I tell you what, Head for Death has been fantastic as well. He's been looking for these picks from back broken all the way into the shop. Slayer looking for the pick on the right-hand side. Still 3 snipers alive for Team Singularity. The Kings Clan, you need to get up in their face. They can't do that either. There's just the cover and the angles everywhere for this team. Singularity have got it pretty much locked down. Only 1 player left from Kings Clan, and that is going to be Viet. I don't think he's going to be able to find anything at the moment in time. He should get taken down momentarily. It's a good shot on Ice Block, but he should be cleaned up. I tell you what, though, he's not going to find a shot on the Slayer. Eventually, that kill will come through. Very, very nicely done. Singularity 2 to the good. And it's just coming off those initial picks, really, isn't it? They're putting themselves in a good advantage going into the majority of the round, I should say.
Yeah, Singularity, especially in that round, played that as best as they possibly could, even in the situations where they had players on the back of the B site getting into gunfights. You had Sam watching the cross the entire time, so even when it looked like they had players that were about to die, he was able to pick up the pick right there, not only saving his team, but also getting an extra player down for Kings Clan. So we do finally see them get the bomb plant down onto the B site relatively early on. This is the start that they've definitely been looking for. We'll see whether or not they're able to hold it, especially with all players over by the bomb site.
Well, let's see. How is this one going to work? An aggressive push from Singularity as Miney starting to run forward. He's going to run into 2, finds 1. Can he find the second as well? How the hell is he not being cleaned up? Angel's here as well. He will eventually find it, but Slayer and Miney have already done the damage. Look at this aggression from Singularity as they start pushing on through, but that bomb is down. It's going to be very, very difficult now for them to defuse. Really well defended by Kings Clan. They will get around on the board. They got super aggressive there, Singularity, just a little bit too late.
Yeah, Narcs played that really well. He didn't get flustered by the fact that his teammates were dropping. He played exactly where he knew he needed to, overlooking that bomb site. That was about the best place he could have possibly been, was able to get the free pick. There is no shot he was going to allow somebody to get a defuse with that positioning. So that's what Kings Clan needs to keep doing. With that being said, they do have 1 player dropped off the start. The advantage will go to Singularity again, but just as I say that, 2 picks coming in, a beautiful snipe from Narcs. Inferno gets the frag onto Slayer as well, and just like that, it's Kings Clan with a 2-man lead.
Kings Clan looking to bring this one back. This would be 2 rounds in a row. Singularity will do well to take this one back. Kings Clan seem to be well fortified here, and Angel's going to find a kill. Can he find the second here on the head for Dead? Yes, he can. Jumping over, aggression coming out. Very nicely done. 2-2 now. And this is for a place in the grand final. Who's going to come out on top? Slayer bringing out the M16 by the looks of things. What can he get going with that one? But my goodness me.
Yeah,
How
likely
close
a
of a
lot.
game this has been.
A lot of these players that you're seeing pull out ARs off the start are actually speed boosting, so assault rifles have an attachment that'll allow them to speed up off spawn, and then they'll typically switch back to their primary weapon after the initial speed boost, so that's why you'll tend to see a lot of Type 25s, M16s coming out. It is 2 players dropping off the start already for Singularity. Veer will go down for Kings Clan, but with Bomb going down again, it is now in the hands of Kings Clan again. Looking like they've locked down that bomb site, and Singularity just struggling to get a push in. They don't have any snipers left in play, so it's going to be difficult for them to play for picks. And Kings Clan, who struggled off the start, now looking better and better the further this goes on. Narcs, who hasn't been able to hit his snipes as much as he would have liked to throughout the tournament, looking really good with 7 kills on the board, and it is now 17 seconds left for Singularity to get this.
It's going to be tough for them. It just seems as if they're taking their time too much on the defensive side of things. Kings Clan get aggressive consistently, and they just don't have enough time to take this one back. Singularity maybe just need to speed up whatever they're doing on the defensive side to get something going, but Kings Clan will take a 3-2 lead. Looking solid for them now as well, but it has been back and forth between these two, and I'm just interested to see who's going to come out on top here. Who's going to be able to give Cold Clan that big game in the grand final? Kings Clan really didn't make a good deal of it this morning. I'm sure they'd like another go. I'd like to see them have another go. It wasn't the Kings Clan that we seen yesterday playing this morning. Certainly was not. It's a poor performance from them, and they really will want to rectify that poor performance with another shot at them and potentially taking away the title. But here we go. The push coming in for Singularity. They are taking their time once again. Kings Clan just seem to be ready and waiting for everything that Singularity are throwing at them.
Yeah, Singularity's positioning right here is way less than ideal. They seem to be sitting back in spawn for the most part, which typically will not end up going your way on the offensive. In Search and Destroy, we do see them crossing over that mid side with 3 players on site. If they can get a trophy down, they might be able to get a plant right here, but with a Molotov coming in, that will slow their plans for the time being. Obviously, we do have Slayer overlooking the mid area with the Arctic and just trying to see if he can maybe pick up a wall bang, but won't be able to find anybody yet. Already 1 minute and 5 seconds down, and with the bomb going down, ooh, Inferno takes out Sem. He ends the bomb plant right there. That is a huge pick for Kings Clan.
It's a big pick, but that bomb's going to go down either way. Nox trying to get the pick himself onto the bomb carrier who went in again, but this time it's going to be Angel going down. Head for Death is just having a hellish game with the sniper. Finds 2 there now as well. Nox is looking for him. Where is he? Where's he causing chaos from? All of a sudden, it's a 3v2. Nox, can he find the shot towards the back through the smoke, looking to try and get a hold of it? Slayer is at the back. Oh, Nox, you need to hit these shots. He needs another chance, and he does find Slayer this time. Head for Death finds another kill this round. It's a 2-for-1 for Nox. Can Head for Death manage to find another? It may well be his ace if he can find it, but the UAV has popped. Miney has found him. Team Singularity tie things up. Head for Death just put the team on his back in that round.
Yeah, honestly, Narcs was just missing too many shots right there. He could have cleaned up that gunfight a lot earlier. He kept missing those shots that it seemed like we've typically seen him hitting throughout the majority of this game. Like we said, he's been hitting more snipes in this one than he had been previously, but wasn't able to make it happen quickly enough right there. We do see Singularity bouncing back after a little bit of a slow middle part, and it seems like they do have a better idea of what their game plan is going to be on the offensive side. Miney holding down that top B side. We do have players crossing over as well. No first blood yet for either team, but with Head for Death sniping the way that he has been up on the high ground, that's absolutely going to give him the advantage and likely going to see some snipes come in soon here.
There has been 1 kill coming down through. Slayer has been taken down, and it was Angel who found the pick. Trying to wall bang there towards the B bomb site. keeping them off it if he can. Angel finds another, and it just seems as if there is a particular player every single round that is causing problems. Angel is the one this time round, and this time round it is crucially for Kings Clan. 5v3 now for them. Sniper! Of course, they are on the defensive side as well. Angel looking for the long pick on to head for Den, who is all the way at the back. But this is a Kings Clan round to lose.
Yeah, neither team seems to want to make a move, but obviously it's Singularity that's going to need to do something right here. They got another player dropping it head for death. Eggsy is the three-piece! Apparently they all pushed through and nobody was ready to counter right there, and Eggsy was able to get the beautiful three-piece to close out the round. We haven't seen close-range weapons play a huge factor in this game, but it absolutely did in that round, and now Kings Clan only 2 rounds away from moving on to the finals. But with that being said, Singularity is no stranger to a comeback, only down 1 round. This is by no means out of their hands. We do have Narcs getting the first blood, and that's not a good sign for Singularity. Thermites on the bomb site, that will slow the bomb plant once again. Molotovs coming in as well, and with 1 player on the bottom side of B for Kings Clan just constantly spraying through that wall with the chopper, it's so much more difficult for them to be able to get a plant. We got players all over right here, but nobody just wants to peek the angle quite yet. Eggsy likely going to peek the corner to take out head for death right here. No, he's content to play the stairs. Nobody giving an inch right now. Nobody peeking an angle. Head for death so close to being able to pick up a pick, but just doesn't want to push anything.
This is the crucial part of the round. If he can find one of these picks and maybe even 2.
He saw him.
He's going to find 1. Is he going to be able to find a second? And surely XZ pushes this now. He is going to make the push. Is he going to find the kill? He manages to get away, but head for death has just completely negated that defensive stance away from Kings Clan. And now Singularity surely have a chance here to make a push towards this bomb site. Kings Clan have to back on down. Inferno's going to get taken down as well. So it's a 4v3 in favor of Kings Clan. Slayer will find a shot on Nox as well, make that a 4v2, and it's a huge play out of head for death once again. He really has been the talismanic figure for them. The bomb is now going down. It's a 4v1. It's down as well. This is just impossible for Angel, who gets his head ripped off as well. 4-4. I think it would be rude not to go to round 11. Surely it would.
Oh, without a doubt. I think that's what everybody here wants to see. So hopefully these teams can make it happen. Like you said, head for death. Absolutely crucial in Singularity coming back in that round. He had the good defensive position. Didn't know he had people inside of his building, but was barely able to spot one. And that pick playing a huge role in them coming back with a really strong finish. They were down 4-5 and ended up finishing up 4-0. So pretty clean execution for them in that round. Head for death still overlooking a lot of those long angles. We still got lots of snipers in play. Not as many snipers, I believe, for Singularity, as they are on the offensive push and looking to take control of that B site. They get it once again. The chopper is not going to be able to land shots, but Narc spots Sam over top of the bomb site, and it will be advantage Kings Clan, but they need to get the defuse. Oh no, they didn't get the plant.
They didn't get it. He got it just before he got it down. What a moment that might be. Nox managing to get a hold of the kill. And it stops the plant coming through from Singularity, who was so confident in doing so. They get that down. It's potentially plain sailing. They have so many people set up around. Head for death in the same position that he ultimately won the round for his team in the previous one. Miney's going to get aggressive towards shop though. Can he find anything here? Can they get the trade? Yes, they can. Can they find anything else here? It's going to be XZ who gets it. They come out on top, and suddenly it's a 4v1 for Kings Clan. Head for death, though, makes it a 1v3. Can he find anything else? Surely he's going to get pinched. He does so. Good drop shots onto Angel, but Nox will come round. It is now 5-4 to Kings Clan. It's looking ever so good for them here, Bobby. It was that moment where Nox finds that shot.
Yeah, the snipe onto the planter, I believe maybe like a 1/10 of a second before the plant was done coming in. That was a huge loss for Singularity. Not really even their fault, but just a beautiful play by Narcs. We got Eggsy with the first blood, but he actually dies, I believe, to his own Molotov or potentially to an RPG. It looks like Head for Death kind of stuck on a window, and Inferno's going going to pick up the easy frag. We got Singularity in danger. Only 2 players remaining. Iceblock and Sem need to muster something crazy right now to push this to around 11.
The important thing for them is they have the bomb. They still could do something with this, but it's the defense of it. The positive is that Nox and Angels do have snipers, so that maybe makes things a little bit easier on that side of things, but what they're running elsewhere, that's the question. But if you're Sem and Iceblock, you've got to do something. They're not going to come to you here. There is no way Kings Clan make this push. They are set up so well here. Inferno is in a fantastic position to defend A. If they transition back over towards B Singularity, Kings Clan are all over the middle of the street.
I mean, right now, Singularity is caught between a rock and a hard place. You got Inferno on that backside with the chopper. As soon as he hears the sound of a bomb plant, you already know he's going to start spraying. He's back far enough that they can't even manage to wallbang. So you got Iceblock who's ready for it. Wins the gunfight. That is massive. They're going to get the A plant down right here. It's definitely possible. He gets the kill on Avir. It's now a 2v2.
Iceblock. Does he have ice running through his veins with those players? That is phenomenal. It's a 2v2. They get out. How on earth have Singularity got away with this one? There's still time to play here, though. Can Iceblock continue to make plays? Sem is with him as well. It's a 2v2 as mentioned. The bomb at A with 20 seconds to go. Angel's going to find the kill on the Sem, but can Iceblock do anything about the one that is defusing? Yes, he can. He finds the first, but can't find the second. The Guardian Angel comes on through. The defuse will come in, and Kings Clan get another shot at the crown against Cold. A phenomenal victory for them. 3-2, 6-4 in the S&D, and we have our final 2 Bryson.
Well, there we go. Kings Clan managed to lock it down in the end, but my goodness, what a search and destroy. It could have gone the wrong way for them there very, very easily, but they are going to get a chance at revenge now against Cold Esports. And Bobby, like, I don't think they could have played that last round much better, Team Singularity. It just unfortunately weren't able to get the trade.
Yeah, Iceblock seemed to have the perfect plays right there, not only hopping right over the barrier to be able to get the kill onto Inferno, who is chilling in the corner, beautiful drop shot to win the gunfight, and also turns to get the follow-up kill. They hit the plant. It seemed like they had perfect positioning, but just the pick coming in from Angel off the start, and then the trade over top of the head glitch as well. He was just too good in that final round. I believe 12 kills or something like that total for him. Definitely one of the biggest factors alongside Narcs, who was just so good for them throughout the entirety of it.
One thing I kind of observed for myself there, I think realistically it did look like Singularity were able to win more of the gunfights going in, but their setups, like the setups of Kings Clan, just seemed superior, and that's where they seem to struggle. Like when it came down to the chaotic parts of S&D, you know, where it gets a bit fluid because you don't have as many players on the map. That's when Singularity looked best, right? They could slay with the best of them. They were able to make kills and picks and get out. But as soon as they come against any sort of kind of locked-in setup, they seem to struggle a little bit, either not being able to break it or not being able to make that bomb plant go down a few times on the attack turn.
Yeah, you know, Singularity, for all that they did sort of revel in the chaos, it just took them too long to get to that point where they needed to try and get that defense, especially the bomb would go down. They just take too much time to do something with it. When they got to that point, they were doing well, but it just took them too long. They were a bit too hesitant throughout that S&D, and I think that's ultimately what cost them.
Well, no, I completely agree with that, my friend. And well, we've had an incredible losers final, and that only means we can only have one game left here. And I think we're going to go to a quick commercial break because it is time for our fantastic grand final, the Call of Duty Mobile Western Europe Regional Playoffs. It comes down to just 2 teams. It will be Kings Clan versus Cold Esports in the grand finals coming up right after this.
You know what phrase we can finally retire? Good, for a mobile game. Fun fact, Sony's been getting the best out of entertainment and technology for like ever. And Call of Duty has been making games since well before some of us were born. Isn't it about time we had a mobile gaming experience that's just good, period? Maybe even great? Turns out we do. Call of Duty made the impossible mobile game with Call of Duty Mobile, and Sony made the impossible smartphone for gamers with Xperia. I can get the edge with wider than widescreen, enhance my game literally with Game Enhancer, share my epic wins with the flick of a finger, and do it all while I keep my cool with HS Power Control. It's casual when I want to kick back, and core when I need to kick butt. It's the gaming experience built with me in mind. Sony brought the gear, and Call of Duty brought the game. Sony's Xperia plus Call of Duty Mobile. Because gamers deserve great, wherever we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile European Regional Playoffs. My name is Bryson. I'm joined here by Nark from Kings Clan. How are you, my friend?
I'm good. I'm good. I don't know. I'm so excited right now. I'm so stressful, man. This is so stressful for me. I stress. So well, I don't know, man. Actually, I don't know. I can't.
Well, it's good to see the passion from you, man. Honestly, congratulations. First of all, you've made the grand final. That was an incredible game to watch, and I have to ask you some questions about it. First of all, I know it's probably not the greatest point, but now that you've won, I can ask you about Map 4, Crash Hardpoint. What happened there? Because it was one of the most nail-biting hardpoints I've ever seen.
Man, I don't know actually, man. Yesterday, you saw they come back up, and today it was the same. I don't know, man. Actually, I don't know. But right now I'm so happy. I don't know what to say. Actually, I don't know what to say. But the most important is that we won SND Crossfire. That was the most important for us, and to go again against Cold. And right now we're gonna beat them. We're gonna try to beat them. And I don't know actually.
Hey, no, I understand. It must have been absolute nail-biting. And speaking of that Crossfire, you guys seem to have really good setups there, actually, including great bomb denial. So you seem to play around that, especially, and that snipe you got was fantastic. Is that something you've practiced a lot?
Yeah, I practice everyday sniper since a lot of time right now. We started. Look, you can see, you saw that against Cold. I can play really well with sniper, especially in SND5 range, and my teammate was afraid a little bit. But I said, "Don't worry, I got this." And this time in SND Crossfire, so they saw my potential, you know. So that's the most important for me. And right now, I will focus for Cold, you know, focus for Cold.
No, 100%. It was a fantastic game from you and the entire team. I suppose, you know, one of the questions I have to ask, bearing in mind that you are one of the leaders of the team, Narks, is how were the communications in that last search and destroy, and what are you doing to maybe bring your team ready and focused into this final?
Look, for SND Crossfire, for the last game, we say we're gonna get picked. The most important is me and Angel, since we are the two who's playing sniper in this map. So our teammate was they count on us. They say, come on, you got this. You need to get some pick with sniper, and we play with sniper and we got so many kills. That was unbelievable. That was for the most important to get some kill. And after when we got one pick 5v4, we go back instantly. We watch the side and that's it. We wait they pick the bomb, you know. So that's it. I don't know. And
also, that's a great answer. Like I said, it was a incredible search and destroy to just watch here for all the broadcast and people watching at home as well. But you mentioned you're going back to play Cold Esports in the grand final. Are you ready to get revenge on them after they put you in that lower bracket?
I'm ready. You saw yesterday how we played, and today I'm ready. We lost, but it's not finished. We have the second chance. We're not gonna give them any chance this time. We're gonna try our best.
Awesome. That's fantastic to hear, my friend. All right, thank you so much for joining us here on the broadcast. I know you've got a lot of preparation ready for the grand finals, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
No problem. All right, thank you, guys. Well, there we go. An interview with Narks there. Well, seems pretty excited. For that one. And of course, joining me now, the rest of the talent team who, you know, if you guys want to weigh in on what you kind of saw there. Tani, you could tell the adrenaline was bubbling under the surface.
It's one of those things that Championship Sunday just produces, doesn't it? It gives you that adrenaline, and hopefully they can use that, because this morning it just seemed as if nothing was there. There wasn't that passion. There wasn't that adrenaline running. Now they've got that up and going after a close win against Singularity. Is that going to give them the momentum to have a much better game against Cold? Because if I'm honest, it was very poor this morning. They're going to want to really stamp their authority on this series early and show Cold that they're going to be in it, because that's the thing. They weren't in it whatsoever this morning in that winners bracket final. They're going to need a much better performance, and I feel as if we will get a much better performance from King Clan this time.
Yeah, I think so as well. Bobby, it does look like Narks is basically ready to rip a phone book in half with the amount of energy just pouring out of that man. Do you think that's going to give such a boost to King's Clan in this matchup that we've only seen already once today?
Yeah, I mean, that was, as a match, just so back and forth the entire time. There were some times it looked like Singularity was going to dominate from the start, and then it looked like King's Clan was going to dominate for matches 2 and 3 and throughout the rest, and then Singularity pulled off the miraculous comeback. And so you got to believe there's so much adrenaline pumping through these guys' veins. This is the highest level of Call of Duty Mobile that has ever been played before, because this is the first major championship. And so you got to know that these guys are going to absolutely give it their all. They're awake now. They don't have to worry about those early morning nerves or whatever it was that happened with King's Clan in that first match against Cold Esports. I think they can definitely give them a run for their money.
Awesome. All right. Well, I have another question for you, Bobby. I'm kind of new to the world of COD Mobile, and I kind of want to ask you what's happening, you know, in that entire thing. I've had something in the club.
Yeah, so there was actually recently the Season 11 update for Call of Duty Mobile. It's the biggest update that the game has ever gotten. There was so much new content added, so there's actually a club where you can go. There's like little mini games that you can play. There's NPCs you can talk to with iconic characters like Adler, and there's actually different ways that you can collect free skins as well. So just a really cool thing that they added as a part of the anniversary for Call of Duty Mobile. There's events ongoing throughout for the next 2 or 3 weeks on top of that, and you can also get skins in the game just by watching this stream as well, which is really cool. So there's just so much that they're adding to the game on a monthly basis. I've never seen another game that's had consistent updates like this that completely changed the way the game affects people, and it's awesome to see the way that it's continued to grow.
Yeah, 100%. It's fascinating to me. Like I said, it's kind of been awesome for me jumping into Call of Duty Mobile and seeing everything that goes down. And I suppose that reminds me, you know, a big shout out and thank you to Sony, right? They have provided every single player in this competition with their latest flagship smartphone, the Xperia 1 Mark II, to use during the competition. For you watching, if you want to learn more about the gaming features in the Xperia 1 Mark II, you can, of course, visit the Sony Europe YouTube channel. And if you really like the phone, then they also have the Xperia 5 Mark II that has also been on sale, has a 120 Hz display refresh rate and a 240 Hz touch scanning rate. And that doesn't even include all the incredible things that optimize this for Call of Duty Mobile, including the Qualcomm 865 Snapdragon chip that's inside it. You get a game enhancer, which allows you to take off notifications. You can find winning tips and videos without quieting the game. If you want to keep playing for long periods, you have heat suppression power control, which actually allows you to direct the power straight into the phone without worrying about overcharging the battery and keeps you gaming for longer. And this is just millions of things that are put in, including cinema-wise 21:9, which means you can see more, you have more room on the screen. Sony has provided these to every single player in this for not only competitive integrity, but to ensure they have the best experience while playing Call of Duty Mobile. And I think that's just awesome to see the dedication they have to pushing this esport forward at the same time. But there we go, that has been it. And if you want to keep an eye, of course, there are links on the screen that you can get into to check out all of Sony's mobile phone devices, including the ones we have mentioned just now here on the broadcast. But that brings me on to our very next section. You see, for the last 2 days, we've been playing Call of Duty Mobile with the best 8 teams in Europe. We now only have 2 left, and one more question. Who will walk away in the grand finals as the champion as the regional playoffs? Well, we're going to find out right after this quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
You know what phrase we can finally retire? Good, for a mobile game. Fun fact, Sony's been getting the best out of entertainment and technology for like ever. And Call of Duty has been making games since well before some of us were born. Isn't it about time we had a mobile gaming experience that's just good, period? Maybe even great? Turns out we do. Call of Duty made the impossible mobile game with Call of Duty Mobile, and Sony made the impossible smartphone for gamers with Xperia. I can get the edge with wider than widescreen, enhance my game literally with Game Enhancer, share my epic wins with the flick of a finger, and do it all while I keep my cool with HS Power Control. It's casual when I want to kick back, and core when I need to kick butt. It's the gaming experience built with me in mind. Sony brought the gear, and Call of Duty brought the game. Sony's Xperia plus Call of Duty Mobile. Because gamers deserve great, wherever we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Western Europe Regional Playoffs. We are live and ready for our grand final to find out who will be the champion. Just 2 teams remain, Colt Esports versus Kings Clan. Colt Esports so far have managed to go all the way through the winner's bracket, beating already for 1 time the team of Kings Clan, who have just managed to take down Singularity in a fantastic map 5 ridiculous game. Go and watch it. Trust me, if you haven't seen it, you have to go watch the VOD. But now these two teams will throw down. But that's not the only big thing that's happening, because as usual, I am not alone here on the broadcast. I am in fact joined by a tri-cast of casters at this time around. All three of them, Tun, Tabes, and Bobby Plays. Tabes, you are rejoining us now, so I will speak to you. First of all, how are you, and did you see that game?
I was watching the game, and I am even a little fired up after those clutches and the snipes. I mean, I'm probably not on the same level as Narks there. He was very excited, but I mean, what a game. That hard point on Crash as well. I was on edge, almost sitting up in my chair when it was just falling on that bottom floor in the high rise. It was just crazy, but for that, very good.
No, I agree with that as well. It's times we need to talk about our fantastic games we've seen for the last 2 days, including our bracket and how all these teams have got here. Of course, you can see our beautiful Xperia bracket right now. This is how it's all gone down. Cold Esports started off against QLash 3-1, then a close game against Hammers Esports. They moved forward 3-2. Then Cold Esports took down Kings Clan just earlier on in this broadcast 3-0 in a pretty dominating performance, and that has set them up for the grand finals. Kings Clan, on the other hand, they started off their competition by taking down French Infinity 3-1, then Team Singularity 3-2, which they've just done again in the lower bracket. They eventually fell to that lower bracket by going against Cold Esports, but redeemed themselves once more against Team Singularity, as you can see here. Another close game for them has certainly given them the mental fortitude to come back into this one. We spoke to Nux earlier on. He was practically vibrating out of his seat, ready to take on Cold Esports, and these two teams are ready for it. Cold Esports will have been watching that last one. They know that this team now, this Kings Clan, is ready to go to war, and I'm wondering what the feelings are like on both teams. But we have to talk about our teams now, right? We have a fantastic group of players. The best two teams in Europe are now throwing down in our grand final. We've had incredible action from them all the way through. Bobby, I'm going to ask you the big question, right? Which team are you favoring off the rip?
I mean, you guys know, based off yesterday's cast, based off of today, I'm a big fan of Cold Esports. I picked them to beat Hammers. Honestly, I kind of expected this to be a Hammers versus Cold Esports final, but we saw Singularity so good off the start, but then Kings Clan, who struggled off the start, making a big comeback, and it's just been all over the place. You got to think Cold has had a lot of time to rest right now. They've been able to sit back. They've been watching the opposing team's gameplay as well. They know what adjustments they need to make in order to be able to properly go up against this Kings Clan team again. They've got to be feeling confident, having just 3-0'd them. Obviously, the blood is going right now for Kings Clan. That's going to be the one advantage that they have. We'll see if they can turn that into some real momentum and give Cold a run for their money.
Well, we certainly will see that as not. And Tun, jumping on board with you, I haven't been able to speak to you since we came back from break. Kings Clan, unbelievable performance from them so far in this tournament. What do you think of this team going into the final?
Yeah, Bryce, I thought you forgot I was here for a second. How could you?
I tried.
Kings Clan, though, I mean, I said yesterday after we played our games through that I was picking them to win it. I can't let go of that hope in my heart just yet. I think this morning after their game against Cold Clan, I wasn't too convinced that they would even get this far. I thought Singularity would deal with them, but Cold Esports, proving that they were just playing very, very well as Kings Clan came back out. They now have a little bit of momentum behind them, I feel, and should give them a better game. Do I think it's going to be enough to beat Cold? I don't know, but honestly, I think we'll at least get a better game than what we did between them this morning, which was just a whitewash. So I'm just hoping for a better performance from Kings Clan, and I'm sure they'll be hoping the same.
No, I fully agree with you there as well. I think we are ready for an incredible grand final. Of course, this is a double elimination grand final, so if you don't understand how that works, I'll quickly explain it to you. We, of course, have best of fives, and this will be the first 5 maps we could see. Stand-up hardpoint, Meltdown, Search and Destroy, Firing Range Dom, Crash Hardpoint, and Crossfire S&D. If Cold Esports win this best of 5, they will win the entire event. However, if Kings Clan win this best of 5, it will reset the bracket because Cold Esports have not lost a game yet so far in this tournament, and we will have another best of 5, a final best of 5 to figure out who will be our grand champions here in the Call of Duty Mobile Western Europe Regional Playoffs. All that we are looking forward to seeing how it is going to go down. And I suppose that leaves us with one last thing. It is time for our grand final. It will be Cold Esports going against Kings Clan. Only one team can win and walk away our champions here in these playoffs. Which team is it going to be? Well, for the first time to hand it over to a TriCast with our casters.
Thank you very much, Brighty. And into it we go. Our grand finals here in Europe. It's going to be Kings Clan taking Cold Esports. Cold Esports, the favourites all the way through, but we head over towards Standoff Hardpoint, one of the most classical hardpoint maps on the whole of our map pool. Guys, I'm just so excited to get in this one. Bobby, I'll go to you first. Which way do you think this one's going as it kicks off with Cold in control in the middle?
I mean, this hardpoint is just an absolute fire fest right now, going back and forth, explosions everywhere, kills everywhere. Actually, nobody on the hardpoint for either team, and it looks like Kings Clan is setting up really well to get control right here, but also to set up for the next hardpoint. That's definitely what they need to do off the start to give themselves the best shot. There's no team really going ahead by much in regard to the kill count. I believe they might actually be tied right now. Contested hardpoint continues, and it looks like this is going to be a good one.
Control coming in here for Kings Clan immediately, but Tabes, how good have Cold Esports been every single time we've seen them, specifically on this map as well? They really dominate the middle. Their SMGs just play fantastically. Kings Clan are going to have to be at their best here as they rotate over towards P2. Are you expecting much from Kings Clan here, or are we thinking the same from Cold Esports after that winners final?
I mean, I've been very impressed with Cold Esports. They've been really delivering on every single game that I have seen them play this weekend, but I have a soft spot for the underdogs here, Kings Clan. I mean, I was watching the clutches on the last game, as we said, and I also want to mention Angel on their team. He has been struggling a little bit in the beginning of this tournament, but maybe now he's starting to wake up. If you have been looking at the last couple of games, he's just been upping his kill counts, even close to Narc sometimes, and even above him. So I'm wondering if Kings Clan can just get a good start here. We're going to have an interesting game, but I mean, right now, there's just two really good teams, and I mean, they're fighting for the hard point, but let's keep an eye out for Angel and see if he's woken up already.
Well, Kings Clan not going to get the scrap there, but Cold Esports did initially have that transition over, but we look over towards P3, and it is going to be Cold Esports getting themselves set up. They've got a good expansion here as well, control of a tank in the left-hand side, and control up top. It's a good setup from Cold. They can pick up some big points here, Bobby, if they can lock this one down.
Yeah, that was a really good setup by them. Clearly, we do have close to a high game heading into P3, but you can see Cold Esports set up almost perfectly. Spiky somehow able to clutch right there, but it is Molotovs coming in left and right. Eggsy dying to the Molotov coming from Yaya, and just continues to be an absolute flurry of explosions of Molotov, and obviously trophy systems are going to play a big role holding down this hard point. We are going to have Cold Esports taking a little bit more of a lead. It seems like their rotations and their map control have been really good so far. They've been able to avoid any big breaks coming in from Kings Clan. It looks like they are going out to set up the next hard point as well. We'll see whether or not they're able to clear out the remaining members of Kings Clan.
I've said very, very nicely. We could see Kings Clan are on their way over, but being pincered in, and Nox is the only one left. Can he do anything here? He's in a really, really sticky spot. We can see he's going to go down, Annihilator out from Yaya, and all of a sudden, Cold Esports in control. They had most of P2. They moved over to P3 so successfully as well. And we need to see a little bit more from Nox. 6 kills to his name right now. We know how good he's been playing today. If he can find another level, they will be very, very close to Cold Esports. Good shots here from Via with the Annihilator. Will find one. Looking for some more in here as we can see that Cold Esports are set up very, very nicely. iBot is going to find 2, though. The streak's starting to come in. XZ is going to find 1, though, and trying to just slow down Bot has to be a priority for Kings Clan. He's been so, so good for his team. I mean, Tabes, tell me.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, Bot has been fantastic, hasn't he?
Ibot is actually the one in the lead overall kill to death ratio, and I mean, if you look at that, that's actually pretty crazy. And also, the first two of the kill ratio on the leaderboards is Yaya on second, and Jim is also on the 4th place. And if you're looking at the kill to death ratio, you have to go all the way down to the 9th spot to find a King Clan player, and that is Narks. So I mean, it's looking very good for Cold Esports right now.
It's looking good on the stats standpoint. It's looking good in the game standpoint as well. 133 to 44 as we go back into the middle. Can Cold close it out here? It's been pretty much the same as what we seen last time round. The cluster's coming out as well. Ibot continues just to find kills left, right, and center. Cold Esports now only needs 7 more points. Are Kings Clan going to get anywhere near? It has to be a very, very perfect, absolute. It's not going to be anywhere near it. They can't get anywhere near. Kings Clan can't get close to Cold Esports once again, and that will be a very convincing map number 1 win. Bobby, talk to me about that game. How easy did that seem for Cold straight away? Kings Clan looks hot coming off the back series that they just had against Singularity. Not good enough there against Cold.
I mean, Kings Clan is a phenomenal team. They've got great players, but the thing about Cold Esports is they don't have a weak link. Even when they have one player that has an off game, you saw Jim right there. The sniper primary, typical C snipers struggle a little bit here and there when it comes to respawns. Every single other player was frying. Every other player was in double digits. I believe we only had one player in double digits for Kings Clan. Even when they were making the rotations on time, it didn't matter because Cold Esports was winning the gunfights probably 70% of the time, and ultimately it just resulted in a really easy win. We have seen Kings bounce back previously in Search and Destroy. Their approach to this map is 100% going to be the biggest determining factor in whether or not they're actually going to give Cold Esports a run for their money.
Tibbs, it was a 19 kill to 8 death game from Ibot there. How influential is that on a team though? Like when a guy can put up those sort of numbers. Close to him was Yaya at 16 and 8 as well, but on the other side of things, absolutely nothing from Kings Clan, as Bobby alluded to there. But how important is a player like Ibot for the team on Cold Esports?
I feel like we talked about him plenty of times this weekend already. I mean, he has just been slaying, and we were doing the listening and on them earlier as well. And I'm pretty sure that he was the one just saying, we gotta stop them from getting streaks. We just gotta go start slaying, and that's exactly what he's doing. And also, once he's getting that many kills, he's also going to be getting those score streaks, as we saw the late here in the game. We saw that he's rocking that Goliath, and I mean, how hard isn't it to destroy somebody in a Goliath fast, especially when there's a very little time left on the hard point? I don't know, he has to be shut down, and I'm feeling that Kings Clan, they have a problem with him right now. But maybe in Search and Destroy we might see Narks or somebody like that being able to pick them off early with a sniper in the beginning. So,
and I think, you know, Search and Destroy is definitely something Kings Clan have to look towards, and realistically, it's where they won that game previously against Singularity, wasn't it? There was those Search and Destroy maps making all the difference after they managed to get one of the respawns. Bobby, I don't know if you share the same opinion. Are they a better S&D team than Cold Esports, or was it just the matchup against Singularity?
I mean, right now I'm looking at the kill death ratios for each of the players on Cold Esports, and we've got Ibot at a 2.82 in Search and Destroy. We've got Jim at a 2.06. We got Sam at a 1.47. Inferno for Kings Clan is at a 1.37, but it's just going to be really tough to do anything against those types of numbers.
Yeah, it's always very going to be difficult in that scenario, isn't it? And Cold Esports, really, this is theirs to lose. And the thing is here for Kings Clan as well, they have to win 2 best out of 5s if they want to take this grand final away. Coming from the losers bracket, obviously Cold Esports have to be given a chance to lose like everybody else does. Get that, of course, and they don't really seem to need it so far, if I'm honest with you. We're going to head over towards S&D very, very shortly, but King Clan, they're going to need to come up with something special. We said that the snipers were influential in their game when they went up against Singularity. Are they going to be able to compete with the snipers on Cold Esports, though? We haven't even had a chance to see Jimbo go with that sniper so much today necessarily. Yes, okay, he played fairly well in the SD when they played this morning in the West Bracket final, but Tabes, are we expecting the same sort of thing from Jimbo? I mean, it has to be a good performance from him.
I mean, yeah, I'm hoping that we're gonna see some sniper battles between Jim and Narks, and possibly Angel too has picked up that sniper, but it's anyone's game right now, and it looks like we're jumping into it immediately. Search and Destroy on Meltdown, a favorite map of mine that I'm just looking forward to watching some great Search and Destroy. This one might not be as influential with the sniper, but we already see Cold Esports moving up towards the B bomb site there.
So B looks like it is going to be the play for Cold. Although a big stack in the middle is not necessarily what you would expect if you're Kings Clan in this scenario. Inferno, they're looking for a pick here. And Bob, what's the play for Kings Clan? What's going through their mind? They're 4v5 down now. What's the move for them?
If you're Kings Clan right now, you're trying to play the exact same strategy that you did against Singularity. We saw them on the offensive side play passive, play for picks, and see if that would allow them to get a push. But it seems like the snipes from Jim are going to be too good for them to be able to get anything across the middle. More than likely, that's going to result in them pushing toward the A site. More than likely, a little bit more aggressively than we've seen them do in the past. Jim's going to be able to control mid really, really easily if he's hitting those snipes. And based off what we've seen so far in this matchup, I believe he's going to. They do get the bomb plant down over on the A site, but it is going to be a full send coming in for Cold Esports. Jim trying to hit the hop-up snipe right there. Won't be able to find it, but Ibot taking out Angel. And it is not looking great right now for Kings Clan as they're down to one player left in XZ. He's going to get turned on and actually takes out.
Oh my god.
Can he do it 1v1?
XZ! Oh! Spiky's gonna get the final kill, but XZ found 3. That got super, super scary for Cold Esports for a second. XZ's been running that shotgun all weekend long, and it nearly really counted there. Cold Esports do take the lead, but not in any sort of easy fashion there, Tibbs.
I mean, I think that's one of the rounds that they would have to win in the beginning here to get a little bit of confidence. Because if you compare the winner or the interview that we did with Jim, who was very confident and just sit back, you know, he's sitting back in his chair and he was just looking forward to watch basically Kings Clan versus Team Singularity. And I feel like Narcs is probably a little bit more excited. Maybe they have a little bit more tournament nerves than Cold Esports. And the round is already only left. Narcs left with that sniper. It would have to be a miracle basically to win a fight like that for him.
2-0 very quickly there though, as the round just flies over towards Cold Esports. A very different altercation in the middle of the map than we've seen last time round, of course. But I mean, Bobby, what the Kings Clan got to do here? What did they do wrong at this moment in time? Try and break it down for me, because it just seems as if Cold Esports are running through them.
To be honest, I'm not really sure why they sent the B site right there. You saw that the snipes from Jim were going to cause them issues on the long angles. This time, they're only sending one player out, and more than likely Inferno, just to get some map knowledge of where the opposing team is. It looks like they will be sending the A site, which is 100% the right move. Jim drops early right there, and that is 100% going to give them a big advantage. Nobody defending the A site right now for Cold Esports. They're going to get the bomb down right here with a man advantage. It looks like they've got a shot at taking their first round win. We will have Yaga and Ibot pushing from that mid side. They're going to need to do a lot of work right now. The player in spawn building and 4 players on the bomb site in order to be able to get this defused.
Well, Spiky is going to find a kill on the flank here, though, Tibbs, and things are looking good. Can Spiky push through here? Here's the site they've got to get a hold of. They just don't really have the time here, though, do they?
I mean, they are down. They're actually 3v4 here. Oh, actually, scratch that. That's going to be... I mean, I barely have time, Ton. I need to go to your school and learn how to speak a little bit faster, because I didn't have time. I was thinking that maybe Spiky can do something on the back, but it just does seem like Cold Esports are playing with great confidence, but Kings Clan managed to snatch a round from them, and I think that's huge for them. That's pretty much exactly what they needed, and it looks like it's going to be another B play here. A couple of Spikies moving off early, and he knows that Inferno has been playing there the entire game on the backside with that AR, actually.
Inferno now, can he get it going here for Kings Clan? Good shots on the Spiky, but well covered, and another pick coming in from Ibot, and Inferno melts him with this HVK.
Now it's starting to look a little better for Kings Clan.
Sav finds 2 just out of nothing, and XZ, though, is going to be able to answer back, but it's only a 3v2 in favor of Kings Clan here. Cold Esports, though, not really in a good position as that bomb's going down at 8. And what can they do to try and get this back? It's looking like Kings Clan can maybe even this up here, but
Yaya has been really good for them so far, so very good chance he's able to pick up a pick right there. But with a volley onto both of them, low HP, that slows down the push. We do have Kings Clan very well aware of the angles they're likely going to go to, and they actually head on back to the mid-site. Eggsy watching that angle with that shotgun. He's been so good. He picks up a double kill to close things out right there, and Kings Clan is bouncing back hard right now. They seem to have figured out what they need to do on the offensive side, pushing so well to that A site 2 rounds in a row. We'll see whether or not that's something they're able to continue doing.
I mean, if you look at X, he's already rocking 8 kills with only 4 rounds played. That is a lot for Search and Destroy, especially on Meltdown, where it looks like a tendency to be a little bit more spread out, but he's still doing a lot for his team right now.
He is doing a lot. But this moment in time, it is Kings Clan with the advantage once again. Let's see, though, because it is now Kings Clan to attack. Jim, though, lingering around with a shotgun. The sniper not working out for him, only picking up 1 kill over the past 4 rounds. I believe that was in round number 1 as well. So on a bit of a good streak here. Kings Clan now pushing forward. There comes Jim from behind. Is he surely going to be able to clean this one up? He does so eventually with the help of Eyebot. And they are going to be able to get control of this bomb site. It was momentarily a 3v3, but now it's a 2v2. All of a sudden, the kills have started ringing through for Angel. Sav is able to find XZ, though, and all of a sudden, it's Jim and Sav to take on Angel.
This is going to be interesting. I was mentioning earlier that Angel needed to wake up a little bit. He has a slower start to the tournament than some of his teammates, but the last couple of games he's been playing really well. So I'm wondering, my bet right here is going to be that he's going to be able to clutch it somehow, and we'll see. That's might be my famous last words on this this round, but we'll see. It's also not any kill streaks or score streaks, excuse me, being used yet, because it's Search and Destroy, and I mean, you have to survive in between rounds to really get some advantage on them.
The problem with this for him here is he doesn't have the bomb, Bobby, right?
Yeah, you got 2 players for Cold Esports watching that. You got one in the corner. There's not really much of a shot that he's got. If Sav gets taken down, you got somebody on top of generators that's going to easily be able to take him out. So that was pretty perfect setup for Cold Esports. I'm not really sure why they didn't go with the A plant off the start. That it worked so well for them the first 2 rounds. They had perfect control of it, and they just seemed set on going with a different approach, and it ended up backfiring on them. They need to be able to defend really well right here to give themselves a shot at winning the Search and Destroy. If they can't take it, I don't anticipate we're going to end up seeing too many more games. We do have Eyebot pushing onto the bomb site right here. He gets hit markered by the sniper, but will stay alive. That'll allow him to get the plant down. Actually, I think he canceled the plant a little early, and Jim. Oh my gosh, he's too good with the sniper. Couple trades coming in for Inferno are going to be huge, and just like that, we're evened up at 3-3, but Kings Clan got to push for the defuse.
Now we're watching a Jim montage here. Finding shots that he really couldn't find outside of the first round, but 2 really big kills. Inferno in a good position, though. Jim has to back on down, and he needs the rest of his team to cover him whilst he gets into a better position. But Via going to find 2. Nox is going to find 1, and it's just a 3-man stack that is taken down instantly. Vieira is going to go down, but at the same time, the bomb will get defused. Kings not out of this grand finals yet. 3 apiece now.
I'm so glad they're putting up a fight. I mean, that retake, I was sure that Jim had already started playing his dubstep music for his montage, his headphones, getting pumped and ready, and then the retake. That was beautiful. I'm feeling that Kings Clan, they're getting a little bit of confidence here, and maybe they're a little bit better on Search and Destroy, and they can slow down the game a little bit. They don't have to instantly push in like a respawn game mode. These nades are coming in from Inferno and Spikey. And Spikey's been doing a lot so far in these games, so you don't really want to lose him early. What are we watching? This is insane right now.
Yaya from downtown with the rocket launcher. My God. 4v4. Bomb is down for Cold Esports. Can they hold on this time, Bobby?
Yeah, Jim showing exactly why the B side favors the sniper so much, but Inferno has picked up the sniper from Narcs, and the AR player actually putting on a clinic right there, gets the major assist onto Yaya. Angel picks up the kill, gets another one onto Eyebot. Can't quite get the third. Sav is 5 HP. Inferno just needs to peek him, find 1 shot onto him. Can't quite find him. Sees it right there. Picks up the easy kill. He's going to have plenty of time to get the defuse. And just like that, Kings Clan bouncing back 2 rounds in a row, winning on the defensive, and they will take the lead for the first time at 4-3.
And Tabes, it just seems as if Cold Esports are really pushing too aggressively onto the bomb site. They're getting cleaned up far too easily in open areas. They need to find cover a little bit better, right?
Yeah, I think they if Jim is doing a great job, he's pushing out with the sniper and also getting the bomb down there, but it seems like they're not able to hold the pushes when they're putting in for the retake. So maybe it should be a good plan for them to get the bomb down and then falling back a little bit. And we already have an intense round coming in there. Jim gets the sniper or the shotgun kill, excuse me, there. He seems to be enjoying that thing. Either it's a sniper or it's a shotgun in his hands. Now it's a 2v2. It's Narcs and Inferno versus Jim and Ibot. And this is exactly what we wanted from our grand finals between 2 of the best esports teams in Call of Duty Mobile in Europe. Here we got Cold Esports and Kings Clan. Ton, tell me how we will have time. What will happen in this game?
Jim has got the bomb down though. And can the push come through? He's got a shotgun here as well, which is good to have. Looking on the other side of things, Nox and Inferno, do they have the weapons to deal with this? Does Bot have the weapons to deal with this as well? Jim's actually going to push out. He's going to get aggressive. He needs to make sure he lands his shots. He does so. Nox goes down. And where's the other player? It's Inferno. He takes a heavy shot. Jim finds 2, and that's more like it. He can do it up close. He can do it from afar. It's 4 apiece now in the search and destroy. Bobby, I don't know which way this one's going. I have not a clue. It's back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah, Jim adapting really well right there. We've talked about this before. The A site favors the close range. The B site favors the long range. They clearly planned from the start to go with the A push right there, which is why Jim had the shotgun out instead of the sniper. He was able to do some big damage with it, getting those 2 clutch kills at the end. Seeming like we're probably going to see an A push once again, as he does have the shotgun out, but we've got a pretty good defense right here from Kings Clan. We do have Jim once again picking up the kill onto Inferno. He's just been so good at the right time, and with a 1-man advantage and the bomb down on the B site, it will be advantage Cold Esports once again. It's going to be more difficult for him to defend, but he's shown that he can time and time again be consistent with it. It is perfect placement from Eggsy and Angel. Now a 3v2 in favor of Kings Clan. 1 player dropping. Narcs gets the trade. And it's all down to Ibot versus Narcs and Angel.
I really don't like that play from Jim, that they had the bomb down and he actually pushed all the way through. Yes, okay, he's got the shotgun, but it's always going to be difficult, isn't it? I mean, he's pushing. There could be more than one there. That was the case in the end, and he does go down. So maybe over-aggressive there. I mean, there's no maybe to it. Completely over-aggressive. He could have sat that corner and watched it. Goes down, and all of a sudden, Kings Clan have got map point. They weren't able to take a map last time around, Tabes, and this is definitely their biggest opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kings Clan coming in for another nice play there. I mean, I think Jim was feeling it from the last round. You saw him, he was pushing out from the A site and getting that close quarter shotgun kill. So he's probably feeling it, but I think he may need to slow it down a little bit. He doesn't have to be the hero player constantly. You just got to be the team player. And even though it is actually Yaya on Cold Esports with 8 kills, but there's very even kills across the board on the Cold Esports team. While Kings Clan XC, he's actually carrying a little bit, and now he has 12 as the bomb goes down for Cold Esports.
Yeah, and I think, Tibbs, you made a really good point about Jim just trying to make the hero play right there. I think the success that he's had so far in this game may be getting him a little bit overconfident, like we said, and more than likely, we'll see him calm down a tad after that, but playing the corner perfectly, getting the kill onto Narcs. Eggsy trying to spray through. He's already got 12 kills on the board. He's going to be able to push into the site. Only 3 people remain. Takes out Spiky. Angel takes out Sav. And it is Kings Clan closing out the round. That will even things up at 1-1. And just like that, we've got ourselves a match.
We do indeed. The S&D goes over towards Kings Clan. We sort of alluded to that, didn't we? We thought that this would be their biggest chance to find a map, and there they go. They get it done on that time. I mean, it has to be said, there were some questionable players out of Cold Esports. I don't know if that's maybe overconfidence. I think the main standout for me was, yes, okay, we said that Jim was always trying to be the hero player. Sometimes you just need to play the dirty game. He could have sat in the corner there with the shotgun and completely shut that side down. He chooses to get aggressive, trying to take control, which would have put him in an even better position, but in that scenario, it just didn't seem like the right play to do there, Tabes. Maybe a little bit over aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, I respect it. I definitely respect it. Once you're feeling confident, if he, let's say that he had known that, I think it was Sav who was standing on a good angle to get him when he was pushing. But I mean, if he had just played a little bit slower, I think that could have worked out pretty good. But I mean, I respect it. If you play aggressive, you're feeling it, you got to give it a shot. But I think now is the time, maybe for the next round that we're getting here, he might be able to slow it down and just be a little bit more of a team player.
But Bobby, let's talk about the other side of things on King's Clan. Of course, XZ, what a performance from him there, dropping 13 kills, 7 deaths and 1 assist. Just so aggressive with that shotgun.
Yeah, that was actually the player that I wanted to talk about, because he pretty much had the opposite of what we saw out of Jim on that play. Played super passive, knew exactly the situation that he was going to be able to use his gun in its prime range. He never pushed a gunfight that he didn't need to take. Waited on all the right angles, and he got a bunch of double kills, absolutely fragged out on a pretty massive map with a gun that has very, very little range, but at that range, it is devastating. So we saw him play that perfectly, absolutely crucial in the win for King's Clan, and definitely giving them a lot of confidence heading into this domination.
Well, there we go. 2 maps are done. We may have many more to go as well. Could the bracket potentially be reset here by King's Clan against Cold Esports? It's one apiece. We've got map number 3 coming up after this.
You know what phrase we can finally retire? Good, for a mobile game. Fun fact, Sony's been getting the best out of entertainment and technology for like ever. And Call of Duty has been making games since well before some of us were born. Isn't it about time we had a mobile gaming experience that's just good, period? Maybe even great? Turns out we do. Call of Duty made the impossible mobile game with Call of Duty Mobile, and Sony made the impossible smartphone for gamers with Xperia. I can get the edge with wider than widescreen, enhance my game literally with Game Enhancer, share my epic wins with the flick of a finger, and do it all while I keep my cool with HS Power Control. It's casual when I want to kick back, and core when I need to kick butt. It's the gaming experience built with me in mind. Sony brought the gear, and Call of Duty brought the game. Sony's Xperia plus Call of Duty Mobile. Because gamers deserve great, wherever we are.
Back to the grand finals we go. It is Cold Esports taking on King's Clan. And honestly, it has been fantastic so far. It looked like it was going to potentially be another blowout for Cold Esports here, Bobby, but King's Clan coming back nicely in that search and destroy.
Yeah, we've seen them, especially on Meltdown Search and Destroy, be really good at adapting to the opposing team's strategy. We saw them do that against Singularity, and we saw them do it again against Cold Esports. So what is really going to come down to, once again, is something I've talked about before, is how much they value their score streaks hopping into domination, how they value their operator skills, and also how they control the map. Obviously, in any game of domination, map control is a huge factor, but I think the score streaks and the operators are going to be the really big determining factor in whether or not they're going to be able to take this one away.
Well, here we go. Then can they bring the right score streaks to the party? And we have seen this one be a little bit passive at the beginning. Of course, teams need to take their time to try and get control of B. It's such an influential part of the map, as well as Inferno finds 3 around the outside immediately. So it's a fantastic start for Kings Clan. They go for B point already, but not quite enough time to do so. Now they may be able to back around, but look at the numbers from Cold Esports in the middle. They're flooding towards it here, Tibbs. What can they get done?
I mean, there's going to be a brawl around B, and you know that someone is going to try and cap B and probably get the high ground in that lookout tower that you can go up there. And X is just going to keep on doing damage with that shotgun. He's been so crazy with it all weekend long. But I was looking at some of the kill streaks that they had, and there was some UAVs, and then we have the auto-controlled kill streaks with the Dart and also the RC shock car there, which is, I think it's always good when you're playing domination. You want to be able to go fast back into the action. You kind of want to have that auto-control kill streak. So not only we're seeing some Goliaths, but also those auto-controls. I mean, fight for B. Let the players do what they can, and there's still going to be that fight over in trailer. And I'm just looking forward to a great domination game, which is already going extremely fast.
Yeah, Kings Clan already picking up the lead here, but not from anything much, really. I think it was just getting a hold of those home hills and maybe a little bit earlier, but Cold Esports now trying to get back into the groove. Nobody able to distinguish any sort of control here, Bobby.
Yeah, Kings Clan actually held the double cap for a little bit. They were able to flip the flags, and so now they do have control of the C flag instead of A. Right now, just fighting for control of this trailer area. We do have Angel hopping in, able to take that control, but the Molotov from Jim could not have been any more perfect. Throws it in through that window, and we are going to have a B cap coming in for Cold Esports.
Oh.
Sav gets killed off of his grab spikes. You hate to see that. And we actually had a triple cap for a little bit. Kings Clan is able to retake the A flag, but the momentum has swung big time the way of Cold Esports.
It really has. Cold now in control of C and B here, and it's just that moment there specifically from Jim is just that star power that they seem to have over everybody. That everybody here is a good team. Kings Clan are a fantastic squad. But it just seems as if those crucial moments where things need to go right for your team, Cold Esports have the players that have the talent to do so. It's a 3 cap for a couple of seconds. C will go back over towards Kings Clan as they spawn up on the other side of Tin, but they need to get a hold of B pretty quickly because this lead could be pretty decent for Cold Esports here, Tab, if they can hold on to this 2 cap for the rest of these 2 minutes, or before 75 seconds, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now it's all about the... It was interesting. I didn't miss that they managed to back cap that other flag. That's how they got a little bit of a lead in the beginning. But I mean, you have both iBot, you have both Yaya, you have Jim, you have Sav, Spiky. We've all seen these players on Cold Esports doing great on these respawn games. So I think it's going to be difficult for Kings Clan unless they are going to be able to cap one of the points right now. Otherwise, this is going to go to halftime with Cold Esports in a nice... not a little bit of a comfortable lead.
Looking like it'll be around 30 points or so by the time we do get that. Really, really well played by Cold Esports in that half. It'll be 28-point difference.
You also
27,
saw
27, I was so close. Maths is hard.
Yeah, it is. But you also see Jim, he's already saved up. He has that missile. He has only 64 points needed for a Goliath. And I mean, if he gets a Goliath, I think we're going to be able to call a winner for this round. What do you think, Bobby?
I mean, honestly, I believe we're actually getting ready to listen to a few of these players. So I think we're going to go ahead and hop into the Sony Xperia one.
One in showers, one shot.
No, Annie mid.
Oh, he got me.
He's going to sandbag, He's going lowest.
Friendly hunter
top 10, top 10, top 10. No, yeah, top 10, top 10.
Got me, top 10. He's in top 10.
Oh my god,
I'm gonna pred C, I'm gonna pred C. There's a trophy on it.
One more reason.
I've got all
No, Annie,
Annie, long. He's going A.
Nice.
Nice.
Going for B, they're tapping it. There's two there.
Yeah, I'm on a
I got them, they're dead. No, spike going.
Try and go B then. I'm gonna smoke it to you. Try and get 10 on it. Fuck, I'm gonna use my all A. No,
I got it. I'm gonna put a cluster on him.
Go C.
I'm gonna get B, cluster it. Cluster B.
Got it.
I took one of these. There's another one around here.
The Goliath's gonna go there, man. Let's go C. I've got Annie. Oh, no.
Well, guys, it just seems as if everything and the kitchen sink has been thrown by Kings Clan here, but have they got much out of it? Not quite. They are able to reduce the deficit ever so slightly, but look at B. That's in the hand of Cold Esports now, Bobby, as is C. What have Kings Clan got to do here? Because it seems as if Cold Esports have been saving a hold of their score streaks.
The thing is, you can take the double cap on A and C, which we've seen Kings Clan do before, but ultimately it's going to come down to control of that B flag. Most times when you do see the flipped caps right there, it's going to get retaken relatively soon. We actually had a triple cap for a second right there for Cold Esports, who's just been so good. They're not giving up any control of B, and even when they do get double capped, they're able to retake things very, very quickly. They've controlled their score streaks so well. They're winning their gunfights. You can see Yaya up at 21 kills. This man is not losing gunfights.
He has 22.
So many. Yeah, there's been so many gunfights where he's been like maybe 5 HP, just a beautiful slide or a drop shot in one situation or another, wins the gunfight that he had no reason to be winning, and because of that, we see him inside the line, 22 kills, controlling this map with ease.
The 2 caps going to come in for Kings Clan, but it will not be enough. There should be enough time.
They need the triple cap to get a chance in this game.
Yep, they're going to need the triple with 2 minutes to go. 150 is what we're limited to here as well, and Cold Esports, although they wouldn't quite get there, they would be very, very close. The time will run out
on B point is also a good play. There's just too much HP for them to break through to get him off of it, and I think Yaya is going to be able to cap B back from them.
A and B in the hand of Cold Esports. This is their game to lose now. Kings Clan, not enough on this map for them. It just seems as if they weren't able to make the most of a couple of flurry of kills, and Cold Esports always seem to have somebody clutching up. We'd have to take a triple cap here. Even then, it's starting to get to the point where that would be impossible for them to come back on. They would need to find it pretty much now. It's impossible anyways. Cold Esports hit 150 and will take a 2-1 lead in this series. And well deserved their tips. What did you like out of Cold Esports in that game? It seemed to be a very, very convincing performance.
I think I gotta give a little bit of credit to that triple molly that Jim hit in the trailer. Something about when he actually starts feeling the game, I think that spreads a little bit in the team, and they looked like they were playing with great confidence after that. And also once we saw that the round half timer swapped sides there, we saw that they had already saved up a couple of score streaks ready to protect their sites. So I mean, it looks pretty convincing, but that is a respawn game mode, but it's gonna be all up to Kings Clan now to bring it back. Otherwise, we might have a winner after only 4 maps.
And Bobby, I think, you know, when we're looking at this one, we said, okay, the S&D is something that Kings Clan are going to need to get a hold of. They did that. But you really, when you're looking at these respawn modes, when we've already seen these two play each other, Hardpoint has been very dominant for Cold Esports. The domination there a little bit closer. Did you feel that was Kings Clan's chance to bring it back in?
Yeah, it's just their rotations are so good. So much of it just comes down to gun skill. Yaya, especially in this matchup, we've seen so many times he just seems to be untouchable in gunfights. His movement is so good. He knows exactly what he needs to do to counter the opposing team, and he's been able to play a really big role in not only winning those gunfights, but getting out, making the rotations, getting the caps when they need them, and being in the right place at the right time. So it's going to take something absolutely ridiculous out of Kings Clan for them to be able to win this one. It's definitely possible, and knowing how much is on the line, we could very well see something crazy come out of them, but they're going to need to pull out all the stops right now to have a shot at pushing this to a game 5.
Tabes, do you think this is it now? Map number 4, you said that looks like what we're going to get. Do you think this is it? Do you think Cold Esports do it here?
Yeah, but here's the thing though. Remember the game that that I was just spectating, that I wasn't casting there, when we saw Kings Clan versus Singularity on the hardpoint, because I believe, if I'm not misremembered, we're playing Crash again on hardpoint. So that seems to be a pretty strong suit for Kings Clan. So maybe this is where they actually bring it home. But I think they just gotta shut down those Slayers on the enemy team, which is just doing a lot for them.
Which is every single player on the side of Cold Esports.
Yes.
Let's be honest, they're all being frying, but let's have a look at what we are going to be going into. The final 2 maps of these best out of 5s is, of course, going to be crashing. If we do need it, we'll say map number 5, S&D, but I'll be honest, I'm not too sure we get there. I'm not too sure we get there. I think it ends here on Crash, but can Kings Clan bring it out the bag here? Can they get it done at the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships Western Europe Finals here? It has been a very, very difficult task so far. Cold Esports have been the team to beat. Can they get it done on Crash? Will they be your champions here after this map? Bobby, let's get into it.
Yeah, we've seen Kings Clan off the start against Singularity looked really good, and it almost seemed like a miracle that Singularity was able to pull off the comeback. So we know they can play the right positions, but with Jim in control of the 3-story off the start, that is exactly where Cold Esports wants to be. He takes out Inferno, who tries to push up as well, and Jim just seems to be untouchable today. He's already got 3 kills on the board. He's finally taken out by Narcs, and if we do have Kings Clan taking control of top of that 3-story, that could swing the momentum. We got Psyche up there, as we can see, and even though Cold Esports ticking upward, we do have Kings Clan hopping onto the hill. A few players on site for Cold Esports, and it's going to be a contest coming in from Narcs, but he's not going to be able to do anything. We do have Angel pushing in, taking control of that 3-story himself. That's definitely a really big push coming in for them.
Let's see here, Tabes looking towards that 3rd story. That's the control is for Kings Clan. Can they make this one count? Cold Esports a good lead off that first hill.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still a very close game, but I was impressed there. Angel was actually able to pretty much push into that 3-story and get some important frags so they could set up for the rotation. And that's the kind of thing that you love to see. But also, Axie, he gets 2 shotguns and Inferno. It feels like Kings Clan are actually starting to wake up, and it's looking positive for them right now. And they're able to just hold this site, and that is a barbecue party right now at the bottom of that hard point.
My goodness gracious, look at all the Molotovs flying in there. Yaya can't get anywhere close. Kings Clan has set up very, very nicely for this 3-story control for the final 20 seconds. They got control towards blue as well. If they can get rid of Jim, they're onto something special here. Honestly, Kings Clan could be in a really good spot after this, but Jim gets the flank grab behind, and XC should be taken down as well. Those final 10 seconds will go over towards Cold Esports, but anything but cold was the bottom of 3-story there. Wow, all the Molotovs getting thrown in. But look at this from Kings Clan now, set up very, very nicely towards blue, and it gives you a very good transition over towards P4 here, doesn't it, Bobby, if you can get this locked down.
Yeah, we got Eggsy inside the hard point with that Echo on those tight angles. He's going to be pretty much untouchable unless he misses a few shots, which we haven't seen him do a whole lot so far today, but just like that. Spiky sliding in, getting the double with the QQ9 right there. It is going to be a break for the time being. There's players on the backside for Kings Clan pushing in. Beer able to get the single. Can he get the double? Potatoes a little bit right there. That's a big miss. We will see the retake for Cold Esports as they've got players all around the site. Inferno gonna try to push in with the DRH right there, but iBot is waiting for him on the inside. It looks like they'll be able to continue to build this lead, and it's all likely going to come down to who gets the rotation over toward P4 first. We've seen that be such a crucial point throughout the entirety of our matchups, and it does look like Cold Esports already has players on site.
And well played by Cold. They did as well as they could to disrupt what Kings Clan had set up, but the spawns for Kings Clan are coming in. Spikey's all alone is able to find a kill. That's important. Staying alive as long as he can here is just as important as finding kills. The Molotov's going to go out just to slow down this push. He's waiting for the rest of his team to come to help him out, but he's going to help out from up top. Really good play by Spikey. No push coming in here either, and he's just allowed free range up top. But the rest of his team aren't able to get nearby. Kings Clan doing a really good job to defend here.
I mean, Spike is doing whatever he can, but even though he's on the hard point, he is above it, so he's not able to contest it or stop the points from coming down. But you can see he's controlling his RC car there to make sure that he can actually push down safely. But does he know that the Kings Clans are already pushing up? And XC, look at that. He's on a roll with him.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if that was the right play right there for Spikey to sit up in that hard point, just kind of doing nothing. There was no reason for Kings Clan push up. We see not only were they allowed to get a lot of points on that fourth hard point, but they now have control of the fifth as well. Angel on the top side, he's got 11 kills on the board. He's been so good for them so far. Ibot on the outside, Jim pushing up with him. They might be able to get the break. Inferno gets knocked off. The Tempest will disappear for him. Sav dies to the ASM-10 in the hands of Narx, and just like that, it looked like Cold Esports was going to get the retake over on that fifth hard point, but Kings Clan taking control and doing it convincingly. 5 players on site. Eggsy holding the backside. He's got the shotgun. He's got the shot, and it looks like it will be Kings Clan with a really solid win here on Crash Hardpoint.
Well, there you go. Map number 4 going the way we didn't think it would. Cold Esports couldn't get anything done there. Fantastic play by Kings Clan. I mean, it was that whole rotation from the bottom of 3 story. I mean, I really don't think even the Xperia 1 Mark II heat suppression could have helped you in bottom 3 story at that point. There was a lot of Molotovs in there. Oh my goodness, it was hot. But I mean, how on earth, how did they hold that so well? They had the bottom of P2 in the 3 story. They move over to blue. They have complete control of P4 as well. That's fine. But then if you're Cold Esports, you've got to set up better for P5, surely. Bobby, you have to hold that down.
Yeah, I was, like I said, very surprised to see the approach that Spikey took. If you're on top of the hard point and you don't have players nearby, your best shot is to go for the break. Had he been able to get a solo break right there, it would have been a completely different story. They would have gotten time on the hill on P4. It probably could have set up better for P5. But like you said, I'm not really sure how they weren't set up on P5 after not having a whole lot of a contest on P4. That was executed absolutely perfectly by Kings Clan. They definitely surprised us right there. We've seen how good they can be in Search and Destroy. I honestly think they might have a shot at pushing us into a final match.
We could be going second best out of 5 here, Tabes. Are you thinking that, or do you think that Cold Esports ended here on map number 5?
I mean, right now it feels like it could go either way, but Kings Clan, they seem to be really good on hardpoint. As we saw on remember on the last crash, we saw that was just absolutely insane. I'm not sure about their search and destroy skills, because it kind of seemed like Meltdown Search and Destroy also could have gone either way. But right now, I'm gonna still go that with Team Singular, Kings Clan, sorry guys, and that we're gonna get another grand finals. I mean, they came from the losers bracket, so let's give them a shot. I love watching some Call of Duty, so why not get some more?
Well, we may well be going to a second best out of 5, but there is one more chance for Kings Clan to try and fold that in our S&D map. That's going to be coming up after this quick commercial break. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship Western European Finals, and we're very excited to get into potentially the last map of the whole tournament. I'm joined once again by Tibbs and of course Bobby Plays. My name is Todd and we are going to guide you through this final map. We're going to be heading over to Search and Destroy. It's been a back and forth series, hasn't it, guys? And honestly, we really did favor Cole Esports, but now heading into the S&D with Kings Clan winning the first, would they be the favorite here, Bobby, or are you thinking that Cold are going to close it out when they need to?
I think right now one of the biggest factors is definitely going to be adrenaline. Cold Esports knows that even if they lose this, they've still got a shot at winning the whole thing. But Kings Clan knows that everything is on the line for them right here. They can't afford a loss, and it is absolutely imperative for them to clutch it. I think that's a big reason why we saw them win that last game of Hardpoint, and I think that's the reason we are likely going to see a second match in our grand finals. I really do feel like with the way they've been playing, especially in Search and Destroy, they've got a really good shot at winning this match and moving us to a final.
Tabes, are we thinking the same, or are we thinking that they've got a really good shot here? Kings Clan, they looked good in the S&D on Meltdown, but does that transition to this map?
I'm starting to wonder if not Cold Esports have just kind of been playing maybe on 70-80% or something like that, and now they had a little break just as we had, and I think this is the game they're gonna step up. They're gonna show basically why they are in the grand finals. It's gonna be over here. Maybe.
Maybe. I mean, that's the expert analysis we want. More. It's going to be over here, maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, the first best out of 5 is definitely over here, but it's depending who's going to come out on top. If you guys at home do not know, of course, Cold Esports came from the top side of the bracket. They only need to win one of the best out of 5s in the grand final. But if you are, of course, Kings Clan, you're coming from the losers bracket. You've already lost one, so you can only afford to lose one more. So you need to win 2 in a row. Let's see, though. If they can get it done, we are nearly ready to get into the potential final map of the weekend. Just give me a prediction. I want it straight up. Tabes, who's taking this one?
I'm starting to think Cold Esports is going to bring this one home. We're going to see something crazy from Jaya here. He has kind of been a little sleeper player there. He's just been constantly performing very well, and this might be the game where he just pops off.
Well,
yeah, I'm definitely interested. I'm interested to see how Jim snipes are going to translate over to Crossfire. I feel like the sniping style is very different from what it is on other sniper maps. We've seen both Narcs and Angel be really, really good in the game 5 going up against Singularity. So they're probably in a little more of a rhythm and knowing what their approach needs to be on this map. We are going to have a plant over on the B site going the way of Kings Clan. That'll give them the advantage and put the pressure over onto Cold.
So they're going to have to do something here, Cold. That bomb is down. If Jim can find the pick towards the back, then suddenly it becomes a lot easier. But Yaya infiltrates towards the site. Where's that bomb planted? It's on the front, but there we go. Jim finds
he's
one.
Awake.
Knock now goes down. Inferno is able to trade that one back, but kills being traded left, right, and center. XZ is the one that's going to cause damage in there, but Vera is able to find one on the Yaya uncontested. But Jim and Ibot combining together, and all of a sudden it's down to Angel. He's at the back. The shot's coming down. Can he find anything? He just needs to get the bomb diffuser. If he can, Angel finds one. Will he find the bomb diffuser as well? He's missing the shot. Oh my God! Angel clutches up at the last moment. 1-0 to Kings Clan. And that is as dramatic as you could possibly think. My goodness me. Just played his life so well. Sniper in hand. Finds 2. That's the round to Kings Clan.
Is this the round that turns it all around? Maybe it's just going to be Kings Clan really rattled the cages of Cold Esports. I mean, Jim started out with a snipe, and he does so in this round again, but it wasn't even enough.
Yeah, you have Jim winning the sniper battle against Narcs right now, but obviously Angel, the player able to clutch up right there, and he executed that about as perfectly as he possibly could have. Like we said before, that's something that they do. They plant on the B site exactly where they know they're going to be able to get over to that Overwatch, and the sniper will be able to take out anybody that tries to go for the defuse. That's why we have the chopper trying to take them out on the top side. But executed perfectly by Angel, giving them the first round win. Regardless, Jim still looking really good. If he's able to take out Angel in the top side, would be crucial for Cold Esports in getting their first round win, but only one player down for each team. No bomb plant coming in yet. Still a lot of work to do for Kings Clan, who drops 2 players already, and it's not looking great for them right now.
Really, really good work by Jim and Co, who have just sat back and picked them apart here. Looks as if Angel, now left all alone in a 1 versus 3, will concede this round. He's not really in a good spot. The push comes through.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, he's so good. He's so good with it. 1-1 now. The sniper in his hands.
I was just about to say,
I mean, he's found 6 kills in 2 rounds.
Yeah, I was just going to say, is it Angel's time again to do a nice little clutch there? But unfortunately, he was facing off Jim first. So maybe the sniper battles is one thing that I personally love to see in Call of Duty. It's something that takes a lot of skill, but it's also a gamble. If you miss that first shot, you are going to be in trouble.
Angel inside the bus now. Look at this aggression from Yaya. Checking in and around the bomb site, but gets out as well. Is he still lingering around? Damaged a little bit. I believe that was from an incend, but that bomb is now starting to go down. Yaya peeks the bot. Oh, is he able to get a shot? Yes, he is, but Bot is the one that cleans it up. Inferno does find Saab, but Jim takes down Inferno. Good round so far from Cold Esports here, Bobby.
Yeah, something to keep in mind is the difference in snipers used. So keep in mind, Jim is using the Locust, which doesn't have the same lethal zones as the DLQ, which is the sniper that we see Angel using right now, but it does have a faster scope time. So in situations like we've seen where the absolute advantage is given to the player with a better aim, the Locust is going to typically win. And we've seen that go the way of Jim multiple times. Through 3 rounds, he has 7 kills on the board. He's averaging more than 2 kills per round, and this one's still not done yet. Narcs is yet to pick up kill. He's going to need to turn things around in a big way to help his team clutch up right here.
Oh my
Even
God.
with the pistol, Jim can't lose. He does finally drop to Narcs. That could be a little confidence builder for him. Ibot and Yaya still alive now in a 2v2 versus Kings Clan.
Well, that bomb
These
is
are
actually
not
gonna,
2 people.
I mean, this
These are
bomb's
not
going to
2
go down
people
today.
that you want to be alone against either. I mean, Ibot and Jaya are both hard slayers in this team.
Here we go, Yaya is going to run into 2. Is he going to be able to find any good player between them 2? And XZ will find the kill onto Yaya, and all of a sudden, Ibot all on his own. And really, Yaya was in a good spot there, but should have waited on Bot. Oh, he's not going to find the position in there as well on XZ, and they know exactly where he is. He pushes forward now. It's a hard position to be in with this gun. It's okay, you could potentially find something, but I quite like this play. 18 seconds to go. Are they going to check it from one angle or the other? Shots going to have to come through. Surely they're going to get pinched from the other side. Yes, he is. He's already dead. Another round to Kings Clan. They want to force the second out of 5 yet. 2-1 in the SD. And really just a well ground out round. There was time there for... Sorry, I should say there wasn't much time there for them to do anything. They managed to get the bomb over towards A. Well played by Jim to find the kills, but couldn't quite find that last one. On an Ox, well, I mean, he finds it this time around. He gets wiped out in the middle of the map. Can Angel find the snipers? They go across to defend A, not quite. So there's a 5v4 for Cold Esports here.
Yeah, that was basically as perfect an execution as you could have from Eggsy and Narcs. They knew exactly where the opposing player was going to be. They were able to get the frag to close out the round. We are, once again, going to have the bomb plane coming in for Kings Clan. With the established position, that's definitely where they would like to be. We do have Sav on the backside. He's struggled so far in the search and destroy. Only 1 kill on the board, but with Jim alive, anything is possible if you're Cold Esports. Yaya pushing the site, getting really aggressive. Seems the snipers on the top side not really wanting to push anything, and Yaya nearly choked the kill right there, able to come out alive. Jim takes out Eggsy. He is just too good. Angel's gonna have to reload. That's gonna cost him the round, and it's now tied up 2-2.
Oh, that seemed as if Angel was in the perfect spot once again, and Jim has picked up 11 kills in 4 rounds so far. The rest of his team only have a combined 5.
I mean, he's playing on a different type of level right now. This is the confidence that we saw in that interview when he was just leaning back, taking a chill. And I mean, the snipes and the shots that he's been hitting are very crucial for his team. But I feel like if the rest of some of his teammates could step up, that would be needed for them to actually bring home the game.
Yeah, they really do need to step up. You're very, very right. Spike is going to find a kill, but before being taken down by Viet. And all of a sudden, it's a 2v1. It's going to be Yaya against Inferno and Via. And Via got very, very aggressive there into the shot. Inferno's going to be tapped up, though. And Yaya's just not going to get away. Very, very weak. Can he manage to survive this one? He has done. But the problem for him here is that he has to defend a bomb site. Which way are they going? He's surely determined that they've went towards A. 87 HP in a dream. Inferno's going to get the shot in, but can you finish him off? Not quite. Kings Clan 3-2. No way we can separate these two.
Jaya has always been very good with the sliding and the movement on close quarter, but that time it did not work in his favor.
Yeah, it's just Kings Clan. Consistency across the board for Kings Clan. They know what they need to do. They know the spots they need to be in. They know the angles they need to hold. They just seem to be doing everything right. And honestly, the only reason that Cold Esports has been able to get any rounds is that 12 kills that you see in the hands of Jim through 5 rounds. Absolutely ridiculous numbers. It looks like we will have a bomb plant over on the B site for him. He will be able to get it down with the trophy system there and able to avoid any explosions, but gets taken out by Narcs, who has struggled all game long. Could be a turning point for him.
I'm down. Could be Jim now dead as well, so there's the main weapon for Cold Esports gone. Ibot really hasn't shown up here so far in this S&D, but can they keep them away?
They have the advantage of having the bomb down, but I'm starting to feel if Narcs could start to wake up. Oh, they're falling like flies right now. Only Sav left, but before I could finish that sentence, the bomb is already being defused by Kings Clan.
My goodness, mate. Such a quick retake. And they just ran forward. It just seems as if the side of Cold Esports, they're not talking to each other. There's no communication there. They're not calling anything out right now. Jim is the only one doing anything. On the other side of things, though, Kings Clan, a well-balanced game so far. Can Cold Esports bring this one back 4-2 down in this first best out of 5? Just to remind you at home, if Kings Clan win this, we go to another best out of 5. The bracket will be reset, and the winner of that best out of 5 takes home the bacon. Let's see. Can Cold Esports bring this one back?
You gotta wonder if Cold Esports doesn't win right here and Kings Clan ends up coming out on top, how that affects the confidence for both teams. We see Jim on the site.
He's so low.
Oh, but Narcs wins the fight again. Jim just the only thing going for this team. 13 kills. His teammates combined for 7 at the moment. And just great consistency, like we've said all game long. Kings Clan, all the players on the right positions. They know their angles, they know their responsibilities, and they are executing perfectly. We'll see if they can continue to do this and push us to a second grand finals match.
Oh, did we just see a wall bang coming in from Angel right there? I mean, they're playing a different type of confidence right now.
Mm-hmm. Not far off the shot on the Sav there. Nox is going to take down Yaya. Oh. The 2v1. The kills get traded. It's 5-2 to Kings Clan. I have a feeling we're heading to second best out of 5 here. 5-2 now.
It's starting to look like it. But right now, I feel like Cold Esports, they need to step up. They cannot be relying on only one player to get the frags. I mean, Jim has been getting so many kills, and he's still trying to go for the plants all the time. I'm starting to wonder, maybe if he's rocking the sniper, he should be holding back a little bit, maybe let a different teammate with an SMG or something similar to get that bomb down so he can actually overwatch a little bit further back.
I think it's one of these things, though, Bobby, is that he's feeling confident with it. He's playing well. He feels like he has to do everything. That's why he's getting aggressive with the sniper here. But he needs his teammates to do something. If they could just remotely match what he's doing, this is a Cold Esports win easily.
Yeah, and honestly, this is very different from what we saw on the Meltdown Search and Destroy, because in that situation, he was getting even contributions for his teammates. There are a lot of players playing well, but right now, he's almost forced into this role where he has to hit the snipe, and he actually misses. It looked like he had perfect crosshair alignment, but maybe just a hair off right there. It may have been a hit marker, to be honest, but that is definitely going to be costly. They don't have the bomb down. It's in the hands of Jim. Not only is he trying to get every single kill, but he's trying to get the plants too, and with Kings Clan perfectly positioned all across the map in all of their defensive positions, it's going to be really tough for them to get a plant and 5 kills down right now.
That's the thing. You give Jim the bomb because he's the sniper. He's sitting the furthest back, but they've taken far too long to go for this plant. 35 seconds remaining until we maybe see a bracket reset. Jim has to do something. He's taking far too long, and Angel finds the shots. His team need to do something without him now. Yaya pushes forward. They need to get this bomb down. They need to do it quickly. Inferno's already dead, as said. Yaya's in a good position. Narks finds another kill. The bomb's going down. Can they get a shot onto the bomb carrier? Yes, they can.
Wow.
Nox is there again.
It's over.
We said he needed to step up. He has done for his team. Brings the final kill through. We are resetting the bracket as Kings Clan take the first one 3-2 with an emphatic S&D win. What a game between these two. Kings Clan turning up the play eventually here, Tibbs. We did not see this team first thing this morning. They're really heating up now.
I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous. I was not expecting them. I mean, Kings Clan have been playing COD Mobile all weekend, and I feel like they're bringing out their best for the end of the tournament.
Well, let's have a look at the bracket. Bobby, they've managed to reset it here. In the grand finals, we go to a second best out of 5 because Kings Clan take that one 3-2. Do we see another 5 maps here, though? That's the question. It comes down to just this. Cold Esports have got no more mistakes to make. They need to be perfect once again. Which way does this go now? Because the momentum has to be with Kings Clan, Bobby.
Yeah, I really feel like we're going to see another 5 maps. It's not just that this wasn't the Kings Clan that we saw first time this morning, but this is also not the Cold Esports that we saw this morning either. They've lost their confidence. Jim seems to be the only person that really feels like he's in a rhythm, and everybody else seems to be struggling, especially over toward the end. They just weren't able to get anything going. Even toward the end, when you had a couple players getting kills here and there, just perfect setups by Kings Clan, they seem to be extremely confident, and we saw that from Narks in his interview earlier. He said they weren't going down without a fight, and they are proving that right now.
Indeed, they are not. The second best out of 5 is on the way. After this quick commercial break, do not go anywhere. The bracket is reset. We go to a second best out of 5 here between these two teams, Kings Clan and Cold Esports, here in the grand final of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships Esports Finals here in Europe. And my goodness me, I mean, Kings Clan, how on earth have they brought it back here, Tibbs? I mean, from the game specifically, this one that we've seen between these two in the winners bracket final, it was so easy for Cold Esports to get it done against Kings Clan. What's changed since then?
I'm starting to wonder if it's literally just practice and also a little bit of tournament nerves. I'm starting to wonder if Cold Esports may have taken out the victory in advance, and that's something that you never want to do. And I'm just impressed. I mean, also we're watching some of the best Call of Duty Mobile plays that I couldn't even imagine that we'll be able to see this. So I'm just hoping that Cold Esports are, settling down, thinking, it's a brand new game, and I think that's what they need to be doing.
Bobby, looking at these maps, what are we thinking then? Because, I mean, Crash Hardpoint is what we're going to first. Last time around, that was a Kings Clan win. Which way do you see this series going? I want predictions. I want maps. I want map scores. No, I don't want map scores. Just give me a map count for both these two teams. Which way does this one go?
I mean, based on what we saw coming out of Kings Clan last time on Crash Hardpoint, I would definitely give them the advantage. They've been really good on their rotations. Honestly, probably should have had the Crash Hardpoint win against Singularity as well. And
yep, twice.
It was just a miracle that they were able to pull that one out. Standoff S&D, I've already said I love watching, and that's going to be a fun one to watch. That was one of the first places that we really saw Jim pop off with the sniper, was on Standoff Hardpoint, and I'm expecting big things out of him on that map as well. A lot of it is going to come down to whether or not his teammates show up in the search and destroy, and whether or not he's getting the help that he needs in order for them to go home with the trophy.
Well, here we go into the second best out of 5. We head over to Crash once again, but can Cold Esports do it at the second time of asking here, or can Kings Clan complete the comeback? Jim's getting aggressive through the middle of the map as well as Kings Clan initially get control of Archers. But Tibbs, what did you see the last time round that we seen Crash that Kings Clan did right, and what have Cold Esports to do to get back into this one?
I'm starting to just wonder if this is the rotations, as you guys have been mentioning a lot. They were preparing, they were ready, but there also seemed like Cold Esports were doing a little bit of a misplay sometimes with the rotation. And also, surely Spiky, you remember, he was holding upstairs and not contesting the hard point. It was a good play, but he still weren't able to be contesting the points coming in. And then instantly Kings Clan was already ready and taking over the next rotations. But here's my prediction. If Cold Esports manages to shut down Kings Clan, who has now won at least 2 hard points on Crash, I think they're going to be able to turn this around. But if Kings Clan comes down on top, it's going to be them all the way.
Well, here we go then. Cold Esports getting themselves set up here. They didn't do this last time round very well at all, and Kings Clan easily broke through. XC has been such a menace with that shotgun all weekend long. That's 2 kills from him. Can he find it? Oh, yes, he can. There's the third. It's almost like he heard me. Doing phenomenal in the middle of that hard point. It's going to get taken down eventually, but my goodness me. Looks here now with the rocket launcher, getting that one put away. Can he do anything with the AR here? He is going to get taken down, but Cold Esports really struggling to get a hold of points here, but there we go. Sav is going to pick up 3, and that might allow them to get some sort of control at bottom 3 story, and now the movement over towards blue is going to start coming in very, very shortly, but 25 seconds still to play for here. Jim with the close angle. Is he going to be able to find anything with it? XT once again in there causing problems. Jim's going to go down. It's looking like Kings Clan not able to quite get control. The RC goes out. It's an easy kill for Yaya. Not able to quite pick it up, but he's locking down the rest of this time. If he can, can't quite turn quick enough, and Inferno will find the kill in the final few seconds. But heading over towards blue, it's Kings Clan that are there. Where are Cold Esports spawning out? They're all the way back towards P5, but there's a couple of them near the hard point here, Bobby.
Yeah, this is really interesting so far because it seems like Cold Esports is winning the majority of the gunfights that they're taking. Kings Clan just has the better rotations. We see Sav with 11. We see Yaya with 11. Those two combined, I believe, have more than all of Kings Clan, and it's still Kings Clan with a 16-point lead. Finally, we got Jim pushing into that hard point, taking control right here. Typically, we see this is the turning point with whoever is going to come away with the win. Kings Clan has been really good with the rotation so far. They do not have map control, they do not have spawns, and yet it is still Veer pushing into that hard point, getting the break. That'll give them some additional time on the hill, and you can see all of Cold Esports spawning on the opposite side of the map. Kings Clan could not be set up any more perfectly. Even with the kill disparity, they're able to hold the lead right here, and the struggles for Spiky and Jim definitely playing a big role. Interestingly enough, we saw Spiky holding down the 3-story off the start, which is typically not where you want to see somebody using that QQ9. It's a very close range gun. He wasn't able to get good usage out of it. If they had sent somebody else over there, we might be seeing a completely different game right now.
Well, here we go, Tibbs. This lockdown from Kings Clan is looking very, very similar, isn't it, to what we've seen before? Are they able to hold this one down? I mean, the shots are coming in for them, and just a quick little stat that we have for you here as well. And this is just so surprising to me. Kings Clan do not have anybody in the top 5 KD in any game mode so far, whereas Cold Esports completely dominate the top 10 overall as well. Kings Clan are just getting it done on a rotation basis here. They're just playing good Call of Duty. It doesn't matter about the slaying. It's the important kills you make, not the amount that you do. But Cold Esports eventually do break through here, Tibbs, but they're gonna have to break P5 very, very quickly as Kings Clan are getting set up here. But here we go, Annihilator from Jim. What can he get done with it?
He managed to get one there, but I'm starting to think that Kings Clan might not even care about their kill to death ratio. I mean, they're doing something that you can say is called PTFO, which is playing the objective. So they don't even care unless they're getting the points to win the game.
Yeah, they're playing the objective. It's the best thing to do, isn't it, right, Bobby?
Yeah. I'm just absolutely dumbfounded by what I'm seeing from XZ right now. That is a gun, the Echo, that is usable in so few ranges, and yet he continues to dominate with that in every single map. It doesn't matter how big the map is. It doesn't matter how long the angles are. He's so patient. He's so calculated. He plays every angle that he needs to. He's top fragging for them consistently and playing a huge role in them getting that first win in Hardpoint.
I mean, it just caught me by surprise there, because we seen the rotation came in from Cold Esports there, but Kings Clan just seemed to break so easily. Hardpoint, I actually don't even know if it's just Hardpoint. To me, it seems as if these teams are mismatched on a level of confidence. Kings Clan just are flying right now. It seems as if that little bit of a shake-up this morning is really giving them the kick up the backside, and now all of a sudden they have just found this form that they could not find this morning. I mean, Tabes, for me, this may well be over. The way that Kings Clan have been playing S&D, it feels like they need to just get one of the run and gun game modes, either one of the hard points or a domination, and all of a sudden you just need to rely on your S&D and you've won the series. That could be it for them now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they have been playing really well on Search and Destroy as well, which is coming up right here, but there's something about them. I feel like they're playing like they have nothing to lose, Kings Clan, right now, and it's somehow it feels like Cold Esports have everything to lose. They've already had the chance to close this out in the first grand finals. I mean, right now they should just be thinking this is a new game, but I mean, Kings Clan, they're doing exactly what is asked for them, playing the objective, having the rotation sounds, and I'm betting you that they have great team communication right now.
It seems that way, Bobby. It just seems as if Kings Clan have got that extra little bit of energy. Just looking towards the scoreboard in that previous game, though, I mean, the best kill to death coming out there was actually Sav, 14-13. So really nothing coming from Cold Esports. And we talked about the KDA leaderboards, and it seems as if, yes, okay, it's great for them to have those top slayers in the game. Yes, okay, it's fantastic to have it there. But does it feel like they maybe rely on it too much? When they can't get those kills, everything seems to fall apart.
Yeah, it just seems like in every game mode that we've seen, basically for probably the last 5 games, there's always one crucial mistake that seems to really set them back and really cost them the game. So in the one match, we saw Spiky sitting up top of the 2-story on P4, not pushing down, not playing the objective. That cost them in Hardpoint. We saw again at the start of that game, he pushed over to the 3-story, but he was trying to hold control with the QQ9. Not an ideal situation there. We've seen Jim in Search and Destroy over on Meltdown, pushing too aggressively with the shotgun, giving away another easy round right there, probably costing them as well. So ultimately, they've got to get their strategy down. We know that these guys can frag, but they've got to play with the right strategy if they're going to be able to win this.
Well, here we go. Back over towards Standoff, but this time on Search and Destroy. We've seen a good performance from Cold Esports here yesterday. They're going to need another one here because they are really in danger. Being the tournament favorites that fell short here. Kings Clan looking very, very good, but Cold Esports once again very, very passive. It feels like they have no confidence right now here.
Yeah, they gotta start playing to win. They cannot be sitting in the back, and I mean, if a repeat of the last Search and Destroy that these guys played, I mean, Jim was the only one pretty much fragging out. He had all the kills and was trying to do pretty much everything for his team. So I'm just hoping that Cold Esports are going to be, you know, maybe rallying up around to get this win. But I mean, it's going to be a difficult game.
The bomb site now taken by Kings Clan, and A bomb is down. Jim needs to find something here with the sniper, but he has to be aggressive with it. That's the problem, isn't it? The bomb is on the wrong side for them to try and defuse this one, so Jim has to try and find it. The longer this goes on, the worse it gets for Cold, as they are now in a 3v5. Bot's going to find a kill on the Angel. The defuse is coming in. Is there anybody there to stop it? The defuse comes in. That cannot happen if you're Kings Clan. You need somebody watching over that. They do not have anybody there. And all of a sudden, it's around over towards Cold that may just give the wind in their sails that they need, because that should not happen, Bobby.
Yeah, that was a huge error in execution by Kings Clan. Their entire game plan was to have people over on boxes by spawn side to be able to watch over the bomb, but once that person got challenged, they had nobody that would be able to take out anybody trying to defuse, and because of that, it was actually a very easy defuse for Jim. Once they were able to take out that one player on boxes, if you're gonna play that strategy, you gotta have multiple people that can watch the angle, or at least be in the surrounding area, hear the sound of the defuse. That should have been an easy round win for Kings Clan, and they missed out right there. We do see them with a 4-2 advantage, make it a 4-1 advantage. iBot being the only player remaining, and Inferno and Eggsy playing a huge role for Kings Clan. iBot is able to take out Eggsy in the top of blue right there. But with the bomb down, it's a 1v3 in a very sticky situation.
Yeah, it's not a good spot to be in. Oh, Viera on the site as well. It's going to have to find the top of his head yet. Looking to give him a haircut on the track. They're not going to happen yet. We'll find the shots, and iBot really in a sticky situation there. A lot he really could do. Really, really good player once again, though. And I think the thing is with Kings Clan, though, they'll feel like they should have been 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, if you take a look at Inferno, he's already gotten 4 frags, and he has been... I think if you see a player like that, maybe he can just be the grind that gets them the win. I'm starting to feel like Kings Clan are just, as we see, there's a different beast from the game that we saw them lose as well. So, I mean... Cold Esports has to come up with something, and they gotta do it fast. They cannot just rely on sitting in the back and waiting for the opponents to do a mistake. This is not gonna happen at this level of competitive Call of Duty.
What's going on here? There's a gunfight around the backside. Cold are eventually gonna come out and win it. It was a strange one. It seemed as if Inferno just had all the time in the world to get those shots in, but a nice molly comes in here from Nox. It's now a 4v2. Kings Clan backs against the wall in round number 3 here, Bobby.
Yeah, that was so unusual that Inferno was able to stay alive for that long. I'm not sure what Colt was waiting on. Obviously, able to take him out. They do now have a 2-player advantage, but that's another one of those situations where if things have gone differently, if Inferno lands those shots, that's another huge missed opportunity for Cold Esports. So we do see Narcs landing the snipe on the iBot. Absolutely a must-have for him right there. They're going to get the A-plant down, and it looks like this could be a manageable situation, but with Jim sniping, they've got to watch out, especially on standoff Search and Destroy. We've seen him be deadly with that sniper. He's going to overlook boxes, but not able to land anything yet. Loves that jump shot over the fence, and he does it again.
What?
Shot onto Narcs. Yaya cleans up Veer, and he's going to be able to get the defuse to give Cold Esports the lead.
My goodness me. That's Jim's first kill, but it's a special one. The flick and the jump over. 2-1 now. Cold Esports are going to try and get back into this one. This stinks of a game 5, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
It's starting to get really interesting. I also am happy to see Cold Esports are spreading out their kills. It's not only one person getting all of them, but that's just as I say that the iBot goes down to Inferno, who's been playing very well so far. Now he's up with 5, and this fourth round, excuse me, is already just brand new started, and there comes in a bunch of kills. James gets actually with the sniper, and Inferno gets another kill with his nade as well.
The thing is, they haven't actually managed to get this bomb down. Sav's going to win that gunfight, but Spiky is there to help. He is going to go down himself, though, but all of a sudden it's a 1v2 for Jim.
Oh, it's all up to Jim now. I
think he's got the bomb, though. He has the bomb.
This is probably what he likes. He likes to be the guy who clutches. So let's see if he can actually bring it.
Jim's the guy that's got all the confidence in the world, so this is basically his dream scenario right now. He's like, oh, I got a better shot at winning this than if it was a 5v5, so let me see what I can do. Unfortunately, doesn't hit the first shot, follows up with the quick scope, and somehow gets out of that alive. He's being chased right now. And
he doesn't know there's behind him.
Oh. Narix gets the easy kill on the Jim right there, and we're tied up in 2-2.
2 apiece. It's hard to separate them, isn't it? Very, very difficult. He did well to find the first kill, did Jim, but could not quite find the second. Inferno is having a great game at 7 kills, 4 rounds in. Can he continue this for Kings Clan now, who have a 1-0 lead in the second best out of 5 yet?
We were talking about that Kings Clan we're not supposed to care too much about how many kills they're getting. I mean, they're like to play the objective, and I feel like Kings Clan is still pretty much only focused on winning. They don't care if they kill anyone. They don't care if they get Jim down with a sniper or anything. They just want to get the bomb down right now and get this round over with.
Yeah, pretty passive approach coming out of both teams. Obviously, Inferno holding down that back alley. We've seen him. The HVK has been his go-to all weekend, and he's been so consistent with it throughout the entire time. It looks like we are going to have the A plant coming in for Kings Clan. No first blood for either team. iBot is going to try to take out some of those trophy systems to make this a little bit more manageable. And honestly, I would like to see a little bit better utility management out of both teams. Eggs in the perfect spot to take out Jim. He's so good at playing those tight angles, just like that. Kings Clan with the advantage. Angel gets the kill, a 3v3, but the bomb is down. But another defuse coming in, another huge mistake coming in for Kings Clan.
How
They
can
need
they
to
let
keep
this
an
keep
eye
happening?
out on that.
How can they let it keep happening? They've been
I feel like
burnt
there's
twice.
something with the communication there. They were so focused on Sav coming in the backside there, and even though they managed to kill him, the sneaky defuse on the site, that should not be allowed to happen. I mean, they can't just give up the A site that easily.
That seems to be the theory behind the site, though, isn't it? It's plant it, you drop back, you can watch it from there. But if not planting it in the right position that they can watch it from, it's a mistake on a couple of different parts, isn't it? It's a couple of rounds now for King Clan. They very well could have been what? 4-1 up here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Could this come back to bite them? I wonder. Yayanko getting aggressive on this A site now. The bomb will start going down. Will Inferno get aggressive? That is the question. He does have backup if he wants to go for it. That bomb is now down. And let's see if Cold can do it better this time. Can they defend from the back over towards A?
Yeah, Inferno landed a couple shots onto Jim, but obviously not able to land the kill shot. And Jim playing that tractor position to perfection. Gets the snipe onto Narix and continuing to be really, really big for his team. 2v2, make it a 2v1. Veer, the only player remaining, does miss the first shot, but Jim's quick scopes are too good right now. It is Cold Esports going up to the 4-2 lead.
4-2 lead now. And this would tie the
It's definitely
series up.
starting to feel like a Cold Esport game right now. With Jim, he's waking up. I'm just amazed with the courage of him. Close quarter, still managed to do the sniping and do some of those quick scopes. So
Jim now looking for an option in the middle of the map. 4-2 up, and Yaya will come in and find the kill, and it's looking very, very good. All of a sudden, it's a 4v3. Cold Esports looking a lot better, but Veer and Inferno from the middle of the map able to do something here. Sav is going to be able to answer back, though, and all of a sudden, Inferno and Nox have got a lot to do. It's a 1v3 now for Inferno. Do they know he's on the tank, but they get away. If he finds that kill, it becomes a little bit more doable, but they just challenge all together here. such a difficult situation for Inferno. Doesn't really have a great deal of utility, but does get something out to try and help him there, but always a difficult situation. Inferno takes him down 5-2.
Yeah, that could have been a little more manageable if he was able to get the cryo bomb down, but unfortunately for him, there is actually a trophy system on site for Cold Esports, so that made the 3v1 even more manageable. Obviously, he's been so good with it, but 3v1 and only a tank to work with is going to be a sticky situation. It's now looking like Cold Esports, after struggling off the start, and you got to imagine Kings Clan right now probably kicking themselves instead of being able to close this one out. It could have been probably a 4-3 right now. It's now a 5-2 in the favor of Cold Esports. 2 players dropping off the start, though, and Kings Clan looking like they might be able to sneak away with a few more rounds.
My goodness, he's just everywhere with that shotgun this weekend, XZ. Spot now, all alone towards the back. This should be a win for Kings Clan. They should be able to drag themselves back into this game. Button should
Ibot has to
down.
do something incredible here. Bobby, you mentioned those cryo nades, right? Can you explain a little bit why you see them being chosen to be played here a little bit on Search and Destroy?
I would imagine primarily for zoning purposes, so a lot of times you'll see those come into play in back alley pushes. We've seen quite a few times actually when Kings Clan was on the offensive, they would send one player over toward that back alley position, send out a cryo nade to slow down the push, and potentially with a combination of the cryo and the Molotov, if you can get somebody slowed down inside the Molotov, it'll actually result in a much easier kill. So that's why a lot of times you see those two used in conjunction instead of maybe a nade and a smoke or something like that. Most of the time you do have kind of a conglomeration of all of the above, but that's why most of the time you will see the cryo and the Molotov used at the same time. Kings Clan taking the advantage right here. 3-2, XZ not hitting the shots, but his teammate gets the trade. Just like that, they clean it up, and it's now 5-4.
5-4. And the problem is, for Kings Clan, do you ruin your mistakes of previous rounds? That could have been the winning round for them. Realistically, they should have been able to hold those defenses. This should be 6-3. And they should be taking a 2-0 lead into the domination, but who knows now? Cold Esports still up 5-4. That's a couple of rounds for Kings Clan, who've clawed their way back into this game.
I'm really excited to see what they can do. I mean, those bomb sites, as we said, where they left A and let them go in for a sneaky defuse, it feels a little bit sour for Kings Clan if they were to lose this Search and Destroy with a couple of rounds that they should just not have lost, in my opinion.
Jim having a scope around to see if he can find anything here. On the attack of Cold Esports now as Jim pushes forward.
Yeah, not finding anybody there. No first blood for either team. Pretty passive approach for Cold Esports right now, and they don't really have any control of the map. 100% counting on Jim's ability to find a first blood right here, and it's just not happening. As you see, Kings Clan perfectly positioned on all the head glitches, nearly spots Narcs over the hop up right there, but Angel is able to get the frag right there to once again give Kings Clan the advantage. And despite the mistakes that they made, wow, closing that one out
so fast.
So fast, and we are going to around 11.
Well, here we go then. This is super important for Cold that they win this.
Defend the objective.
If Kings
Just
Clan
getting
can,
more exciting.
I mean, if Kings Clan can walk away with this round, it's their series to lose. It is their championship to lose. Big grenade going over towards the tank. It's not going to find anybody here, but can Kings Clan in red get this one done? The push over towards A is what's going to come in. And if they are going to go for this, and they are going to plant this, they need to make sure they defend it. The bomb is going down. Cold Esports are going to surely make this push quickly. XZ, he's just to sit there. Everybody else is backing off. The smoke goes out as well. I'm not too sure about that. He's just sort of negated all sorts of cover that he would have had. But can he do it all on his own? Goes around the tractor. It's really good movement. There goes one. Jim's down. As is Ibot. 2 in a row. Give him the third. He can't quite find it. Yaya takes him down. It's now a 4v3. Make that a 4v2. Viedo lining them all up. They all go down. Kings Clan are 2-0 up in the second best out of 5. It's a 6-5 win in S&D. Oh my goodness, they were 5-2 down, I do believe, in that game, and managed to bring it back and win it 6-5. And all of a sudden, after 2 best out of 5, 2-0 up in the second. Cold Esports, their heads have got to be in the bin. They have to be.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was so happy when I saw XC on that position. The smoke grenade, he's probably just thinking, I'm gonna bait with this. Maybe they're thinking I'm playing behind the bomb site there, but that shotgun play that he just did there, instead of doing what Kings Clan had done earlier, where they were kind of backing off, leaving the site to be retaken, he was playing aggressive in the front, and that's exactly what they needed to close out that map.
Fantastic stuff there by Kings Clan, getting it done. And it will be a disappointment in the sense that they could have done a lot easier with, of course, those diffusers, but my goodness me, they are 2-0 up. They need one more map, Kings Clan, or can Cold Esports complete the reverse sweep? They're gonna have to get it done very, very quickly. We'll be back with map number 3 after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the grand finals of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship European Finals. My goodness me, I mean, who would have predicted that we would be in this after this morning, after Cold Esports found the win over King Clan, a 3-0 convincing sweep. We are now in the grand finals with King Clan beating them 3-2 in the first best out of 5, resetting the bracket and now finding themselves up 2-0 in the second best out of 5. I'm joined by Tibbs and Bobby, of course. Bobby, let's go to you first. Is it closed out here? Because I don't understand how Kings Clan are doing this, but at the same time, Cold have just completely fallen off.
Yeah, it really feels like it comes down to mainly a confidence issue. Cold Esports yesterday, and honestly earlier this morning, was just so confident in all of their games. They didn't have any type of an issue with their execution, especially today. Their execution in the first match was absolute perfection, and I don't know if it was a matter of Kings waking up or if it was something else, but they have so much confidence right now. And I think in any type of a competition, confidence is one of the biggest factors. You do have to focus on your execution, winning your gunfights and everything, but confidence plays so much into that. And I think that's why we're seeing Kings Clan with the 2-0 lead in our final match of this championship.
Tibbs, I think this one might be over. Honestly, I mean, Cold Esports are just not playing the way we expected them to play in this grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was pretty certain that we were gonna see Cold Esports bringing it on for the first grand finals and not bring it to another 5 like we are here. But they're playing. It's a different beast. They're not playing with confidence. They're letting too many mistakes happen, and it also seems like the game that really we saw where Jim was just playing out of his mind and his team was just falling behind him. I feel like that might be stuck into their head. Maybe there's some bad communication or something going on, but I don't know. I think we might have the last map right now. It's going to be a 3-0 sweep.
I think we may well do here. We're going to head into the domination in a second, and just a stat I want to touch on before we do head in there. Heading to the domination, the TKD. So looking at Cold's, Jim with 1.18, Bot with a 2.18, which is first overall, Yaya with a 1.79, which is second overall, and Spiky and Sav coming in with a round of 1. On the side of Kings Clan, NOS only have one player over 1 KD with a 1.09. However, this really could be over already. Like, the KDA doesn't seem to matter anymore. Cold Esports, Kings Clan, potentially the last map of our weekend here. I hope you've all enjoyed it at home. This may will be the last of Call of Duty Mobile you see this weekend on your screens. But here we go into it. It is going to be domination on Meltdown. And can Cold Esports get the reverse sweep started, or are Kings Clan going to get this one dusted in 3?
It's going to be interesting to see, though. I mean, Kings Clan, as we said, they are not really worrying too much about the frags. They're just going for the objective, trying to play as a team. And right now, they have lost the point to Cold Esports. But I don't know, Bobby, what do you think right now?
I think right now there's a good chance we're going to see out of Cold Esports what we've seen all day long from Kings Clan, and that's the way that a team forms when their back is really up against a wall. You can see off the bat we do have Cold Esports getting control of the B flag, and I think what we're going to see here is how well they can play when they're at their absolute best. But XD has something to say about it. Nearly wipes out the entire team there. Sav will drop off the point. Beer coming in, trying to take control, but iBot holding down that generate power position. That is going to be big for them, and they will continue to hold the B flag for the time being as Jim picks up another one right there with the buy 15.
Well, kills coming here for Cold Esports, though. They're locking this down nice and easily. Jim already up to 3 kills. We can see them all really coming in towards the Cold Esports side. They want to get a good lead heading into the second half. And they may well could here. Plenty of kills coming in their favor. Yaya now finding 3. Really good play by Cold Esports so far. This is the resurgence that they need, but they're currently losing A. Good play here from Kings Clan. Is there going to be anybody there to stop it? Jim can't quite get there in time. Of course, over towards the Sleepy as well.
I mean, he's kind of alone over there. Nope, never mind. Excess. I mean, that was the shotgun battle, Bobby. Which one would you prefer in a fight? Would you have the semi-automatic or the auto shotgun right there?
So in that situation that we saw, typically the buy 15 will have the advantage because it has a lot more range than the Echo does, but at the same time you had Eggsy on the inside of the building. That gives him the element of surprise, and with proper movement he's able to exit the building and pretty much close all the distance between him and the opponent. So see right there, Eggsy capitalizing on how well he's playing right now. Kings Clan able to take that B flag. It will be a double cap for the time being, and looking to close down this gap a little bit further. We do Sav on the point. Veer tries to get the kill, but iBot's got the grab spikes right, or no, the chopper kill that he's able to get. and it looks like Cold Esports may be able to retake control of mid-map and try to get a retake of the B flag. Eggsy does have the War Machine, gets the initial kill, loses a little bit of HP, and with the trophy systems out of the way, Yaya still wins the gunfight, but they're not able to get the B flag.
They haven't managed to get it. Oh, my
they
goodness.
get it now, right? Yeah, in the last very second.
They managed to get a hold of it. And that means
Such
Kings
is
Clan.
neck and neck right now. I mean,
so
these
close.
games. This is how you want the final to play out. It's just on Meltdown as well on Domination. This is something you love to see, but it looks like Cold Esports are going to be ending up in the lead while we are swapping sides.
It's looking that way. It is going to be that way. 75 to 66. And it's still all to do here for Cold Esports, though. Yes, okay, they have a lead of 9, but
Yaya is also saving that missile for this play. I mean, maybe he's anticipating some Goliath.
well, let's see. Let's listen to what they're going to be doing here. Let's go to an Xperia dial-in with Cold Esports. They need the reverse sweep.
Enemy has Alpha. Top yellow dead, top yellow dead.
Enemy taking B. We lost the lead.
I got their side. They know we're flanking. Fuck, you stayed it.
One on
Stay in this spawn, bro. Stay in this spawn.
One yellow.
Taking B.
Wait, Jay.
Losing Alpha.
Two yellow, sir. They're coming from yellow.
Go away.
I'm gonna pred them.
Go away. Just hop on it, fuck it.
Okay.
I spawned right side.
Okay, go on, get that A.
It's calm.
Be advised.
Oh
Hostile
no.
Predator missile.
Nice. Try and get B.
Mid.
Bomb man, who's by B? None of us.
Enemy has B.
Calm.
Hunter killer.
I'm pushing left side.
There's 2 on Jin, 2 on Jin.
2 Origin.
Yeah.
Enemy contact.
No.
Nice to be.
Go B.
Just sounds like Cold Esports aren't that enthused about this, are they? They were just in such a powerful position as we went into the grand finals. Yes, okay, they're in a good spot now as they do get a hold of B. But wow, their heads just really seem to be down here, don't they, Bobby?
Yeah, so one mistake that you're seeing time and time again is there's no reason for Cold Esports to be overextending right now and going for the triple camp. We see Spiky getting knocked off of his Annihilator right there. That's another big mistake, not valuing your operator skills. The triple camp really does nothing for them, and they could very easily stay around that middle area, hold that B control, close this one out easily. They've been relatively uncontested for the majority of the time, and they continue to send people over toward the A site. We do see Yaya, who is popping off right now, like we had seen him doing previously, looking like he may have returned to his final form. If they can hold this full cap for a little bit longer, they'll be able to close it out, but still questioning some of the moves that they're making right now, and just being overconfident and maybe trying to assert their dominance too much rather than going for the win.
I mean, if you also look at Jaya there, he was just slaying out, but he also had all 3 of his score streaks ready, and he uses one of them to get 2 kills. I mean, he also has the Goliath. This is looking like a real close out from Cold Esports right now. Even though they might not sound positive, they're playing a lot better than the first 2 rounds that we've seen this series.
Kings Clan need a 3 cap here. Cold Esports really should be walking away as winners in this one. Inferno's going to get a hold of B, but they need to run towards C. Cold Esports know they can just lock on to this one. Managed to pick up yourself 12 points a minute with a 1 cap. Now 5 points away with 2 minutes to go. It is done and dusted unless Kings Clan can get the break. It's not going to happen. They're spawning out.
No.
And we are going to go to a map number 4. And my goodness me, this series is not yet over. Cold Esports are still in this game and find themselves a 150 to 123 win on the domination. 2-1 now to Kings Clan as Cold Esports half that gap. And much better, Bobby, has to be said, much better from Cold Esports. Yeah, they're finding the kills, but they won the last domination as well, so maybe it's not too much of a surprise. They've still got to win 2 more maps in a row here in maps number 4 and maps number 5.
Yeah, despite the mistakes that we might have seen from Cold Esports overextending right there, playing a little bit too aggressive, if you looked at the kill differential, it was not even remotely close. Multiple players in single digits for Kings Clan. Meanwhile, multiple players in the 20s. for Cold Esports. So that was absolute dominance. They were winning their gunfights like we've seen them do previously. If we see that Cold Esports compiled with them actually playing the objective strategically, using that strategy that we've seen them use before, is going to be a very different result, and it might not be going the way of Kings Clan. As I expected, when they got their backs up against the wall, they really pushed forward and gave it their all, and they were pretty dominant in that, despite that it seemed like the score was relatively close. So if they can muster that gunfight power and that map control once again in Hardpoint, we may very well be looking at yet another Game 5.
Tabes, is that where we're thinking we're going here? Are we going over towards Game 5?
I feel like it's gonna be over here. If it's a hardpoint map, if I'm correct right now, this is King Clan's strong suit. At least from my opinion, they seem to be really knowing what they're doing on the rotations and their team play. So it might be over here. But then again, Cold Esports, when we did the dial-in there, they're not feeling very confident. But I'm wondering if this win is going to give them a little bit of breathing room for it, at least. But Kings Clan seem very strong on Hardpoint.
The thing is, though, yes, okay, Kings Clan do seem strong as well, but how strong have Cold Esports looked across the whole weekend on Hardpoint? They've looked incredible. So I'm intrigued to see how this one's going to go. Summit as well, we've seen Kings Clan, not necessarily look fantastic on this map, but we've seen some really good thing from Cold Esports on this one specifically. I don't know, man. I feel as if we're going to get forced to a map number 5 here, and then I'm not too sure. I really do. We're going to be heading over to Summit Hardpoint. If we need it, we'll head over to Fire Range Search and Destroy, but we may be saying all 10 maps in this grand final. I've got a funny feeling that's the way we may be going when they're ready to get into this final game. I mean, I just want to ask which way we think this one's good. So you're thinking it's ending here, Tabes? Or you think we're going to the last map here, Bobby?
So a lot of times on Hardpoint on Summit, so much of it comes down to spawn control. And even though we've seen a lot of fragging power over on the side of Cold Esports, their strategy has not been there. So even if Kings Clan is not able to match their fragging power, there's a very good chance they could close out right here, especially if they're able to get those breaks on Hardpoint and control the spawns. If they can do that, they'll close it out right here.
Well, here we go. We're ready to get into the game, and we're thinking that it could be closed out here. I don't know. I feel as if we may well be going to a map number 5. I feel as if Cold Esports have got themselves, they've got their tails up. As you said, with their backs against the wall, they seem to be performing. So let's head in to the hard point. Let's head over towards Summit. Classic from Black Ops 1. Is the cold map of Summit going to be a good one for Cold Esports? That's the question. Or can Kings Clan come out on top? Let's find out as we delve into this hard point. It has to be a good one from Cold Esports. They've started off well. Kings Clan are inside the hill, but Yaya finds 2 down low. Ibot up top, finding the kills where he needs to, and some fantastic observing all weekend long from the team. We love to see all these different angles, giving us all the best information that we can get, and Cold Esports do get this middle hill locked in.
One thing to keep in mind is last time that we saw Cold Esports on Summit Hardpoint, I've had one of the best games that we have seen all weekend long. I believe he got close to 30 kills, which in a game of Hardpoint is absolutely ridiculous. We see Ibot up top, hits the beautiful double kill. I believe wallbang through that control station right there. Land shots onto XD as well, who has not been an easy player to kill. Make it a 4-piece. Inferno drops right there, and Cold Esports in complete control of this control center. Everybody's spawning out for Kings Clan and set up very well for the next hard point as well.
It looks like we're watching a completely different Cold Esports right now. Maybe just as Ton mentioned, it is a cold map, so maybe this turned them to just really chill out, so to say. All right, enough with the dad jokes here, Tobias, but they're trying to, Kings Clan is moving over to the point. They actually managed to get sapped, but I feel like Ibot has already started out really strong together with Spike, and you love to see that from Cold Esports. I mean, they had the rotations locked down, they had the spawn, and they just instantly kind of knew what they were doing. So I might have to be backing out on my claim there that Kings Clan was going to be crushing on Hardpoint, but I'm not sure anymore.
Looking likely is Cold Esports get going here, but nobody really able to lock it down. Look at the Molotovs raining on through here, just keeping things away. But here we go. Can Inferno and Co get back into this game? They're spawning out here as we head over towards the gondolas as well. Cable cars being the third hard point. And it looks as if it is going to be Cold Esports set up there now, but Kings Clan make a push in. Inferno and Angel on the outside. Jim easily wins this one, taking down Angel. The trophy system helping him out there as well. Jim and Ibot combining well as Jim starting to heat up maybe just a little bit more, looking towards the kills though. Sav on 6, but it's Spiky and Ibot leading the way for the team. Plenty of kills coming on through here as well, and Kings Clan just cannot get inside the hill. This is good movement by Veer though. He's made the push forward. Can he find Killer here onto Jim? He catches him out, and all of a sudden Kings Clan are spawning way out, and Cold Esports just need to hold on.
And like I said at the start of this game, spawn control on this map is absolutely essential. You can get all the kills in the world, but especially on P3, if you do not get spawn control, you are going to lose this game, and that is not a mistake that we've seen Cold Esports make. You got Ibot anchoring the spawns over in the backside of where they spawned in. He's been crucial for them, holding that all by himself with that chopper. Basically unlimited ammo, and even though we got some missed shots out of Spiky, does manage to get another one right there. They've got control of the current hard point. We got a Pred missile coming in, and they're going to spawn pretty far away from the hard point, but should be able to get a pretty concerted push together to see if they can get the break right here.
Well, here we go.
I'm glad to see that Narcs is doing a little bit better here. It looked like Kings Clan are playing kind of slow, and also with Cold Esports just racking up those score streaks. I mean, it's going to be very difficult for them unless this is the time they start to turn things around.
I don't think they're going to be able to win it here, Cold Esports, if they broke through. No, they cannot now. And here we go. Push comes through. Bad timing from Inferno. Yaya runs in and deletes 2 people. Is the trades there? And nobody from Cold Esports even close to Yaya who'd push forward. They're really struggling to get around the catwalk side. Ava's going to go down, but Yaya finds another. It's a really good hold back at Kings Clan. If they can keep a hold of this one, they're only going to be within about 15 seconds or so. Angel is going to go down as Spiky finds 2. Jim does go down himself though, but which way is this hard point going to go? It's looking as if it's going to just about go over towards Cold Esports side. Currently contested, but really good work by Kings Clan. They get a lot of points back there, but we head into the second rotation, and they've got to do much better on this one than they did in previous. Cold Esports only 27 points away.
And the nice thing about that 4th hard point is you don't have to rotate very far to get back to P1. So you can see Cold Esports has already set up on P1. They've got 2 players there. Jim has pulled out the shotgun that he's been so good with all day long. He will get taken out by Eggsy, who has just been dominant with that Echo, but with Narcs being the only player in double digits for Kings Clan, it's just not going to be enough right now. Spiky finding some more shots. Only 10 more points needed for them to close this one out. And just absolute dominance. It doesn't matter what Kings Clan does. Ibot set up on the point with a Goliath. There's a contest coming in, but with only 2 seconds needed, more than likely, that is going to be a game 4, sending us to a final. Game 5, search and destroy.
Oh my goodness me. We go to a second best out of 5. This has been a mammoth series between these two. We're going to get to see all 10 maps in this grand final. Obviously, of course, if you are joining us, like Kings Clan had to win 2 separate series to take away the crown in Western Europe. Cold Esports, though, they were set up from the winners bracket side. Things were looking good, but then they got caught out in the final map of the first series, and here we are into the final map of the second series, and we're going to be heading to S&D on firing range. My goodness me, I mean, how does this one break down? Last time around it came down to a lot of good sniping as well, but XZ had fantastic control in that trailer. Bobby with the shotgun, of course, can he continue his dominance in there?
Yeah, if Cold Esports allows to hold that trailer control, it's going to be very difficult for them to do anything over toward the A site. So that's going to be really interesting to see. If I had to guess, more than likely we'll see them play passive off the start. With the sniping power that Jim has, more than likely we're going to see him be able to get a couple of first bloods, and if we see those come in, that'll allow them to play a little bit more aggressive. Even if we do have Eggsy holding that trailer area, they could push some off angles and maybe find a couple picks here and there. I think the way that they have played with their backs up against the wall, yes, there are some big missed opportunities for Cold Esports, but when they play at their best, which we hadn't seen through the first couple matches so far today, when they do play at their best, they're next to unstoppable.
Tabes, are we thinking the same sort of thing? Do you think it's Cold Esports now? Do you feel as if they've got that momentum, or do you feel as if looking at S&D results in the past, it's all really went over towards Kings Clan? Are they going to have the crown on their heads at the end of this week?
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting a little bit of bad flashbacks from that game that we saw in Crossfire, where there were basically only Jim doing things for Cold Esports, but I'm starting to lean a little bit more towards them right now, but we have not seen firing range S&D played against both of these teams yet. So, I mean, sniping on this map is very important, and if Narcs can keep his nerves together, I think they're gonna at least bring up a nice fight to it. I do not think that we're gonna see Cold Esports running away with it in that any way, but I'm thinking Cold Esports might bring it home with like 1 or 2 rounds over the other team here.
Well, let's see which way this one's going to go. We have found ourselves all the way to the maximum amount of maps. Would it be rude to have a round 11? I think not. Let's hopefully we get all the way there. This S&D, the final map of the tournament, will be coming up after this quick break. It has all come down to this. We go to a final map, Search and Destroy Fire Range, to determine our champion here at the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships European Playoffs. And oh my goodness, I am joined once again by Tabes and Bobby Plays. And how have we found ourselves here? After this morning, we set it up. It was set up perfectly for a Cold Esports dominating Sunday. They started the winners bracket final with such confident fashion, a 3-0 against Kings Clan, and then they await their next prey, if you like, who comes through the losers bracket. It is once again Kings Clan who make it all the way there. The first series goes all the way to a best out of 5, and in the end, it is the S&D win for Kings Clan that sends us to a second series, and we get to that second series, and once again, we go to a second best out of 5. Boys, I haven't a clue who wins this. I haven't, Scooby. I do not know. Tabes, break it down for me. Tell me who's going to win, because me, the viewers at home, really aren't sure, I don't think, because
I mean,
it could be anybody.
It literally could be anyone. It goes down to search and destroy on firing range. But what I have kind of been noticing a little bit about Kings Clan is that if they don't get off to a good start with a couple of rounds or at least a couple of kills, they're falling behind too much, because if Cold Esports manage to get those point streak, which is not going to be relevant here on search and destroy, but they still need to get off to a good start. If they don't, I think Cold Esports is just going to bring it home.
Okay, Bobby, same sort of sentiments there. Do you think a slow start for Kings Clan would be the detriment to them?
Yeah, I think a slow start, but what we've seen for both teams is whenever Cold Esports has their back against the wall, they play at their best. Whenever Kings Clan is up against the wall, they play at their best.
Oh my
but
God, look
both
at this
teams have their backs up against the wall, so I don't know who ends up taking the tiebreaker on that one.
Well, here we go. Kings Clan are going to get this bomb down immediately in round number 1 and get this attack going. We said snipers are going to be influential. Jim, pop out that grenade. Gonna find anything with that, but Ibot looking for the kill. Onto the bomb site. The cryo bomb is going to get destroyed very, very quickly. A decent enough plan to slow them down. But Kings Clan holding very, very well here. Inferno's going to find the first kill as well.
Kings Clan. Already, I mean, they're playing aggressive. They got a little bit momentum now and probably some confidence getting the bomb down.
Here we go. The push comes through. The shots come through as well.
So well.
Ibot now trying his best to just try and lock this one down. Not going to happen. The trades come through, and Kings Clan find the first round after some really good aggressive player. But, I mean, Cole just couldn't get back in there, Bobby. And, I mean, it was just hard for them to break it. They were very, very patient, Kings Clan.
Yeah, we saw Ibot holding position really well on the miniature staircase right there. He got a couple kills with the chopper, but the really aggressive push definitely went to the advantage of Kings Clan. We do see a first blood coming in as Angel drops. Narcs able to get the trade onto Jim as well, so we're tied up at 4 apiece. We will have the sniper down for Cold Esports, but 2 snipers in play for Kings Clan will likely give them the advantage as they actually now rotate all the way over the other side of the map. We do see most of Kings Clan on the B bomb side, and that will open things up once again for Kings Clan.
Looking towards the stats for this one as well. The 2 top KDs for S&D across the whole weekend are going up against each other. Jim at the top with a 1.59 is currently sitting at 1 kill. However, Inferno with a 1.38, he's got 3 so far for Kings Clan. A very, very influential man when it comes down to these S&Ds for his team.
Target's inside.
Now just waiting on the push coming through for Kings Clan here. It's going to be committed over towards A. Here comes the utility and here comes the plan. Inferno and Exi pushing forward. Exi, we know how good he's been with the shotgun time and time again, and finds another one on Ibot. If Inferno could find this kill in the middle, he doesn't need to, as Nox is there to clean it up. Yaya was able to find one in that exchange, but all of a sudden it's Spiky. In a 1 versus 3, shots going in, but this is not the weapon you want to have here.
This is going to be so difficult. I mean, he needs to pretty much get the pick of over on Inferno right now, and he actually does get it. I've just been saying that Inferno has been playing very well in this last series, but it's not enough for Cold Esports there. I mean, it's starting to look very good for Kings Clan, and also I just want to point out, I said if they get off to a good start, they're gonna be hard to stop. So
yeah, Veer basically pre-fired that corner as perfectly as he possibly could have, so he gets the frag inside trailer.
Look at this through the middle of the map
right here for Kings Clan. This is one of the most bold moves I have seen in competitive Call of Duty Mobile. Pushing through the center of the map through smokes. They get the frag on the
They are playing a different level right now. They're doing the mind games. They're making sure that Cold Esports are not able to rest or do anything about it.
I mean, this is literally the definition of confidence, and as I say it, Jim comes through a beautiful 2-piece, very nearly lets a shot on the sandwich. The shot on the Angel. It's now a 1v2. 2 players inside trailer. He's gonna slide the corner. Lands the first shot, but he can't get the second to go.
That is crazy.
Kings Clan up 3-0.
I mean,
Jim does
has...
everything in his power to win that round for Cold Esports, and they still cannot win it.
Absolutely. I mean, he's just racking up clips for his montage that he's probably already recording. But that was just a crazy turn in that trailer. But obviously, he didn't know that there was a second player just holding that angle ready for him.
Well, Jim Nelly he did produce a moment of magic, but honestly, it was just difficult for him to do that with the sniper in that situation. It was always going to be hard. His back was always against the wall, but Kings Clan find 3 rounds in a row. A little bit of a more conservative attack from them this time round. Of course, Cold Esports will get their chance to attack very, very shortly. This time round, though, it is going to be Jim, the first one to go down. Kings Clan are absolutely flying here. Inferno and Co make the connection now. They will make this push around, but Savran from behind finds one, can't quite find the second. The trade does come through. The bomb now going down, but Spiky was there with them. Do they know that he was there? The insend over the top can't quite find the kill as Axie comes around and finds it himself. It's now down to Yaya in a 1 versus 4. They need to get some rounds on the board so quickly. Do Cold Esports. He's gonna go down. Kings Clan have got 4 in a row.
That is, I mean, this is something I didn't expect to see it from Kings Clan. I mean, I like that they're playing with some sort of confidence. They must have just done some high fives or something like that, or maybe you're doing some social distancing high fives, probably. But that play down the middle, that's something that you just love to see. And this final, this is the last game that we will be seeing this weekend. And I mean, whipping out something like that and just thinking, well, either we make it or we don't. They have everything to win, and it feels like you're playing with nothing to lose right now.
This has been, without a doubt, one of the most confident styles of play that I've ever seen. Just, they seem so aware of everything they're doing. Once again, Yaya dropping off the start. That puts Cold Esports at the disadvantage once again. And the only thing that I could think may be happening for Cold Esports is they're trying to put their own backs up against the wall, knowing that that's when they play at their best. But they are finally able to get a trade. Inferno will drop, and he's caused a lot of issues for them so far. That will make this a little easier, as it looks like it is a full send toward the B site, and Spiky and Sav waiting there for the push. If Spiky stays back in that corner, it's a good spot, but turned on. Both of them drop quickly, and it's now a 4-2 advantage once again, going in for Kings Clan.
Here we go. Then this bomb's going to go down. The smokes are out as well. It's a 2v4. If you want to bring some magic to the table, Jim and iBot, now is the time. iBot now going to try and do something to try and just find some sort of damage down, but Kings Clan playing this very, very well. There's the first kill. Vieira's going to go down. The problem is he had Jim. Yes, okay, he has the sniper, but he can only kill one person at a time unless he can line something crazy up. Nothing going to happen through the wall there. He knows that they're going to be making the push from that side. iBot not able to find anything else. He needs to work off what iBot is doing here, Jim, but only 17 seconds to go. This is surely another round to Kings Clan. 12 seconds. They've just waited the time long enough. That's going to be the round. The no scope is lovely, don't get me wrong, but no defuse coming in here. 5-2-0 to Kings Clan in the final map of the whole tournament.
They only need one more. I mean, I was excited when I saw Jim doing the no-scope there. I just feel like it's not enough. Kings Clan has brought something else for this game. I mean, firing range is a very small map. They have time to run really close to the bomb sites in such a short period of time. I mean, maybe the sniper on Jim is not the option here. Maybe you should whip out the shotgun that he has been.
Killed him.
Oh,
it's already a 5v4. It's already a 5v4. Kings Clan now have the numbers advantage. They have the 5-round lead. They have come back all the way from 2 best out of 5. They win 3-2 in the first one. They're in the ascendancy here as well, but there's still a round to win. Vieira looking to set up the defense here. But my goodness, where have Cold Esports gone? The team we seen this morning slaughter Kings Clan have crumbled. They have just shattered before our very eyes here, and they're going to try and make a push over towards B. It's now a 5 versus 3 as Narks finds a kill. He's been one of the MVPs for Kings Clan. Yaya pushes through. He's dead as well. Spikey's about to follow him, as is iBot, because Kings Clan are surely and will be your champions in Western Europe for the Call of Duty Mobile playoffs here in 2020. Kings Clan get it done over 10 maps in the grand final. What a series between these two teams in Kings Clan. What a comeback. Phenomenal turnaround considering how this morning went. The winners bracket final was so one-sided over towards Cold Esports. They could not finish their dinner in that grand finals. And it is going to be Kings Clan, your kings here in Europe. What a game, Bobby. What a performance from Kings Clan.
Yeah, I just can't believe what I just saw. Given how dominant Cold Esports has been all weekend, been so good in every game mode, absolutely dominated Kings Clan in the first matchup of the day. 3-0, didn't have any type of a trouble. If you're a fan of Kings Clan, you gotta just think back to the Search and Destroy on Crossfire against Singularity. That was where it started for them. They rebuilt their confidence. They played it down to the wire. They executed perfectly. They came away with the win, and you could see the excitement. You could see the energy from Narix. You could see how much confidence he had. That was absolutely contagious for them, not only taking the first match, but a 6-0 win in Search and Destroy against the most dominant team of the weekend in the Game 5 final. I've never seen anything like it.
Tabes, it's your very first cast on Call of Duty Mobile. You've just been treated to a double best out of 5 grand final that went all the way to map 5 on every single series. I mean, how good was that?
I mean, for the first time as well. I mean, this is absolutely crazy. I've been offered to watch some of the best Call of Duty Mobile that I've pretty much ever seen. This is just absolutely crazy. I mean, we were talking about a $5,000 S&D game. That's how much money was on the line, and Kings Clan just played. They played it with the confidence, and I think that's the difference between these two teams on the last round.
Oh my goodness, what a game. But honestly, guys, do not go anywhere. We got winners interviews coming up next. My goodness me, what a great game. And Kings Clan will walk away as you always will be with them and with a winners interview after this quick break.
You know what phrase we can finally retire? Good, for a mobile game. Fun fact, Sony's been getting the best out of entertainment and technology for like ever. And Call of Duty has been making games since well before some of us were born. Isn't it about time we had a mobile gaming experience that's just good, period? Maybe even great? Turns out we do. Call of Duty made the impossible mobile game with Call of Duty Mobile, and Sony made the impossible smartphone for gamers with Xperia. I can get the edge with wider than widescreen, enhance my game literally with Game Enhancer, share my epic wins with the flick of a finger, and do it all while I keep my cool with HS Power Control. It's casual when I want to kick back, and core when I need to kick butt. It's the gaming experience built with me in mind. Sony brought the gear, and Call of Duty brought the game. Sony's Xperia plus Call of Duty Mobile. Because gamers deserve great, wherever we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Western Europe Regional Players. My name is Bryce, and of course, joining me here, it's Narks from Kings Clan. Congratulations. How do you feel on winning, my friend?
As you can see, I don't have any word again to explain how I feel right now. It's unbelievable. We were practicing since they announced stage 4. We were practicing every day on phone. We were all iPad. Everyone was supporting us. And look what happened right now. Look what happened. We were in the loser bracket, and we keep have the I don't know how to. I'm sorry, it's too much intense.
I love the passion and the excitement. It's 100% deserved, Nux. You were fantastic in the one. I have a few questions about some of the games. Standoff S&D, I believe, map 2 of the second series. Incredibly close for that. Take me through it. Like, what happened from your point of view?
What happened at the beginning, I don't know, man. We were losing maybe 4 rounds, 5 rounds. It was 2-5 for us. 2-5, and we didn't give up. Keep focusing. And that works. 6-5 at the end. That's what. This is how it works. I don't know. That's the work. That's 2 months, 1 month. It's paid off right now. It's paid for us. It's paid.
No, 100%. I see how excited you are with it, and it's very well deserved. You said to me when we spoke last time around that you were ready for the grand final. Obviously, you gave us an incredible show by going the entire distance in maps. Was there any point you were a little bit nervous about how it was going to go?
Really nervous, but like I said, we didn't give up. And that's work. We were really nervous, but like we gave up. Even at the last second, we won't give up. This is what we put in your mind, and look right now. I'm sorry for my bad English. Sorry. I'm really excited right now.
It's fantastic. I can understand you perfectly, and like I said, you had an incredible grand final, the passion and excitement for it. So I've already said congratulations for winning the tournament, Narks, but I actually have to say congratulations again, because you are the Xperia MVP of this tournament. I'm happy to award that to you right now. Congratulations on that one, Narks. You played phenomenal all series long.
Thank you. If I say something, I'm maybe MVP for you guys. If I am MVP for you guys, okay, but the real MVP is Kings and the people who support us. That's it. That's not only me. Because everyone was working hard since the past 2 months. We were practicing since almost 1 year with the same team. That's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I fully appreciate that. You were doing absolutely incredible all the way through the tournament, and congratulations one more time to yourself and your team and the entire Kings organization. I know, first of all, thank you for this interview, and everybody watching is surely a big fan of yours. Thank you so much, Narks, for joining us here on the broadcast once again.
Can I say one more thing, please? Thing?
Yeah, of course. Go.
Okay, shout out to everyone who support us, especially my in real life friend Pocus, who is there with me since the beginning. He support me every time. Shout out to Flacco. This guy was support me every game, even when we lost. I see just called DM. He was every time supporting us. Okay, let's go, and that's and shout out to everyone who support us, and shout out to my team, of course. Inferno, the best in-game leader, XZ, Veer, even ICNix, who got banned because of Belgian country, and Greece, who cannot play because he was 17 years old. And that's it. Thanks to everyone. Thanks to my team. Thanks to everyone who supports us. And that's it. Thank you a lot, guys. Thank you.
Nux, you are more than welcome, and again, thank you so much for giving us the pleasure of the interview as well as watching your gameplay all tournament long. Well, that's Nux. We'll be right back with a breakdown of the grand finals right after this quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Western Europe Regional Playoffs. Of course, my name is Bryce, and we just treated you to an incredible 2 best-of-5s grand final. But I'm not alone, of course. I am joined by our wonderful casters for that series, Taves and Bobby Plays. All right, guys, let's quickly talk about what happened in that grand final. Ton, I'll start with you. Just your initial thoughts. What stuck out, apart from it being an incredible series?
I think for me, it has to be Kings Clan's S&D. That is what, I don't want to say carried them through, but that was what they were always relying on. When they were winning their S&Ds, all they needed to do was win there and win one of the objective game modes, win one of the run and gun game modes, and you're laughing. Then you're flying through, you know you're going that last map with confidence in your S&D. But wow, I just how good they were at it as well. Fantastic play from them, a 6-0 in map number 5 of series number 2. Phenomenal performance all weekend long, and just the resilience to bounce back after getting smoked by a Cold Esports this morning. They lost 3-0. I think they got about 20 points combined across 3 different game modes. Never mind coming back and beating them in 2 best-of-5s in the grand final. So their S&D game mode and how good it was and their resilience as a team is just unmatched this week.
100%. Taves, similar question to you as well, actually. Like, I know this is one of your first times casting Call of Duty Mobile. How have you found this entire experience, and what did you put at that grand final?
I mean, it's been an incredible like experience to just see also everything that's going on behind a mobile game. I mean, it's been working flawless for me, and I'm really glad that I got the opportunity to try something like this, and hopefully maybe I'll be able to do it again in the future. But speaking of the final, there's something just absolutely incredible, and seeing Narcs and the way he spoke about his team, I think that was maybe the defining factor to lead them to the victory. Because not only when he said, you know, it was got to become MVP for his team and this tournament, he was still so focused to make sure that his teammates were being seen and being heard. So I think that they had just a little bit of a better team communication and possibly even a team spirit that I'm hoping that they're gonna keep bringing up to future tournament.
That's fair enough. That's a great point to bring up. Well, now on to our super genius, our resident expert here, Bobby Plays. Bobby, is that what you were expecting from a grand final between these 2 teams?
To be honest, I was completely shocked by the result of that game. I thought at least Cold Esports was going to give them a run. I, to be frank with you, thought that Cold Esports was going to run away with the win, but as a basketball fan, the way that I would describe what Kings Clan has is shirtless J.R. Smith level confidence. Like, just absolute next level. They 100% believe every shot that they're going to take is going to be the right shot. Every angle they play is the right angle. They executed perfectly, and I have never seen anything quite that perfect at that high of a level.
No, I agree. That's exactly when you want it, though. When it's all on the line, you've got 2 best-of-5s. You're now into the final map of the entire thing. But speaking of the grand final, obviously, we've just had 2 days of an incredible journey to get there, and this is how it all went down. As you can see, Kings Clan ended up taking that grand final 3-2 in a reset, where not only did they beat Cold Esports once after being defeated by them in the winners final, but they managed to beat them twice as well here. And it's incredible, but they also came from the lower side of the bracket. That's the most amazing thing here. When Kings Clan were up against it, they picked in early after losing to Cold Esports, and then managed to just power their way back through. And they ended up in our grand final and as our grand champions here at the regional playoffs, going into our final placings and the breakdown of how that $50,000 prize pool has played out to all the teams. In first place, of course, for $15,000, it is Kings Clan. Second is Cold Esports. Third, Team Singularity. Fourth, Hammers Esports. Fifth, U4X COD. Sixth, Fresh Infinity. Seventh, Grizzly Gan. And last but not least, Q-Lash in that joint 7th to 8th place, both taking home $1,500. Incredible there from all the teams as well. Is there any result here, Bobby, by the way, that shocks you?
I mean, really, just the fact that Cold Esports was not at the top. I think we really did expect that the teams that we saw there were the 4 best teams, the ones that we were playing with today, but I was kind of expecting Singularity to take out KingsClan in that final matchup before the Grand Finals, but KingsClan showing that it was not a fluke that they were able to take down Singularity, and not a fluke that they were in the finals as they did take home the trophy.
No, I think that's fair enough as well. And obviously now we have found out how the teams have all done this tournament. It's time to take a look at our leaderboard for the individual overall KD ratio. Coming in at number 1 is iBot with a 1.63, then Singularity 1.41, Cold Esports again here with a 1.35. And this is the interesting thing, I think, and I have to bring you guys back in for this as we talk through it. It is going to be KingsClan, who aren't on the top 5 overall KDs, maybe winning more as a unit than anything else. So, what do we think of that then? The fact that they haven't managed to get into it, Ton?
No, they didn't manage to get in, which is pretty crazy. It has to be said. It's one of these things where it just comes down to it's not always kills that win you games. And honestly, like what we said about Cold, every single one of them were near the top of it, but they weren't seemingly doing anything, were they? It seems as if when they weren't finding them kills, things fell apart completely, and they're just completely relying on the fact that they were outslaying their opponents. When they weren't, they had nothing to fall back onto. So it was clearly it was clear as day to see in that grand final. When they weren't slaying, they were losing heavily.
It certainly was, but there we go. Search Destroy KD ratio. KingsClan finally making an impact here, Tapes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they were really good on Search and Destroy, and that's quite surprising to me, because in the beginning that we saw them, they were just really fighting for those hardpoint victories, but they were also apparently very good on Search and Destroy. But also again, I want to give a shout out to Jim, who really tried on Search and Destroy to do a lot of Cold Esports, but not quite enough to get that W on the victory in the final.
No, unfortunately, not quite enough to get there. But like I said, it's always interesting to see how those KD ratios go down because of things like trading in Call of Duty, meaning that the baseline usually is about a 1.0. So anybody who is well above that is obviously just contributing more and more to their team, the slaying department. And that can be a big reason why they win games. But it does seem like he's doing an incredible job on that one. Bobby, KD ratios, anything kind of stick out to you?
I mean, with the way that KingsClan played today, it's not too surprising that they weren't that high in KD ratios, especially outside of the Search and Destroy department. When it came to the wins that they got, most of them in respawns were on hardpoint, and it was because they were able to get so many good rotations and breaks. And even when, especially up against Cold Esports, Cold was fragging out, they were hitting their shots, they were winning their gunfights. It came down to smarter rotations and more strategic plays coming in for KingsClan, especially on some super crucial breaks. Whenever we watch them on hardpoint on Crash, I think that's really where their knowledge of hardpoint shined, and it was definitely one of the biggest factors in them coming away with the win.
No, that makes an awful lot of sense to me, and again, congratulations to KingsClan. But before we end, another shout out and thank you to Sony for providing all players in this tournament with their latest flagship smartphone, the Xperia 1 Mark II, and they've used that all competition long to preserve the competitive integrity for every player involved. If you are watching and you want to find out more information, you can, of course, check out all the gaming features on Sony's YouTube channel for the Xperia Mark I, and you can check out on the link on your screen right now. If you even want more phones, they currently have the Xperia 5 Mark II as well, which has a 120 Hz display refresh rate, as well as a 240 Hz touch scanning rate at the same time. And those phones are optimized for Call of Duty Mobile in a fantastic way. So make sure you do check them out. So I want to say, first of all, thank you to my wonderful casting team for bringing us to this one. Ton, I know you've had a great time casting for the first thing. What have you thought about Call of Duty Mobile?
You know, Bryce, I've enjoyed it to the point of where it's been fantastic to go back to some of the greatest maps of all time in Call of Duty. I think that's one of the really big pulls of Call of Duty Mobile. It's a fantastic game in its own right, but to then go back to some maps that you've loved time and time again over a couple of different iterations of Call of Duty and get to play them on one whole game that's free to play as well is phenomenal. I've enjoyed casting it so much, getting back to those maps as well. And just a big shout out to all the players who put the time in. You can tell if you pick up this game, you know it's not so easy to move in the way that they do, but with the way that they played the game, it's just a sight to behold, and some fantastic games across the weekend. And a big shout out to you guys as well, especially to Tabes and Bobby, who were fantastic co-casters throughout the whole weekend.
All right, thank you very much, Tabes. I know you were looking forward to casting for the very first time into this one. Bit of an expert on mobile yourself. How's it been, friend?
I mean, it's just been really, really fun, and also I'm thoroughly impressed with the skills that I've seen from the players, and it seems like they've put down so much time in both communication, but also movement, and just figuring out all the strategies necessary to really bring a competitive esports scene in Call of Duty Mobile. So I'm just really happy, and I was really glad to be a part of it, and the passion, obviously, that you can see. Like these teams really want to win, so it's opened my eyes in a whole new level, and I've always loved Call of Duty, and now I have another game that I will definitely just keep being updated in the esports scene.
Well, awesome. I'm glad you've enjoyed it. And last but not least, of course, Bobby, you've enjoyed breaking down all the gameplay for us weekend as our resident expert. How has it been watching this tournament for you?
It's been an absolute blast. I've been casting Call of Duty Mobile for a while, but this is my first time really doing it on the big stage, and it's definitely one of the coolest experiences that I've ever had. I was just absolutely blown away by the gameplay that we saw from some of those teams, and just absolutely crazy plays coming out of every team that we saw today. Really excited to continue watching these guys and see how people continue to evolve in the Call of Duty Mobile community, so looking forward to that as well.
Awesome. All right. Well, again, thank you so much for you guys for bringing us all the action all weekend long. And of course, thank you to everybody watching as well as Sony for bringing all the gear we needed for this one. It's been a fantastic tournament. It has been excellent to watch this from a Call of Duty Mobile standpoint. Congratulations once more to Kings Clan for being the champions here at Call of Duty Mobile Western Europe Regional Playoffs. We'll see you next time.